Hello, good morning and a warm welcome from Stanley Park in Blackpool. I've spent hours plugging all this in. I think I've got everything in the right position. We're going to head out to the middle because it's Lancashire against Northamptonshire in the Royal London One-Day Cup. And Lancashire know if they win today, then they are qualified. They're through to the knockout stage of the competition. They come into this fixture on the back of a really good win in South Wales. They played Glamorgan in Neath just the other day. That was on the back of a defeat at Hampshire. But they've won 4 times, and they're currently second in the group, a point behind the leaders, Hampshire. So victory today guarantees a place in the knockout stage. What we're not sure yet is whether, of course, Lancashire will win the group, which will get them straight into the semi-finals, or whether they'll finish second or third, which means they'll play kind of an eliminator game before the semi-final stage. But the crucial thing is that Lancashire want to qualify, and victory today will do that. The 2 captains are just out in the middle. The conditions are good. It's overcast. It's a little cloudy, but it's dry. And we're going to start on time, which is the most important thing. Keaton Jennings just in conversation with the 2 umpires out there. We're going to grab a word with him in just a second or two. Whether Lancashire make any changes for this side remains to be seen. On Wednesday at Neath, they went with an all-seam attack. There was no spinners in the Lancashire side last time out, so they might well make a couple of changes. We'll see. We do know that Washington Sundar is injured, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Hopefully we'll see him again later this summer. So we're not going to see Washington Sundar. Keaton Jennings, Lancashire's captain, has had a really good couple of weeks, hasn't he? He got runs against Glamorgan, the top 3 all contributing with the bat. Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon and Keaton Jennings in that victory. So hopefully he continues his good form. With regards to Northamptonshire, there's nothing really on it for them. They can't qualify, they know that, so they've come in here looking to try and win the game, just to try and get a bit of pride. Obviously they want to win, professional pride involved in all that. So there's not much on it for them in terms of trying to qualify. The crucial thing, of course, is Lancashire want to win to try and get themselves into the knockout stage. So the coin's gone up, 2 captains just shaking hands. We'll grab a word with Keaton Jennings and find out the details of the toss and the teams as well. Let's see if we can pick up Keaton. Keaton's just having a little photograph taken just before we start. I think we'll have to speak to Keaton on this one, I think, because of slight microphone issues. I don't know whether Keaton, can we hear Keaton? Hello, Keaton.
Check 1, 2.
That's okay, we'll use this one. Don't worry about it, Keaton. What's the news from the middle, mate?
We've won the toss and we will bowl first.
Okay, any changes to your team?
We have 1 change. Will is going to miss out today, and we have Jack Morley coming in.
Yeah, that's quite nice, isn't it? I mean, you've got such a good squad. I guess you can kind of rotate and rest players if needed.
Yeah, we've been really lucky. We've got quite a few senior bowlers, so we try to make sure everyone's fresh and ready to go. I suppose we're in a fortunate position, touch wood, no one's injured, and we just keep going. So it's a lovely opportunity for the 11 playing today.
You know, a win gets you a place in the knockout stage.
I've tried not to look too much, but yeah, hopefully we just keep taking it game by game. I want to try and win as much as we can. I think it breeds a lovely feeling and a good culture within the side. So yeah, hopefully we have a good 100 overs today.
Thanks, Keaton. Good luck.
Cheers, man. Thank you. Cheers.
Keaton Jennings with the news here from the middle. So we're going to start at 11 o'clock. A victory for Lancashire. They reach the knockout stage. Join us for coverage of that shortly. Well, a warm welcome from sunny Blackpool. Be a great view up the tower today because we've got pretty clear skies and nice, bright, sunny conditions. So if you're going to have a little trip up to Blackpool Tower, today would be ideal. Warm welcome to our coverage from Stanley Park. Scott Reed and Andrew Radd, your commentary team for this Royal London One-Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. Andrew is alongside me. Have you ever been up Blackpool Tower?
Do you know I haven't? No.
Oh, no.
No, never been up there.
Oh, you're missing out on a treat.
I had to get it in the obligatory social media photograph this morning, just so everybody knows that you're here and you're not sort of skiving and sitting and commentating in the back garden back in Northampton. But no, I haven't. It's a pleasure in store, Scott.
Yeah,
pleasure in store.
Well, I must. It's probably 30 years since I've been up. I don't think the views changed that much, man.
It's the little thing you do on school trips.
Well, I think it was with school. Yeah, I think it was. Welcome to our coverage of this Royal London One-Day Cup fixture, live from our media marquee in Blackpool. What are you giggling at?
Sorry.
The news from the middle is that Lancashire have won the toss and they're going to have a ball first. And the Lancashire team, they've made one change from their last game, which was a victory in Neath a couple of days ago. They beat Glamorgan and they brought the left-arm spinner Jack Morley into the team, replacing Will Williams. So Lancashire will go with Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon and Stephen Croft, who's a Blackpool boy. This is his hometown. This is his manor. Is this? Rob Jones, George Balderson, George Lavelle, Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt and Jack Morley make up the Lancashire team. What about the Steelbacks?
Yeah, two changes from the side that lost last time out at County Ground earlier this week. You tend to lose track of what day we're on, don't we? But this is Friday today, isn't it? This was on Wednesday. They lost to Worcestershire. Two changes. So Nathan Buck and Freddie Heldrick come into the side. For Heldrick, it'll be his first game in the competition this season, and he replaces Ben Sanderson and Brandon Glover. Now Glover came into the side and sort of injected a little bit of pace into the attack. He'd already had a problem with a hand injury when he was fielding in the warm-up game against Bedfordshire down at Dunstable. Ran in to take a catch, split the webbing, came back and played a couple of games, but in taking a catch right at the very end of that match against Worcestershire, I gather it sort of split it open again, so he's not able to play today. So Nathan Buck, as I say, comes in, who had a very strong start to the tournament, picked up 13 wickets in the competition so far, and as I say, Freddie Heldrick comes in as well to mean that Northamptonshire go in with both wrist spinners, Heldrick left arm wrist spinner and Russell the right arm leg spinner. It does mean though that Ben Sanderson has been far and away Northamptonshire's most reliable bowler in the competition so far, is not playing, and they've decided to rest him, and I think that's very much with a view to Super September coming up and the last 4 championship matches, which John Sadler, the head coach, has made very clear is now the sort of the priority, because Northamptonshire can't now qualify for the knockout stage of this, unlike Lancashire. So he just wants to make sure that his top bowler is fully fit and raring to go for the 4 championship matches starting down at Southampton on September the 5th.
I'm an enormous fan of you still referring it to as Super September.
Well,
big fan of that.
Well, I'm told you have to hype things up a bit these days. So I thought, why not? If you can't beat them, join them. So that's what we've done.
Fair enough.
Super September.
Yeah, I'm all aboard for that. That's the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings, who won the toss a little bit earlier on. The crowd is filling up quite nicely. Of course, I think it's still the school holidays.
It is, right. Yes. Well, it is in Northamptonshire. I'm sure it is here as well.
Right. Okay. Well, that's nice to see. There's a few kids in. There's a young lad on his dad's shoulders walking into the ground. This is the 3rd match here this season. So Blackpool have had 2 T20 games, and now the Royal London One-Day Cup fixture as well. So it's quite nice for Stanley Park to play host to Lancashire 3 times this season.
It's terrific. Northamptonshire, I was looking at, haven't played a first-team game here since 1974. They've never played a one-day game here, but they last played a championship match here back in 1974 when Lancashire had to hold on for a draw against the spin of Bish and Beddy on the last afternoon. There was a century for Roy Virgin and 99 for Alan Tate, but Northamptonshire never played a List A game here, or indeed a T20. They played a second 11 match here, 2005, which was largely rained off. But 1974 since Northamptonshire's last first-team visit here.
Nice. I think I quite like this competition bringing games to outground. I know you've already been to the Isle of Wight, haven't you?
We played Yorkshire at York, Clifton Park, which was
lovely, isn't it?
Lovely ground, new one to me. And then we had a trek across the Solent to the Isle of Wight to play at the new Close ground, which is a fairly new ground. Northamptonshire last played on the Isle of Wight back in 1938. At the Newport Recreation Grounds, a new ground they're using now. Scorching hot day, and Northamptonshire made the most awful mess of a run chase, where a game that they were winning comfortably and finished up losing the last 5 wickets for 11 and losing by 11 runs. And really, the campaign in the Royal London Club has taken a bit of a downturn since then, but to the point, as I say, that Northamptonshire, having lost 4 out of 6, are now not in a position to qualify. Yeah,
Lancashire are currently second, and they can obviously still qualify. In fact, a win today effectively does it, I think. I don't think it would be mathematically certain. I kind of give it the big build-up, saying that a win for Lancashire guarantees them a knockout set. I don't think that's true.
No, it's one of those. If this happens and this happens and an earthquake strikes Chelmsford or whatever, and
exactly.
But
I think if Lancashire win and either Yorkshire or Essex lose, I think that then guarantees them. But I think a win. I mean, effectively, Lancashire to win and move to 11 points.
Yeah, I think they would be very, very, very unlucky to go up to 11 points and not qualify. But stranger things have happened.
Indeed.
Northamptonshire do still have another game left after this. They play Derbyshire at Northampton on Tuesday, but of course Derbyshire having lost points as well for the over Batgate. So that's going to be the ultimate dead game on that particular occasion at Wantage Road on Tuesday, but we shall still enjoy it.
Indeed, absolutely. The umpires are leading the players out, with Lancashire bowling first. Yeah, Batgate is slightly unfortunate, isn't it, really?
Well, it's
I mean, it's ridiculous, really, isn't it?
It is absolutely ridiculous. And I think now, all of a sudden, of course, I think the umpires are now. I know certainly when Northamptonshire were playing on whatever day it was, on Wednesday against Worcestershire, then the umpires were suddenly saying, well, do you want us just to check your bats just to make absolutely sure? It's a little bit. It's another one of little foibles of cricket that does the game not a huge amount of good, I think, in the public perception, but there you go.
Indeed, yeah. We do have, which is quite exciting, a player mic'd up today, so which is good to know. I think Stephen Croft has got the old earpiece and mic on, so I think we're going to have a chat with him through the course of the day.
It's wonderful. We were saying off air, you can think of draw up a short list of players from the past and the not too recent past who you probably would not want to be on player mic during a game, but Stephen Croft will be brilliant, I know.
Can you hear me now, Stephen? Give me a thumbs up. I don't think you got me now. No, that's okay. We'll head to him through the course of the afternoon. He's a Blackpool boy. This is his hometown, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You're saying. Well, my sports editor's a Blackpool boy as well, and he's very envious of me being here. So he says it's one of the few grounds Northamptonshire play on that he's actually played on.
It's going to be Liam Hurt to run in to send down the first over of the match, and it's punched by Vasconcelos up towards extra cover, and there's no run. So you've got Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay to open the batting for Northamptonshire in their kind of light blue tops. Quite like that.
Yes, there's been a lot of debate because there's a lot of colour clashes this season, aren't there, in this competition, and Northamptonshire and Essex are almost identical, and there was one of the other teams as well that was saying about playing in an away strip, but I think that was economically not really viable.
Couple of slips in place, Hurt balls again, and that's driven out towards a deep point boundary. It's 4 runs, the first boundary, the first runs of the match. Handsome looking drive, squared the wicket for 4.
Yeah, Vasconcelos has just found a little bit of form in the last couple of weeks after what's been a barren spell for him after breaking his thumb in the championship match back end of May against Kent. Really struggled for runs after coming back, but made 100 against Glamorgan last week, and then 70 against Worcestershire, and it's just starting to look a little bit more like the Vasconcelos that Northamptonshire supporters know and love.
2 balls into this contest has hurt balls again. Oh, that goes past the inside edge. And just a little bit of movement back into Lavelle, who just takes it half a step to his right-hand side, and there's no run.
Because we saw George Lavelle keeping in the when you and I were doing the championship match at Northampton when he took over from Dane Villas. I think still out, isn't he? With the
he is, yeah. Yeah, so Keaton Jennings is captain of the one-day team this season because of the injury to Dane Villas. I'm not sure whether he's going to be fit for the knockout stages should Lancashire get there, but he's recovering from that finger injury. That's flicked a little uppishly, but nice enough shot out towards deep square leg, and jogs through for a run. And Ricardo Vasconcelos moves up to 5, as indeed do Northamptonshire.
I wasn't aware of all the various things that there are in Stanley Park. There's a model village and all sorts of exciting things to do. It'd be a great holiday destination.
Just behind the wall behind us is the zoo.
Really?
Yeah.
How very apt.
Yeah. Behind the press tent is the zoo.
If you hear any extraneous noises, it won't be the zoo, it'll be the press tent.
It's hurt. In on bowling. We're into the first over of the match as this is driven by Emilio Gay towards extra cover, and there's no run. Lancashire win the toss and bowling first. They know if they win today against Northamptonshire, it would effectively get them into the knockout stage of the competition this year. It wouldn't mathematically do it, but they would effectively be there. They've made one change to their team, with the left-arm spinner Jack Morley coming in for Will Williams. So Lancashire bowling first in the first over, and Northampton 5 without loss. Yeah, 1 ball left of this first over, which is hurt into Gay, and that's just eased away off the hip out towards backward square leg, and a tumbling stop by Tom Bailey, but Gay gets through for his first run, and that completes the first over. 1 over gone. Northants are 6 without loss, with Vasconcelos on 5 and Emilio Gay on 1.
Yeah, brisk enough start from these two. Northamptonshire, of course, having basically 3 opening batters at the top of the order. Because Will Young,
greedy.
Well, it certainly is. Could do with 1 or 2 lower down, but yeah, Will Young has been in terrific form in the competition so far. We'll imagine we'll come in at number 3, fresh from a 100 against Worcestershire, reaching his 100 off with a 6 off the last ball of the innings. Rain affected there, of course, at Northampton. 39 overs aside, game that Northamptonshire had to win. I think if they'd have won their last 3, they still had a chance of going through, but they ran up against Azhar Ali in terrific form, and he played an innings right out of the top draw. In fact, we saw 2 innings on the same day out of the top draw. Will Young for Northamptonshire, Azhar Ali for Worcestershire, and Worcestershire just getting home, which basically killed off Northamptonshire's chances of qualifying. Here's Bailey bowling the first ball of the second over to Emilio Gay, driven back on the onside of the pitch. Bailey swoops with a left hand to stop, and there's no run. Pleasant enough day. Forecast, I think, is fine for the rest of the day. Quite a lot of cloud around, intermittent sunshine, but good crowd starting to build. Sort of temporary seating over to our right, starting to fill up nicely. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Gay, who's just turned round a little bit by that one, just played off the hint of a leading edge back down the pitch, but safely enough. Now fielded by Bailey off his own bowling. So Young should bat at 3, safe Zabe at 4. And Northamptonshire with Lewis McManus at 5, Gus Miller at 6, James Sale 7, all the other way round. Nathan Buck, the happy hacker, at 8. And then Jack White, Alex Russell and Freddie Heldrick. Here's Bailey in again, bowling and beats Gay outside the off stump with a ball that didn't bounce a great deal. Just played inside the line, but I think he was committed to the stroke. Went through into the gloves of George Lavelle.
Does Nathan Buck like his description of happy hacker?
He seems happy enough with it.
Oh,
I did when he hit the 6 to help beat Essex in that long run chase there. I did said on commentary about the happy hacker coming to the party, and he seemed quite happy with that. So I think he actually coined it, to be honest, Scott.
All right.
Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, drives beautifully straight back past the bowler for 4. Very much Emilio Gay's strength. down the ground and timing that one beautifully, and it runs away for 4 and takes Northamptonshire into double figures. 10 for no wicket in the second over. We can't actually see the scoreboard here, I've noticed, but we have our
own personal
thing on the screen, our own personal private one.
Yes. Yeah, the scoreboard's hidden behind the van to our left.
That's absolutely fine. There's lots of wires coming out of it. Bailey was starting to run in and then realised that I think there's a steward right behind the bowler's arm. Indeed, yes, there is. Yeah. So I think she's going to be asked to move.
Yes.
Emilio Gay just asking politely she could just move a yard to the side. Here's Bailey running in again to bowl to Gay. Clips that one away through mid-wicket. I think that's going to be 4 more. It is. That's back-to-back boundaries for Emilio Gay. Runs away for 4. Northamptonshire to 14 for no wicket. Gay up to 9. Emilio Gay with the highest score of 81 in this competition so far this season. He's made some promising starts. The 81 came in a long opening partnership with Vasconcelos against Glamorgan, 188. Bailey in bowls to Gate, just runs that down off the face of the bat to backward point. And there's no run. Fielded there by Stephen Croft. And that's the end of the second over. Northamptonshire are 14 for no wicket, with Gay on 9, Vasconcelos on 5.
It's a fair old squeak, you know. Executive marquee, isn't it?
I thought it was my bad back every time I was moving, but I don't think it is actually.
Yeah, it's, when the wind picks up, we get a bit of an old squeak in the commentary tent.
But we can't see the scoreboard. We can see the chemical toilets though, so that's all right.
That's always a bonus,
yes,
I feel.
Absolutely.
Always a bonus. There's a little hospitality tent on the far side as well, isn't there? Well, a tent of serving some kind of beverages, I think. Whether it's for a select few, I don't know. Hurt in and balls. That comes off the inner edge of the bat from Vasconcelos. And it's disappearing out towards square leg, where George Balderson fields. And the score moves on to 15 with that loss as we start the third over. There's some lovely hanging baskets behind George Balderson. And a little wooden decking area beyond that, and then beyond that, there's a nursery.
Oh yes, I spotted that. Oh well, if we get bored, we can go and do a bit of finger painting later.
Is there a little sandpit to play in? That'd be quite good fun. Hurt in and balls. That's driven away through the offside. It beats the gap inside the circle, out towards the boundary, thuds into the concrete seating, and it's 4 more runs. Good-looking shot.
You know, it's a wonderful pavilion, that, isn't it? It was like the sort of half-timbered mock Tudor pavilion over to our right. Magnificent building. Very characterful.
At Neath on whatever day it was, the ground was alongside the rugby pitch, which is quite exciting.
Oh, the knoll. Yes.
Yeah. It's great coming out to the outgrounds because you've got so much to look at. As opposed to the kind of familiarity of your main headquarters. This is steered down towards third man by Emilio Gay. That's Jack Morley at third man to field. He's back in the team, replacing Will Williams.
Yes, I was talking to our friend and colleague Paul Edwards earlier on about 1 or 2 of Northamptonshire's outgrounds from yesteryear, in particular Wellingborough School, where our colleagues in the media always had a little bit of a difficult time phoning their reports through because there's really only one phone on the ground, and so they had to go either to the school sanatorium to phone the copy in, or better still, to the pub on the main road.
Wonderful. Hurt over the wicket, bowls. Vasconcelos defends with a straight bat and pushing it on the bounce back to the bowler. And there's no run.
It's the dog and duck on the London road. There's a little gap in the fence, in the hedge, if you know where it is, at the bottom end of the school ground, and you can just nip through there and get a pint and phone your copy through. But they also, where we were put, was in the old tea pavilion, and the club, we shared it with the sort of the club office, and you'd have people counting thousands and thousands of pounds with one elderly gateman keeping guard over it all. I don't think it would happen now.
Hurt balls again, and it's left by Vasconcelos. The ball carries into the gloves of George Lavelle, who hands it to Luke Wells at first slip, and there's no run.
The days before we went cashless, you know, people would pay their their 10 bob or whatever to get into the ground.
Love it.
And Ken Turner would then, fill his boot full of cash and take it, drive back to Northampton to put it in the bank.
20 without loss, the Steelbacks. 1 ball left, the 3rd over. And it's Liam Hurt. He's shuffling his way in to bowl to Vasconcelos, who drives. And it bounces up towards Keaton Jennings at mid-off. And there's no run. And that completes the 3rd over. So 20 without loss. 3 overs gone. And if you're ever in doubt where you are, you can see the tower. You know you're in Blackpool.
Absolutely, yes. As I say, it's over our sort of where, if you'd imagine where Emilio Gay's about to take strike at the far end of the ground, it's away sort of past mid-off, but you can see it from the various parts of this ground at Stanley Park. For now, Emilio Gay worried less about sightseeing than about Tom Bailey running into bowl outside the off stump, short of a length, and Gay playing a little bit of a loose waft outside the off stump, beats the edge, goes through low to George Lavelle. I don't think it was any great surprise. What is it that Lancashire decided to bowl first? Would have thought they probably would have. Pitch looks a little bit green, but bounce so far has been fairly even. And Bailey, well, it's just about to run in, but there's been a change in field and they're moving out one of the slips into a short extra cover for Emilio Gay. Bailey comes in, bowls to him, and he just drops it down towards third man. Third man, one of the 2 fielders out on the boundary, and they come through for a single. Takes Gay up to 15, and Northamptonshire to 21 for no wicket after being put into bat by Keaton Jennings. I'm just wondering what that squeak actually is, Scott, and whether it's anything that's likely to lead to something falling on us later.
I mean, it's possible. I'll be honest with you.
It's conceivable, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out.
It's physical danger always concentrates the mind, doesn't it?
Yeah, it keeps you on your toes.
Here's Bailey running in away from us and bowls to Vasconcelos wide outside the off stump and called a wide by the umpire. Peter Hartley turns round to the scorers and stretches the arms out wide. 1 more onto the total, 22 for no wicket. Scorers are over to our left in a rather magnificent looking sort of 2-storied glassed in box. I thought that's where we were at first.
Well, you got some dodgy information, didn't you?
I did. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who's behind that solidly enough, plays it back down the pitch. Yes, and what worried me was that I was told we were upstairs, and I thought, good job I lost a bit of weight in the last couple of years, because I think I might have struggled to get up through the rather narrow aperture that we were expected to get at, but apparently that was a false information anyway, and we weren't there. But
sent on a wild goose chase.
Well, there are worse places to be sent on a wild goose. It's a lovely ground, this at Stanley Park. As Bailey comes in, bowls, and that hits Vasconcelos on the pad as he was looking to drive. My only thought with that was, and just have a little look on the replay, it may possibly have hit him outside the line, but I think it just shaped back in towards the left-hander. It wasn't a full-throated appeal, I think it's fair to say, from Tom Bailey. Not out in any case. Stays at 22 for no wicket.
Worth a shout, isn't it, I guess?
It was. I think so. He was just playing it slightly on the walk, and I just wonder if it may have hit him outside the line. Here's Bailey. And again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who goes for an expansive drive away through the covers. Doesn't make contact. Goes through to George Lavelle, and Vasconcelos sets off on a little prowl out towards square leg. Yes, there's a very large tent over to our right, which I think is the main hospitality tent, and the various others around the ground. Lots of seating, and it's a terrific, if you get here early, bring your deck chair, particularly the banking at that far end of the ground, close to the catering outlets and the chemical toilets. I mean, what more could you want for a day out? Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Vasconcelos. Good ball, a little bit more bounce on that occasion, and Vasconcelos looking slightly nonplussed as he is beaten again outside the off stump. Good over from Tom Bailey, at the end of which Northamptonshire are 22 for no wicket off 4, with Vasconcelos on 6, Gay on 15.
I think we can have a little chat to Stephen Croft. I think if Crofty can hear us out in the middle. Stephen, have you got us? No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Well,
can we talk to him when he's batting as well?
I'm not so sure if he'd be too keen on that idea. But it does happen in the Big Bash, doesn't it?
I think it does, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Liam Livingston was mic'd up in the Big Bash when he was batting. Hurt in balls, just back of a length, and that's steered away nicely by Emilio Gay down towards third man for a single.
It's fascinating. It's a wonderful innovation, this, to be able to talk to players. I seem to remember reading somewhere in one of Brian Johnston's books that they did it during a match some years ago. I think when Johns was keeping wicket to Dennis Compton, bowling his left arm wrist spin, the Chinaman and all the rest of it, and they were sort of saying about what the ball was going to be like when it came down. So I think it's been done for a while, but it's a fantastic thing for spectators.
Hurt balls, I think slower delivery, deflects up towards mid-on, and they get through for a single.
I would imagine the equipment that was used then to do it was probably slightly more cumbersome than it is today. But it gives just terrific insight for people listening at home and watching at home on the stream.
24 without loss. I wonder what they used. Yeah, because obviously everything's now kind of wireless, isn't it? And all done via kind of radio waves or whatever. As you can tell, I'm right across the technology. There's Hurt in and balls to Gay, who plays and misses. Bit of extra bounce there for Hurt. Through to the keeper, there's no run.
Brian Johnston was when he did his Let's Go Somewhere feature on In Town Tonight, of course, and he did describe having to do these. They would be like OBs in the days before, outside broadcast were the thing, and he was quite a pioneer. And he literally had to have the cable of the microphone going down his trouser leg and along the gutter into a van in the next street or something. It was
love it.
It was terrific.
Halfway through the fifth, there's Hurt. Bowling again to Gay, up onto his toes, and we'll just steer the ball out towards mid-wicket. Jogs through for 1. Balderson coming scampering up from the boundary. Score ticks along to 25 without loss.
It's been 3 years since Northamptonshire actually played Lancashire in a List A match, a one-day game. That was at Old Trafford. Lancashire winning by 45 runs under Duckworth Lewis. Half centuries there for Rob Keogh, who's not playing today, Vasconcelos, who is, and Jason Holder during his brief spell with Northamptonshire.
Hurt balls again, and that's played uppishly but safe enough by Vasconcelos. Again out towards mid-wicket, and once again Balderson comes up from the boundary to field, and they get through for 1. 26 without loss.
So is this the only outground that Lancashire using this year, Scott?
No, this is the third that they've used.
Sebra, of course, you had at Sebra, haven't you?
At Sebra School for a one-day game, which was washed out, unfortunately. A bit of rain around in Cumbria. And a 4-day match in Southport.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
We've been out and about across the northwest. Balls again, that's pulled. And that'll be 4 runs. 1 bounce into the advertising board in front of the nursery. 4 runs for Gay to complete the over. I think that takes it to 30 without loss.
It's one of those grounds, obviously, where spectators, it's not necessarily that easy to get lots of people in at the same time, so there's people still drifting into the ground, especially over to our right and towards that large temporary stand. But I would imagine it's going to be, I don't know how many crowd they'll be expecting, what, 3,000, something like that. It was one figure I heard mentioned. I don't know whether that's about right, but
yes, probably sounds about right now.
Here's Bailey about to start the 5th over, 6th over. Bowling to Bailey, bowling to Vasconcelos, who's playing it down into the covers, and there's no run. Bailey 2 overs for 10. Holding his first 2 from this commentary position end, the pavilion end of the ground. Plenty of bowling options, of course, for Lancashire in this match. As we've been saying earlier, victory should secure them a place in the quarter-finals, and that's run away by Vasconcelos down to third man, but there is a man on the third man boundary in front of the burger stall, and they come through for a couple of runs. Takes Vasconcelos to 9, and Northamptonshire to 32, I think, for no wicket. Scoreboard has gone, even our own private one has gone slightly haywire.
Yeah, I think you're right, 32.
I think that's 32. We're having an educated guess at the moment.
Somewhere in the region of 32.
Yes,
yeah.
Approximate. As dear old Jack Mercer used to say, everything's approximate. Here's Bailey, and again bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives without really timing it. It goes up to Jennings at mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, dear old Jack Mercer, Northamptonshire scorer. That became his sort of catchphrase. Everything's approximate. And it famously, after taking a very long time when he was a very elderly gentleman, well into his 80s, to walk around the ground at with the tea time bowling figures at Eastbourne, as Bailey comes in, bowls Vasconcelos defensively out into the covers, and there's no run, fielded there by Rob Jones. It said Jim Watts, who was captain, said took your time, Jack, and he said sorry captain, weighed down by the bowling figures. Northamptonshire had rather a bad session against Sussex down at the Saffrons, and wonderful. The only Russian-speaking member of the Magic Circle, I think, probably to have been a county scorer. Fantastic and wonderful fund of stories. Here's Bailey, and again bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it up just wide of mid-on, and Josh Bohannon trotting round to his left to field. One more onto the total, 33 for no wicket. Vasconcelos to 11. Bohannon, of course, played that wonderful innings that effectively won the championship match for Lancashire at Wantage Road a few weeks ago. Job finished then by Washington Sundar and Will Williams, neither of whom on duty today. But wonderful 100 by Bohannon. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Gay. Just drops the bat on that, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run at the end of the 6th over, and Northamptonshire 33 for no wicket, 11 to Vasconcelos, 21 to Emilio Gay. Seems a long time ago, that's it really, but it was a fantastic knock from Josh Bohannon, and then just when Northamptonshire got rid of him early on the last morning and thought they might be in with a sniff, Sundar and Williams took over. Washington, Sundar's gone back to India, hasn't he, I believe?
Yeah, he's got a shoulder injury. He was, I think, due to play through the course of this group stage, and indeed perhaps even the knockout stages, but he injured his shoulder the other week in a game. So he's gone back for some treatment, and I think there's a possibility of him returning for Super September.
Right.
When the championship resumes. Daniel Lamb is our first bowling change of the match. So Lamb replacing Liam Hurt. And he's into Vasconcelos, who has a little nibble at that. The ball through to the gloves of George Lavelle, and there's no run. I think it's 33. Are we going for 33?
I think we're going for 33. That seems to be the consensus.
Yeah, back up on the live stream, 33 without loss after 6 as well. It's all part of the fun.
We've taken a vote around the press tent, and the consensus is 33, so we'll go with that.
We'll go with that. 33 without loss. Vasconcelos on 11. Slip in play still. It's a foolish ball, which he drives nicely up towards kind of wide mid-off. A tumbling stop by Keaton Jennings. Vasconcelos gets through for a single, so he moves on to 12. 34 without loss now to bring Gay back on strike. So we've got Gay on 21 and Vasconcelos on 11.
I'm just wondering if there are many. I haven't seen too many, wandering around earlier, too many Northamptonshire supporters. I'm sure there'll be some of them made the journey.
It's a little defensive push away into the offside by Gay out towards Croft at point, and there's no run.
Quite a few did the Isle of Man, the Isle of Wight trip. I think that was obviously one with so much history attached to it. Say Northamptonshires first visit there for 84 years, and prospect of watching Northamptonshire play overseas was always quite attractive, I think.
Having to get to a ground via boat does sound quite exciting.
Yeah, it was good.
Lamb in and balls, and that's driven firmly into the covers. And it's fielded by Liam Hurt, and there's no run.
It really was rather exciting to get to Lymington Pier at about 7:20 in the morning, and be there in the queue waiting to get on the car ferry, and then trundle across about 40 minutes over the Solent, and come off the car ferry at Yarmouth and drive. It's about 25-minute drive to the ground, and yeah, it was a good day, apart from the result.
Well, yeah, Lamb over the wicket bowls, and that's defended by Gay in the offside. There's no. I was listening to that. I see you're on Sports Extra, weren't you, for the game? And I was listening to probably the last hour of it. Did well to throw that away, didn't it? North hands, blimey.
Deary me. Yeah, it was an extraordinary little passage of play, and well played to Hampshire because they stuck at it and kept believing, but it was pretty woeful.
Final ball of the over. Just snakes away past the edge of Gay's bat into the gloves of George Lavelle. So that completes the over. 7 gone. Vasconcelos 12. Vasconcelos 12 and Gay on 21. So 7 overs gone. 34 without loss after the first 7. So 3 overs left of the power play.
It has been a bit of an issue, Scott, with the way that Northamptonshire side has been set up in this competition. They have had rather a long tail, and you could see the possibility if Rob Keogh got out down at the Isle of Wight for what could happen as Bailey comes in, bowls, and absolutely throws the bat at that Ricardo Vasconcelos through the kitchen sink at it through the covers for 4. Goes across the boundary rope in front of the nursery and takes Vasconcelos to 15 and Northamptonshire 2, approximately 38 for no wicket. We'll go with that. And Bailey already back at his mark, running in again to bowl to Vasconcelos, who's forcing off the back foot this time. He's going to get a single down to 3rd man, and takes him up to 17 and Northamptonshire to 39 for no wicket. You have, as today, Buck at 8, and then basically 3 bowlers with White, Russell and Heldrick. Gus Miller obviously relatively inexperienced, James Sales likewise. It's not a huge depth of batting in this Northamptonshire side. Need the top order to fire really, as Bailey comes in, bowls to Emilio Gay, who's in behind that, pushing it up towards mid-off, fielded there by Lancashire's captain Keaton Jennings, and there's no run.
I think we can speak to Stephen Croft out in the middle. Croft, have you got us? No, don't seem to have him.
Can't hear him.
No.
He's probably disseminating words of great wisdom, which unfortunately we can't hear. Here's Bailey, and again bowls to Gay, who drives pleasantly. He's going to beat, I think, Jennings at mid-off. It is, and it runs away for 4. As we say, it's a real strength of Emilio Gay's. Straight down the ground in that quite narrow V between mid-off and mid-on. That races away for another boundary. Takes Gay up to 25 and Northamptonshire to 43 for no wicket.
I think we've got him now. Stephen, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you, mate. We've got you. We've got 2 balls left of the over. We'll come for a chat at the end of this over, mate.
Cool.
Here's Tom Bailey running in again. Bowls to Emilio Gay. Turns it away through mid-wicket. More runs for him here, as it's chased down towards the boundary by Bohannon, who just manages to keep it in the playing area, and they come through for 2. Good bit of fielding. 27 to Gay, and Northamptonshire to 45 for no wicket. After this ball, we will indeed have a chat with Stephen Croft and ask him if he can see what the cause of the squeak is in the tent and whether collapse is imminent. Here's Bailey running away from us, and bowls to Gay, drives handsomely but doesn't manage to beat Janes in the covers. End of the over, 8 gone. Vasconcelos is 17, Gay 27, and Northamptonshire put into bat 45 for no wicket.
Okay, let's have a little chat with Mr. Blackpool. Stephen, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks. Yourself?
Good to be back here at Stanley Park. This is your manor, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always great coming back here, especially for Lancashire. Great seeing the ground in good condition, and yeah, not too far to travel.
Happy days. 8 overs gone, 45 runs on the board for Northampton. So how are you kind of assessing the start?
Yeah, we've not sort of got it right with the ball. I think they've put the ball So yeah, they're probably slightly ahead here. Could do wickets.
You see Lamb running in to start over number 9. That's defended.
Lambo.
Back down the pitch and there's no run. What's the kind of the pitch like out there, Stephen? You obviously know the ground really well. What kind of are you thinking would be a defendable, kind of gettable total?
Yeah, we weren't 100% sure. That's why we did want to bowl first. If it plays similar to the first T20 pitch, it looks a good wicket and a shortish ground. So
Lamb in and balls. That's turned out towards mid wicket by Vasconcelos for a single.
Ideally, if it is a good wicket, short boundaries. We don't. Well, ideally we'd be about 250, but yeah, willing to chase anything they set. Really, you feel like it's going to be a good wicket with a short edge and the wind going to one side as well. So we'll be confident of chasing anything, but hopefully keeping down to something that's very gettable.
Okay, on 27, we're in the 9th, 46 without loss. Balls just down the leg side, taken by Lavelle, signalled as a wide by the umpire. You've had runs here a couple of times already this season, haven't you, Stephen? Yeah,
it was 2 good games. The T20s, Notts and Durham. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a good wicket. Then we used it. Obviously, the second one was more used, but yeah, really enjoyed it, and yeah, can't wait to get out there again today.
And the team at the minute, they've won 4 group matches as Lamb balls, and that's defended. There's no run, so I'm guessing as a bunch you must be pretty confident with the way you're playing at the minute.
Yeah, massively. We've played some really good cricket. Just with the one loss, it was a very tight one against Hampshire. We've put in a great performance, but yeah, playing some really good cricket with bat and ball, and everyone's contributed. It's not just down to a couple of players. Everyone's sticking their hand up, and it's been a real team effort.
Here comes balls again, forward goes Gay, and there is no run. The last time we had a chat to one of the players, Stephen, we discovered George Lavelle's nickname. So when we come back to you for our next chat, can you reveal something else about one of your teammates for us? One other quirky nickname? Well, you've got to keep it clean, obviously. I do get a little bit anxious with these things.
I'll try.
Lamb comes in and balls again down the leg side. Stephen, we'll leave you for the time being. Thank you, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Stephen Croft with us out on the out in the middle. Happy days. So you reckon something like 250 could be gettable?
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire would probably try and be hoping for something a bit more than that, but well, we'll see. I thought at first, before the line cleared of it, he was doing a very good Norman Collier impression there, wasn't he? It was fantastic.
Lamb in and balls. That's worked by Gay just towards short fine leg where Bailey fields and there's no run.
Seen the great comedian do a turn or two at Blackpool in his time. Fantastic.
One ball left of the 9th. 48 without loss.
Nobody did a chicken impression like Norman Collier, did they?
I'll have to take your word for this.
And a non-functioning microphone. Wonderful.
Lamb in and balls, and Gay plays forward in defence, and there's no run. So that's 9 overs gone. 1 left of this power play. A couple of wide sent down by Daniel Lamb. Just 1 run off the bat through the course of that 9th over. Vasconcelos on 18 and Gay on 27.
Come on, I can't be the only person that remembers Norman Collier. Drop us a line or a tweet or something at Old Man Radat Scott Reed 16. Just reassure me that I'm not the only person that remembers the great Norman Collier. Change of bowling from this pavilion end, and in place of Tom Bailey, it's going to be George Balderson coming into the attack. Promising young all-rounder. And I'm sure his auntie, who lives in Northamptonshire, is going to be listening and wishing him well. Going to be bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Northamptonshire 48 for no wicket. Decent start. Here's Balderson in. Bowls and a lovely flowing drive from Vasconcelos, and a fantastic bit of fielding in the covers by Rob Jones. Wonderful stop. Saved 4 runs without a shadow of a doubt. Keeps it to a single. Vasconcelos to 19. Northamptonshire to 49 for no wicket.
That's a great stop.
That was wonderful bit of fielding. So I had just 4 written all over it. Rob Jones had other ideas. Here's Balderson He bowls to Emilio Gay. Just runs that down to third man for a single, and that brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire in the 10th over. So final over of the first power play. 50 up, Gay up to 28 off 30 balls. Balderson, third man, still down there at the far end of the ground. Runs in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who's in behind that one, playing it up towards mid-on. Balderson fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Still the seating over the far side of the ground filling up. People, I'm sure, just having to park a little way away, as I did, and walk up from Stanley Park. Here's Balderson in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, plays it out into the covers, fielded this time by Stephen Croft, unencumbered by his microphone and various other bits of equipment that he's got strapped about his person. And there's no run. It's a little bit of a delay here because I think, oh, this time it's a cameraman who's just had to scurry across in front of the sight screen. Here's Balderson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, forces off the back foot, same shot he played earlier in the over, didn't time that as well. But it goes to the same fielder, Rob Jones at extra, and no run this time. Tidy start from George Balderson. Just 2 runs off his first 5 balls. Tossing the ball from hand to hand, Sun trying to come out. And he runs in away from us, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives up to mid-wicket. No run to be had there, so good start from Balderson. Just 2 runs off his first over, and at the end of the first power play, 10 overs gone. Northamptonshire 50 for no wicket, which even I can work out is 5 and over.
There's play in all the other one-day cup fixtures today. There's an afternoon start between Somerset and Sussex, but the 11 o'clock games have all started, with Kent playing Yorkshire in this group. Yorkshire 43 without loss in the 9th at Canterbury, and Hampshire 37 for 2 in their match at Glamorgan. That's also again being played at Neath. It's just 2 games in a week at Neath for Glamorgan. So Hampshire 38 for 2 in the 10th, and Yorkshire 43 without loss in the 9th. There's obviously games in the other groups as well. Middlesex, Warwickshire, Surrey against Gloucestershire, and Worcestershire against Essex, of course, is in this group as Gay works the ball away off his pads down to fine leg for a single, and Essex are 37 for 1 in the 9th at New Road. Yes,
that's one of those relevant ones, I think, for Lancashire's qualification, isn't it? And Worcestershire, having not won a game and lost their first 5, of course, beat Northamptonshire on Wednesday to give themselves a chance of at least finishing the competition strongly, even though they can't qualify now.
Here's Lamb to Vasconcelos, up and over mid-off. Jennings will chase after it, but he'll only fetch the ball as it runs up the hill and runs back down the hill. It's 4 runs for Vasconcelos.
I reckon, you know, that is the place to be. It's just that terrific little bank up there, isn't there? And if you get one of the prime spots on top of there, a gentleman very obligingly was trying to retrieve the ball and then had a bit of a trouble getting back up the bank. Could have been me. That could have been me.
Oh dear, he's on his hands and knees then, wasn't he? Clawing his way back up. That's driven out through the offside by Vasconcelos. And moves on to 24. Score moves on to 56 without loss. He was doing a great job there, wasn't he, that spectator?
He was being very obliging, very helpful, and then he suddenly realised he needed his Sherpa to get back up the slope.
It's quite a steep bank on that far side. It's fraught with all sorts of danger if you lose your balance. Lamb balls again, and Gay will clip it out towards square leg. Up pops George Balderson to field. Gay gets a run, he moves to 30. 57 without loss. And 2 balls left of the 11th over. So we're through the power play. It's a very good start for Northamptonshire with the bat. Runs on the board. Crucially, no wickets lost. So a good 10 overs for Northants to start the match, and Stephen Croft was telling us before about because you're needing to make a breakthrough or two. That's defended by Vasconcelos out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Interesting team selection for Northamptonshire, having named Simon Kerrigan in the squad. Competition which I don't think probably we expected he'd play much of a role in, but he was called into the squad for this match, and I certainly saw him here this morning, but then left out. So Harry Gouldston also left out of the 13.
Lamb bowls, that's down the leg side and signalled as a wide. Is it what would be the reason why Kerrigan wouldn't feature too much in this competition?
I think I don't know. I think the feeling is they just want him to concentrate on red ball. I think that's how they see it. I think they really want to have a good look at the two young wrist spinners, and which obviously they're going to have a chance to look at both of them in this match.
Lamb comes over the wicket and bowls, and that's punched up towards mid-off. Emilio Gay at the non-strikers end, having to duck underneath that. And Jennings comes round to complete the fielding. So that's the end of the 11th over. 59, I think. Apologies. I think it's 59.
That sounds entirely plausible. Yeah, it was just interesting, Scotland, having named him in the, having made the step to actually name him in the squad. They don't then leave him out, but I'm sure. I think I would imagine that's the reason. So they want to, especially from Northamptonshire's point of view. This is the last two matches don't have an impact on qualification as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. I think they really do want to have a good look at the two young wrist spinners, and so they've had a good look at Alex Russell, who's bowled okay in the tournament so far. He's been going sort of 6.5 and over, something like that. 4 wickets. Here's Balderson, made a really good start, bowled short of a length, pulled out to deep square leg by Vasconcelos. Of course, there is a man out there now. They can just ease the fielding restrictions, have been eased, and there's a man down there in front of another area of seating over to our left. Takes Vasconcelos up to 26 and Northamptonshire to 60 for no wicket. I see most of this seating, Scott, is temporary and brought in for the county games. I'm sure the one over the far side. Balderson in again, bowls to Gay, runs it down to third man. Strokey's played productively today so far. He goes up to 31 and Northamptonshire to 61 for no wicket.
I think that's the stand as we look to the left of the nursery. That's a permanent.
Oh right,
that's a permanent stand. Obviously, spectators are bringing kind of the collapsible, foldable chairs for the T20 games. Yeah, that stand on screen now for those watching. That's a permanent stand. That.
Okay. Here's Balderson, and again bowls to Vasconcelos. Just shapes in nicely to the left-hander. Vasconcelos trying to just run it down through backward point. Doesn't manage to beat the fielder there, and there's no run.
It's quite a good setup, actually, isn't it? Here
it's a wonderful setup. Yeah. Presumably they must get decent crowds for club matches here. Obviously not this sort of size of crowd, but it's a lovely ground. I say it's a new one to me. Want to tick off the list. Here's Balderson in bowling to Vasconcelos. This time does manage to elude backward point, and it goes down to a wideish third man for another single. Vasconcelos up to 27 and Northamptonshire to 62 for no wicket after being put into bat.
You almost feel like you're in a bowl, I feel, when you come here, because you've got the bank on the far side, which is elevated, and the seating on the far side and to our left, you're kind of elevated, and with the ground just sat into it, so you feel like you're in a bit of a bowl.
A bit like Campbell Park at Milton Keynes for those from my part of the world. Driven by Emilio Gay once again, straight back past the bowler and through straight mid-off for 4. It's the third boundary that Gay has hit through there, and seems to be warming to his task. And that once again the outfield, although it's a lot greener than a lot of the grounds down in Northamptonshire at the moment, still outfield pretty quick, and it raced away for 4. Gay to 35, Northamptonshire to 66 for no wicket. What's Balderson's reply? 1 ball to go in the 12th over. Yes, Gay just opening the face, running it down to third man for another single. Nicks the bowling as well. Decent counting. 36 to Gay, 27 to Vasconcelos. 12 overs gone. Northamptonshire 67 for no wicket. 8 runs off that over from George Balderson.
Yeah, continues to be a terrific start with the bat for Northants.
See, England have picked up another wicket in the Test match as well. 309 for 8, South Africa. Still building a very solid 319 for 8 now, in fact. So they're 154 runs ahead, the Proteas. What's Bazball going to make out of this, do you reckon then, Scott?
Oh, goodness. Here's Lamb in and balls. And that turns Gay around a little bit, but he defends out into the offside. There's no... I'm loving this. So Andy is part of the team that's helping to produce the live stream. Has got some WD-40 to try and solve the squeak.
I didn't know they still made that. It is very impressive. Thank you very much.
Nothing that. Bit of WD-40 on the...
Can you just hear the squirt? That's what it is. Bit of squirtage going on.
It's Lamb balling just back of a length. Nudged away towards mid-wicket for a single. Behave yourself. Score moves on to 68 without loss. He's doing a fine job there with his little can of WD-40. It's kind of the metal frame of our executive media tent. And he's... That's it. Give it a bit of a squirt. That's it. Well done. Excellent work. Very good. Here's Lamb. And then balls. That's worked out just in front of square on the leg side by Vasconcelos for a single. Moves on to 28. And it's 69 without loss.
Might need a bigger can, I think. Or a step ladder.
Actually seems to have worked.
It has.
Or maybe just the wind's died down.
Peace reigns at the moment. It's okay.
Lamb comes over the wicket, balls, and Gay pulls out towards deep square leg. Balderson fields. Gay moves to 38. 70 without loss. Oh, that squeaks back.
We'll have to try and update BBC Radio Northampton at midday. They're bound to ask, aren't they? They're bound to ask what the squeak is. It's the sort of thing they love.
Lamb to Vasconcelos. Cuts the ball, just chops it down to the ground, and Stephen Croft is at point to field. And there is no run. Remains on 28, Ricardo Vasconcelos. And Gay on 38. We'll have another chat, I think, with Stephen Croft a little bit later on.
Instantly, what's the difference between a media tent and an executive media tent?
No, I just decided to call it an executive media marquee. It's Lamb bowling, run down to third man by Vasconcelos. And he jogs through for a single, and that is the end of the 13th over. 71 without loss. Vasconcelos on 29 and Gay on 38.
Yes, that's been a good start by these two. So they put on 188 for the first wicket against Glamorgan, which was in reply to Glamorgan's 221 all out. So they basically went big chunk towards winning the game, which Northamptonshire did in the end fairly comfortably, despite managing to lose 4 wickets to the occasional off spin of Kieran Carlson before managing to just get over the line. It wouldn't be Northamptonshire if they did it with a minimum of fuss. Here's Balderson, in and bowls to Vasconcelos, and it just sat up and cut away by Vasconcelos for a single, but there's a man out there now sweeping at deep extra and keeps it to a single. George Balderson out there. So, not Balderson out there, it's is it Rob Jones out there, beg his pardon. Balderson's bowling. One more onto the total. Vasconcelos to 30, 72 for no wicket. Still plenty of cloud around, but it's pretty high, so the forecast is good for the rest of the day. Balderson in bowling to Emilio Gay, who drives out into the covers. Again, there's no run.
Did you have a little night in Blackpool last night?
No, by the time I got up here, it was a long old drive up the M6 yesterday, and by the time I got up here, I just had done the prep for the game. Just didn't really fancy doing an awful lot more, and I might have a little wander out later. Here's Balderson, and run away by Emilio Gay down towards third man. In the end, George Lavelle tidies up himself, but there's enough time for the batters to come through for a single. Takes Gay up to 39 And Northamptonshire to 73 for no wicket, not due to drive back to Northamptonshire until first thing tomorrow morning, so might have a little look out later depending on what time we finish here. I didn't feel it would be coming to Blackpool unless you did at least go out on the seafront. Here's Balderson in again, bowling to Vasconcelos. Good ball, just again seeming a little bit back into the left-hander, plays it up to mid-wicket and there's no run.
You've got to walk the Golden Mile and all that malarkey.
Well, this is what I've been told, yes, and see is it trams and the. Is it illumination season, or is it too early for that?
Just a bit too early, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a bit later, isn't it? It's Balderson in again, pulled away by Vasconcelos, and that's half a dozen, and that has cleared, I think, that little seating area down there. There's a white wall at the back of it, and I think it might have cleared that. It's gone for 6. Vasconcelos just latching onto that one. It wasn't particularly short from Balderson, but then again Vasconcelos isn't particularly tall. He's a strong puller and cutter, as most batsmen of his stature are, and Vasconcelos up to 36 and Northamptonshire to 79 for no wicket. Here's Balderson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, flowing off drive up to mid-off. Baileyfield shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Vasconcelos was home, and that's the end of another over. 14 gone, 80 for no wicket. Northamptonshire 37 to Vasconcelos. And I was looking at one little link between Northampton and Blackpool yesterday, cricketing link. I see the 1937 when they had the Test series, women's Test series here, England against Australia. Blackpool staged the second Test of that series, and Northampton staged the first.
Oh, tremendous.
Not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of people remotely interested in that, but there you are.
I'm always interested in your little quirks, your little interesting stats and things you've got.
You can't rephrase that.
No, I'm going to stand by it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm going to stand by it. 80 without loss after 14. Here's Lamb. Getting them ball into Vasconcelos. Yeah, just dabbed away down towards third man. Oh, it's gone in between the legs of Jack Morley, but doesn't cause too much damage. I think they're always going to come back for the 2. Vasconcelos to 39. 82 without loss. I'll be honest with you, Radders, I actually don't know where you store all this information from. I mean, unless it's extensive research, or do you just have the most magnificent ability to absorb?
Yeah, trouble is I don't know what day the bins go out.
Oh, well, that's overrated.
And whether it's black or green or brown.
Lamb around the wicket balls. Appeal for an LBW. Shaping to play it towards the leg side, and there's no run.
One thing I was looking at was, say, about that 1974, the last time Northamptonshire played a first-team game here, championship match. There's a couple of decent sides there. There were some fantastic players on show. Northamptonshire, of course, with David Steele and Peter Willey and Alan Hodgson, the late much missed from the northeast.
Lamb balls again. Ooh, has that come through the bottom edge?
Yeah.
Almost ricocheting back onto the stumps, and it has George Lavelle scrambling around on his hands and knees to try and stop it. And there is one run. He moves to 40, 83 without loss.
Bob Cottam, John Dye and Bisham Beddy, and Lancashire side, Barry Wood, Andy Kennedy, Harry Pilling, Frank Hayes, Clive Lloyd, John Abrahams, David Hughes, Jack Simmons, John Lyon, Ken Shuttleworth and Peter Lever.
Superb. And again to Gay. That's pulled out towards deep backward square leg. Oh, it's a tumbling effort from Balderson. It's gone in towards them. Lovely bushes. Has it gone for 4 or 6? I don't know.
I thought it just landed this side of the rope, but very hard to see. I think they're going to have to.
Oh, yeah.
Now, has it gone under the? I was going to say they're rhododendrons down there, but I don't think they are. They're very nice, whatever they are, but horticulture was never really my strong point. It's just inside the.
It's 4.
It's 4. Yeah.
Oh dear! Look at this.
Terrific effort from George Balderson. You have to say with this.
Look at
where's
this.
It gone? There's another. There's a dog's ball under there.
Crikey, there's all sorts under there. I hope they're not prickly.
There's a couple of tennis balls. Well, surely they wouldn't have found one of those under there, would they? What have they been doing? Oh no, it's all right. They've got the ball.
Got the ball. That's above and beyond from Graham Onions, that. I mean, he's kind of helping to run the team in the absence of Glen Chappell in the one-day cup, and now he's rooting under the bushes to try and find the ball. Great work, isn't it? It was 4, actually, to confirm it. That's just run down to third man again by Gay. And they get through for a single. Gay moves on to 44, 88 without loss. Yeah, Glen Chappell, Lancashire's head coach, is with the Manchester Originals. So it's Graham Onions and Carl Cricket who are kind of running the one-day team for these few weeks.
Yeah, Northampton's bowling coach Chris Liddle is involved with one of the 100 teams, so Graham White's been back with the first team.
Lamb balls, that's pulled. Balderson will try and get across the ground. He does get across the ground.
And that's unlucky.
Great effort to go from behind square to deep square to try and stop the ball. It was hit pretty firmly, and it kind of burst through Balderson. It was a fine effort by Balderson. He's unlucky there. It's gone for 4. It's the end of the over as well. 92, I think. Yeah, 92. Vasconcelos 44, Gay on 44, 92 without loss, 15 overs gone. The brilliant start for Northamptonshire with the bat.
I should just try and establish contact with BBC Radio Northampton in a second, Scott. But I must just say thanks to James Tarry, who not only has said that remembering Norman Collier, the great Norman Collier, but he's also sent us a picture of him. There we go. So there is the great Norman Collier, who we mentioned earlier when Stephen Croft was having trouble with his microphone.
He would have certainly done a turn in Blackpool, wouldn't he? I'm sure of that. Thank you for the picture of Norman. I'm not really aware of his work, but certainly Andrew Radd is. Oh, we're going to see some spin. Luke Wells into the attack, and just turned away down towards short fine leg by Emilio Gay. They dart through for a single, and the score ticks along to 93 without loss. Here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. Apologies if you're listening via the BBC. We have dropped out a couple of times, but we're doing what we can. I think we're back on now, but I know we have been in and out a little bit, so apologies for that if you're finding it a wee bit frustrating. We've got Wells to Vasconcelos, beaten on 44, 93 without loss. Wells in and balls. That's Wirt towards mid wicket. Jogs through for a single. Inching towards a century partnership. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay. This is a really good start for Northamptonshire. A little flick away towards the leg side. Bohannon Fields, another run. Stephen Croft was telling us that kind of something in the region of 250 they will be happy with. We're going to catch it with him I think at the end of the 20th over, so we'll get a view from the middle with Stephen Croft in a few overs time. Wells comes around the wicket and balls again. It's worked away to the leg side again for a single, and Vasconcelos moves on to 46. The score moves on to 96 without loss. 2 balls left of the 16th over. Luke Wells, the first spinning option used by Lancashire. They've got Jack Morley, the left-arm spinner, in their team as well. He didn't play in South Wales the other day, but returns for this fixture. Again, another single just flicked off the pads down towards Morley at long leg. Jog through for 1. Game moves on to 47. It's now 97 without loss. Final ball of the 16th over coming up. Vasconcelos 46 not out, looking to sweep, and the ball has gone down the leg side, taken by George Lavelle, but the umpire spins round and Signals are wide.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Jack Morley. I haven't seen him bowl before. I know you spoke very highly of how well he bowled at Southport in that match.
Wells tries again to complete the over, and that's eased away through the leg side. Jennings at kind of wide mid-on fields, and that completes the 16th over. 99 on the board. That's the view from our executive media marquee. Partnership is a run away from a century between these two. And a conversation between Stephen Croft and Keaton Jennings, with Lancashire looking for their first breakthrough. Something you could do tomorrow. You could take a little helicopter ride along the coast.
Yes.
That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Sounds a bit dangerous to me.
A bit windy for a helicopter for me. Yeah.
I really must go and have a look at the Tower Ballroom, at least when they talk about it on Strictly during the winter. I'll be able to say I've been there.
Get yourself up the tower.
So it's going to be Tom Bailey to continue. Back into the attack from the far end of the ground, and him bowling to Vasconcelos, who's in behind it, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Stays at 98 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. We've updated your listeners in the northwest.
Yeah.
So Bailey coming back into the attack, so I'm looking forward to seeing Morley. I think it was that championship match against Somerset, wasn't it, at Southport, when
That's
he
right.
bowled really well, and they were telling me about that when we were on together in the championship match at Wantage Road. Driven by Vasconcelos out through the covers. It's a long chase round there for Liam Hurt, but he can't get there. Crosses the rope for the extra cover boundary, and that's the 100 up for Northamptonshire, 100 partnership. It's also a 50 for Ricardo Vasconcelos. This really has been a terrific start by these two, acknowledging the applause from the crowd. Vasconcelos reaching 50 off 53 balls with a 6 and 5 fours. Bailey in again, bowling to him, just opening the face again, running it down to third man. Morley coming in off the boundary just to our left fields. One more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 52, and Northamptonshire to 104 for no wicket. Vasconcelos already has 100 and one other 50 in this competition this year, so running into a bit of form. 100 against Glamorgan, 70 against Worcestershire last time out, although that in a losing cause. But there's Emilio Gay on strike to Bailey, plays it down to backward point, and there's no run.
He got a fifer in that game against Somerset at Southport. Jack Morley's played through the course of the one-day Cup this year, made his debut in the team a couple of years ago. They think a lot of him, and he's been given quite a few opportunities over the course of the last month or so.
Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, drives, doesn't time it, goes out to extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, that was that match where obviously high scoring, Lancashire got a huge total and then put a bit of pressure on Somerset on the last day. That's wasn't
right.
it?
Yeah.
And, we were watching it from afar. Northamptonshire was being in the position mid-table. Would not have been sorry to see Somerset lose that, but in the end, because they just managed to hang on. Here's Bailey in again and bowls, and that's worked into the onside by Gay. Just wrong foots Rob Jones in there at mid-wicket, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs. Whether he maybe just slipped a little bit, I'm not sure, but it eluded his grasp, and it goes for a couple of runs. Takes Gay to within one of his half-century. 49 to him, 52 to Vasconcelos, and at the end of 17 overs, Northamptonshire 107 for no wicket.
South Africa all out for 326. So that's a first innings lead of 161.
That's a decent lead, isn't it? It'll be a big test of technique, temperament, and
don't say it.
Everything. No, I won't say it. I won't say it. But it will be.
Well, it will. Yeah. So just come out charging, swinging. which would be interesting. There's Wells around the wicket, bowls. And that's pulled towards deep backward square leg. Liam Hurt fields for Lancashire. So we're into the 18th over. 107 without loss. And Emilio Gay looking to try and join Ricardo Vasconcelos and reach a half-century. He's 49 from 48. He's got Luke Wells in bowling, and he plays forward in defence. There's no run.
It was lovely to meet Ricardo's mum and dad, who were over for a bit of a stint from South Africa. Saw him make the 100 against Glamorgan. Very nice to meet them.
Wells to Gay, and this should be a single, and it should be 50. It is. It drops the ball into the offside. Croft picks up and throws towards the stumps. He gets through for one, and he moves to 50. 50 from exactly 50 balls. And he gets a really nice round of applause too from what is obviously predominantly Lancashire crowd. But they've witnessed a very good partnership here. Terrific work.
Yes, let's just say that one of the other matches we covered this year, away matches, that across the Pennines, the reception for anything Northamptonshire did was rather less generous.
Wells to Vasconcelos. That's forced away towards Balderson on the point boundary for a single. Well, I find that hard to believe.
I have to say, the crowd at York, and we were made very welcome, and it was a lovely place to go, but the crowd were extremely partisan, I think it's fair to say. 7
falls in that 50 for Gay. Looking to add another one here as he drives it up towards mid-on. And he does get through for one, almost runs into the umpire. Blimey, don't be doing that. Don't be upsetting the umpire.
It's never a good idea. Because you were there as well, of course, the Roses match was at York.
It's a great, there's 5,000 on. It's a fantastic crowd. It's nice, and it's a lovely ground.
It is lovely, lovely spot.
You're a bit partisan though. Vasconcelos just punching the ball away through the offside. Gets a run, moves to 55, not out. Score moves on to 111 without loss.
Yes, it was just when you noticed it a bit when the game, I think, had pretty much gone, and I think Yorkshire were always going to win it. But Lewis McManus was just keeping things going, and when he took. We can just hear the details there of the respective half-centuries. It was when Lewis McManus took 23 off and over from Ben Code towards the end, just to keep Northamptonshire in it, and you could have heard the proverbial pin drop around the ground. It was interesting. Anyway, here's Bailey about to start another over from the far end. In and bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives beautifully through extra cover. It's a long, long chase around there for Liam Hurt, and he can't get there, and it crosses the rope for 4. That was very easy on the eye, that stroke from Vasconcelos. Lovely high right elbow, being a left-hander, and just punched it away through extra cover for 4. Vasconcelos to 59, Northamptonshire to 115 for no wicket. And he's going well. He's good to watch, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Short, pulled away, and that's going to be 4 more. There's 2 fielders out there. There's a long leg and a deep backward square. Wells and Balderson respectively, and it bisected them to perfection. And raced away for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Vasconcelos, who goes up to 63, and Northamptonshire to 119 for no wicket.
Loads of time to play that shot, didn't he?
He did. Don't think there's a huge amount of pace in this pitch. Is Bailey in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, and that's what coaches love, isn't it? Boundaries followed by a single. Just open the face, runs it down to third man. 1 more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 65, and Northamptonshire to 121 for no wicket. I can feel our long-time commentary colleague, Northamptonshire's former assistant coach Phil Rowe, purring at that. It's like 6-1 is the thing they love most of all, isn't it? Hit a 6 and then take a single. 120 for no wicket. Good platform set by these 2. Round the wicket comes Bailey, bowls to Gay, who's picked that up over mid-wicket for 4 more. Well, this is proving an extremely productive over for Northamptonshire. Rattled the boundary in front of the the nursery over to our right, the kindergarten. Takes Emilio Gay. Just matching almost Vasconcelos shot for shot at the moment. Gay to 55 and Northamptonshire to 124 for no wicket.
It is, isn't it? Pretty much shot for shot. It's a perfectly kind of balanced opening partnership, this. They've both faced similar amount of balls, similar amount of runs scored.
13 off the first 4 balls of the over. Bailey in again, and this time it's Emilio Gay's turn just to open the face, run it down to backward point. Fielded there by Stephen Croft. They've got a few chums in, I would suspect, from Blackpool. Just giving him a little bit of good-natured jip. One more onto the total. Gay to 56. Northamptonshire to 125 for no wicket. Here's Bailey in again, bowling to Vasconcelos. Drive straight back past the bowler. Good diving stop at mid-on. Stops it being any more than a single, but that's still, let's say, a productive over for Northamptonshire. At the end of it, they are 126 for no wicket, with Vasconcelos on 65, Gay on 56, and off that over there were 15 runs.
Always good stop from Danny Lamb. 26 without loss. When I speak to Stephen Croft at the end of this next over, we'll ask him if he's got his mates in.
Yes, I think it wasn't a misfeel, but he didn't just stop it completely cleanly, and there was just a few little bit of barracking from behind, or words to that effect.
Good-natured. What did you describe it as?
Jip.
Jip.
Giving him some jip.
Some jip. Wells in and balls forward goes Vasconcelos in defence.
Chayacking, if you prefer another outmoded expression.
I can honestly say I've never heard of that.
Well, you've never heard of Run Pole of the Bailey until we commentated together at Wantage Road earlier in the season.
I've got to say, I'm feel much more complete as a person now I'm aware of that, that programme. Here's Wells in and balls. Shuffle down the pitch, and Vasconcelos will steer the ball away toward deep backward point. Oh, he's going to shuffle back for 2. Excellent running. Oh, terrific running by Vasconcelos. To pick up and throw in towards the gloves of Lavelle, who clatters his gloves into the stumps. But Vasconcelos ran 2 superbly there.
Good running when you consider that he has to do 2 steps to Emilio Gay's 1.
Yes,
there's about a foot difference between these two in stature, but his little legs were going there, weren't they?
Wells in and balls. And that's dropped out into the offside. Pick up and throw by Croft.
Oh my goodness!
Ooh, well,
out of feet hit, I think.
I think you're right. Croft with a shy at the stumps, trying to run Vasconcelos out. Wells appreciates the efforts from Croft. It was quickly across the ground. He won't often take on Croft's arm. But, got through for a slightly more frantic single there. 129 without loss, and that's hammered up towards mid-on. Not awkward bounce for Keaton Jennings, who picks up and throws at the stumps.
I'm very glad Keaton Jennings stopped that.
Yes.
I think if he hadn't have done it, might have been destined for us.
Yeah. There's a rather expensive camera in front of us as well, which is right in striking distance. Well done, well fielded, Keaton. Wells bowls again. And that's driven to long off this time. Bailey fields 130 without loss.
More worried about my cup of tea, to be honest.
We had a tea moment at Neath on Wednesday. Actually, no, I think it was coffee, but it was coffee all over the commentary table, all over the equipment.
We had one at York.
Wells balls swept by Vasconcelos. Hurt will catch up with it. And they get through for a single. That's 20 overs gone then. 131 without loss. 20 overs in. Vasconcelos on 69 and Emilio Gay on 57. Let's have a chat if we can with Stephen Croft. Stephen, have you got me?
Yeah.
What do you reckon then? 20 overs gone. This is a terrific start for Northants.
Yeah, really strong start. We could do with getting one of these out and breaking the partnership. Hopefully both of them. But yeah, we could do with a wicket right now just to stem the flow.
Pitch looks a good one.
Yeah, it looks very good. Obviously over pitch. or ball it short, it's flown away. Outfield's quick as well, so there's plenty of value for runs here.
Have you got a few mates in, by the way, today?
Yeah, I think. Well, I hope so.
We're just wondering whether you're getting a bit of stick from some part of the crowd, you know, with your mates or not.
Yeah, I just tried to flick it up with my boot and it failed.
Yeah.
Football days are gone.
Yeah. That's what got the stick, wasn't it? There was a run-out chance there, wasn't there? A sharp effort. I think maybe directed. He's probably gone as well.
Yeah. Just slipped as I threw it a bit. But yeah, it'd have been nice if we'd take a wicket any way we can at the minute.
I'm going to see some spin now, aren't we, from Jack Morley? What's it like here? Usually, Stephen, for spinners.
Yeah, it usually just spin a little bit, especially if it's warm, but obviously it's a fresh pitch. It should turn a little bit.
OK, we'll leave you to it. Thanks, Stephen. There's Morley in and bowling up towards Stephen Croft.
Start, Jackie.
He's impressed with the start made by Jack Morley, clearly.
He keeps it clean for our benefit, though, doesn't he?
Thank you for that. Good. Well done. I do get slightly anxious about these things. Here is Morley twirling his way in, balls again. Vasconcelos punches up towards mid-on for a single. Moves to 70, 132 without loss.
So you're saying about tea moments, it's why my notebook for the page of the York match is rather crinkly, because I had to mop up half a mug of tea that went all over it.
Not ideal. 132 without loss. And Jack Morley for the first time. I think I've nicked your over, haven't I? But
no, you haven't, no.
Okay. Morley in and bowls. And Gay sweeps. And there's Rob Jones scooping the ball up. Bit of a juggle that sends it in. And get through for one. Gay moves to 58. 133 without loss.
It's terrific. That stand we were talking about, that was probably about half full when we started, is well, nearly full now, I would say.
Morley bowls on the reverse this time. The appeal for an LBW. Oh, and the ball beats Bailey. He's going to go for 4 leg buys.
I'm interested to see that one again. Vasconcelos is looking at his bat as though he thought he might have got a little edge on it anyway. The umpire's given him not out. Possibly hit him outside the line. Very difficult to see from where we are, but didn't look a bad shout.
137 without loss. Morley balls again. That's driven. Vasconcelos jogs through for one. Moves to 71 not out. 138 without loss. One ball left at the 21st over. Brings Emilio Gay back on strike. Beaten on 58. Luke Wells settles into position mid-wicket now. Morley bowls again. It's eased up towards mid-on for a single. I think Gay's nicked the strike. He has. Takes him to 59 not out. 21 overs gone. 139 without loss. Vasconcelos on 71. Gay on 59.
A bit of a mid-wicket consultation. If you're interested in another Northamptonshire Lancashire tussle and you're in or around Northampton on Sunday, the ECB 50 over cup competition for under 18s. Big match, semi-final, Northamptonshire against Lancashire at Wantage Road on Sunday.
Ah, tremendous.
So if you want to go along and watch, I think it's free admission.
Nice.
So see some of the stars of the future from both these two counties. Turn up at Wantage Road on Sunday and see them go through their paces. Free admission it is, yeah, just have that confirmed. So turn up and watch, why not? For now, we have a change of bowling at this pavilion end. It's going to be Liam Hurt coming back into the attack. Bowling to Emilio Gay, who's on 59. Northamptonshire 139 for no wicket. And here's Hurt running in, bowls to Gay, turns it away just behind square for just a single. It's Josh Bohannon coming in off the boundary there at deep backward square. One more to Gay, goes to 60, and Northamptonshire to 140 for no wicket. Sun out now. Lots of blue sky around, cloud all pretty high. All in all, Stanley Park paints a most attractive picture at the moment. Here's Hurt running in bowl to Vasconcelos, who's just running that down to third man for a single. He's using the pace of the ball, opening the face, goes down to third man. One more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 72, and Northamptonshire to 141 for no wicket. Just looking at Northamptonshire's highest List A opening partnership against Lancashire, 169 at the moment. Rob Bailey and Wayne Larkins at Tring, 1987 Sunday League match. Clipped away by Gay. Next ball, more work for Bohannon to do at deep backward square. Come through for another single. Takes Emilio Gay to 61 and Northamptonshire to 142 for no wicket. Must have reported on that game. I confess I have no memory of it at all. But yeah, back in 87 on Sunday afternoon. Used to be the venue for the press box picnic, of course, Tring.
Lovely.
Which was very nice. Particularly the following year after that, in 88, when we had some help doing the barbecue, as Hurt comes in, bowls outside the off stump, cut away by Vasconcelos, and that's going to be 4. It was a little bit short and wide from Liam Hurt, and Vasconcelos doesn't tend to pass up those opportunities too often, and cut it away for 4. Northamptonshire up to 146 for no wicket in the 22nd over, and Vasconcelos up to 76. Yes, 1988, we had the press box picnic there, and one DK Lilly came and helped do the barbecue. He was playing for Northamptonshire that year, was injured at the time, and came and helped with the barbie. Here's Hurt, and it's driven down the ground by Vasconcelos. That's going to be 4 more. Lovely balance, if you see, from Vasconcelos when he's playing well and warming to his work. He just punched that down the ground. Little check drive, and it raced away for 4 more, and that brings up the 150 for Northamptonshire.
I bet he put on a good barbie, didn't he, as well?
He was very skilled. He looked as though he'd done it before.
Yeah, I could well imagine. Yeah. But he had everything in order, didn't he? You know, all the meat in the right place. Nothing was all jumbled up.
It was a good day. Here's Hurt in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, works that into the onside. Another little run in for Josh Bohannon from the boundary, and this time it's Vasconcelos' turn to nick the bowling with a single off the last ball of the over. He's 81, Gay is 61. Northamptonshire 151 for no wicket off 22 overs, so 28 to go.
Yeah, no sign of a breakthrough yet for Lancashire. Can't really think of a chance, can you?
No, well, the run out was probably the Stephen Croft one, was probably the nearest one. Nothing's got close to going to hand.
There's Morley and balls. Slides it up towards Liam Hurt, who comes up from the long on boundary. 1-5-2 without loss. Balls again. And that's hit firmly away to the right of Jennings at mid-off. It's rolling up the hill and rolling back down again.
Hit that hard, didn't he?
He did.
For a big man, and he's a big, tall, strongly built individual, Emilio Gay. Must be about, what, 6'3". Quick on his feet. Obviously he's boxing, so his footwork ought to be all right. Big boxing fan.
Okay. Morley balls to Gay. That's flicked away to deep backward square leg for a single. Moves to 66. 1-5-7 without loss. So does he do a bit of boxing himself?
I don't know. I don't know if he's ever actually got into the ring himself, but he's certainly very keen and follows it, I think, quite closely.
I know sometimes the part of kind of pre-season preparations, isn't there? I've seen a few pictures before of Lancashire players doing a bit of boxing in pre-season to get the fitness levels up. And that's just deflected down towards the boundary in front of us here. They'll come back for 2. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. It's 2 wides.
Yeah, it was just fired away just down the leg side, wasn't it? Yeah, I think, I may be wrong, but I have a recollection that when Kepler Wessels was director of cricket back in the early part of this century, I think they may have done a little bit.
Forward goes Vasconcelos and just nudge it up towards mid-on again. Hurt having to come bouncing up from the boundary to field.
I think Kepler was quite keen on that sort of thing.
Okay.
And on archery, of course, as well. Very
on archery.
Very keen archer.
Right. Well, I suppose good kind of hand-eye coordination, I guess, isn't it? Morley twirls his way in. Balls that's hit back over the bowler's head, bouncing up towards the boundary. And just for a single, game moves to 67 not out, 162 without loss in the 23rd over.
Yes, I saw him, I think when Northamptonshire had a Colts played at Kettering, which is a huge field, like a double field, and Kepler brought his paraphernalia over with him, and bow and arrow, and was doing a bit of practice.
Final ball of the over. This is Vasconcelos to flick it away to square leg. Rob Jones at fields. And that is the end of the over. It's a lovely, bright, sunny day now. A few cloud, but plenty of patches of blue sky. And Lancashire looking for their first breakthrough. It's been excellent so far by Northamptonshire with the bat. And run rate just starting to creep up, actually, but these two are well set now, edging towards the halfway stage of the innings, and these two will earn the right to try and accelerate. Vasconcelos 84 from 76, Gay 67 not out from 62, 163 without loss.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear what Stephen Croft was saying about sort of par score, and talking about, mentioned the figure of 250. I think Northamptonshire probably from here ought to be looking for something considerably in excess of that, certainly 300 plus you would think. Long way to go though. Here's Hurt running into bowl to Vasconcelos, short, pulled by Vasconcelos, and that's a big 6, and that has cleared not only the seating down to our left, but it's also cleared the first little line of trees as well. That was a big hit from Ricardo Vasconcelos. It takes Northamptonshire to 169 for no wicket, and takes him into the 90s. 90 to Vasconcelos, his second 6. So that now equals Northamptonshire's highest list A opening partnership against Lancashire. Bailey and Larkins at Tring Park back in 1987. Can't believe that was 35 years ago. Where did the years go, Scott?
They just flash by, Andrew.
They certainly do, old boy. It was a lovely ground. I'm sure it still is a lovely ground, but one of those places that Northamptonshire used to take one Sunday League game a year, when they used to have a little take the road show around. So we had Luton and Tring and places like that. Wellingborough School, of course. But Tring, they used to have the. I remember they used to have the sponsorship marquee was an inflatable marquee. And one year the inevitable happened, whether through sabotage or misadventure, and it did start to deflate with lots of people in there having their lunch.
Oh, that's tragic.
I think somebody managed to arrest the decline, which makes me think I think it may have been sabotage.
Oh, sabotage.
Sabotage in leafy Hertfordshire.
Outrageous. I bet they still talk about that to this very day.
A lovely ground. 169 for no wicket. They've got the ball back. Here's Hurt in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos. Drives a little bit loosely. Lost his shape a bit there. Goes off a thickish inside edge out to deep square for a single. So one more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 91. And that is now Northamptonshire's highest List A opening partnership against Lancashire. 170.
Changed the ball too, just before this over started. Oh, actually, I think it's one ball into it.
Yes, that was the one that I think the one that disappeared over the trees. Here's Hurt running in again to bowl to Emilio Gay, who drives, doesn't time it, goes out to extra cover. Rob Jones fields, and there's no run. Yes, that was again one of those outgrounds where used to get decent crowds in. It was never the easiest place to work, I think it's fair to say, from a broadcasting or reporting point of view, but I think we were in the back of a farm trailer one year, if I remember right. It was like sort of I say a farm trailer, it was like a sort of an open-fronted articulated lorry, the bit at the back.
That sounds superb.
Here's Hurt in again, and it's a big flashing attempted drive by Emilio Gay. Doesn't make contact, goes through to George Lavelle. 170 for no wicket. It was fine until I seem to remember one of our colleagues leant back. And his back of his rather smart blazer got covered in dust and muck and all sorts. I wasn't very pleased. But it's all part of the warp and weft, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's all
county cricket.
Part of the fun.
And it's great to be here at Stanley Park today as Hurt comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, Gay rather, who punches that up to Bailey at mid-off for a single. One more to Emilio Gay, who is 68, and Northamptonshire to 171 for no wicket. So this already a Northamptonshire record in List A. So these two have broken 2 opening partnership records already in this competition this season. The highest opening partnership against Glamorgan, and now the highest opening partnership against Lancashire. Here's Hurt, bowling to Vasconcelos, who's in behind that, treating that ball with respect. Plays it back down the pitch. Hurt fields off his own bowling, and that's the end of the 24th over. Northamptonshire 171 for no wicket. Ricardo Vasconcelos on 91. Emilio Gay on 68.
Just looking at some of the scores elsewhere in the Royal London One Day Cup, mentioned that South Africa have been bowled out and got themselves a sizable first innings lead of 147. Sorry, it's now 147 because England are 14 without loss. Starting their second innings, but elsewhere in the group, in the One Day Cup, Worcestershire against Essex. Essex 112 for 4 in the 21st over. Yorkshire 118 for 1 after 21 overs at Kent. And Hampshire 86 for 4. 24 overs gone at Neath against Glamorgan. Morley in to Gay. It was a kind of a half an appeal from Morley. 171 without loss. Morley in and balls, and that's flashed away towards deep backward square leg and jogs through for a single. 172 without loss. Game moves on to 69. Vasconcelos comes back on strike, 91 not out. Morley in and balls, and that's just dropped away towards the leg side. Who's hurtling up there? It's Rob Jones, who's hurtling up from somewhere near the North Pier to get to the ball. 172 without loss. Gay back on strike, so 173 now without loss. Morley in and balls, and that's driven. Oh, it's an awkward bounce.
Oh my goodness.
And it's gone for 4. Kind of Jennings diving away to his left. It seemed to take a... Oh, I didn't it? What a horrible bounce.
Awful bounce. Had horrible visions of that hitting him somewhere. It could have done some damage. It just bounced up, and happily for him, it's just managed to elude everything.
177 without loss. Morley balls again. That's eased away by Gay to backward square leg for 1, so he moves to 74. And it's 178 without loss. We're 1 ball away from being at the halfway stage. And this is a record-breaking partnership for Northamptonshire for this opening wicket with 178 runs so far. Barely a chance. It's dabbed away to the leg side again. It's Jones who comes up from the mid-wicket boundary to field, and that does complete over number 25. So 179 without loss at the halfway stage. 25 overs gone. Rob Jones has been busy in the field, as indeed most of Lancashire's fielders, because the runs have been coming at almost 7 and over.
Well, it proves again, doesn't it, Scott? We talk about it so often in these sort of games. The big advantage of just getting a platform, not losing early wickets, because Northamptonshire 50 for no wicket off 10 was okay, but they then scored 81 off the next 10 overs, and they've scored 48 in the last 5. So they've just been able to go up through the gears a little bit. It's not that Lancashire bowled badly by any stretch of the imagination, they haven't, but it looks a very, very good surface, you have to say, and I think we're talking about estimates for what a par score would be, and I think we're probably going to revise them up a little bit, because it does look a very, very good surface. Great credit to ground staff here at Stanley Park.
Yeah, they produced a good pitch here, plenty of runs on short.
Anyone who just mentioned earlier on the Northamptonshire-Lancashire contest at Wantage Road on Sunday, the under-18s, the ECB 50 over Cup semi-final. Someone was asking about the starting time. It is 11 o'clock, so it's if you want to go along, say if you're within reach of Northampton and fancy watching some cricket on Sunday, then it is an 11 o'clock start, free admission. So nip in and support. I'll try and get there myself, depending on other commitments, but great opportunity. It's always good in those sort of games, and you try and spot the ones who you're going to be seeing playing county cricket within 2 or 3 years, and who knows, may even playing Test cricket a few years after that. It's all very civilised here, isn't it, now, with the sun out and nice leisurely drinks break, and like the old days, wasn't it, Scarborough, where they used to have liveried flunkies coming on and bringing tea out onto the field with like cake stands and things, and a teapot.
Oh, I like that idea.
It's very, but they do it here in the our executive media marquee. It would be even better.
Oh, it'd be lovely.
But well, no sign as yet. But the day is still young.
Can you imagine just pushing a little tea trolley out to the middle with some cake?
Well,
and sandwiches?
there are some photographs. I think it was Michael Marshall did a wonderful book called Gentlemen and Players a few years ago, and there's a wonderful photograph. I think it was actually Scarborough Festival, and like the Nippy, the waitress with the little lace cap and whatnot out there with a teapot and a cake stand. It's
need to bring that back.
Well, I couldn't agree more. You have influence, Scott.
I've absolutely no influence whatsoever. But if I had, I'd be calling for the return of the teapot
and the cake stand.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that would be very happy. And get somebody to sponsor it, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Everything has to be sponsored. So.
Get it all logoed up, couldn't you? No problem.
I'll tell you what, that all sounds like a very good idea. Get onto it at once.
It's one of the many issues that cricket's facing.
The tea trolley is not the least of them. Is it you or me?
I think it's you, mate.
It's me. It's going to be Luke Wells round the wicket from this pavilion end, bowls just short of a length of Vasconcelos, turning it away behind square for a single. Josh Bohannon, who was having a lovely chat with some of the spectators there. You've probably seen, if you're watching the live stream, you'd have seen that. He's in action. One more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 92, and Northamptonshire to 180 for no wicket. 94, beg your pardon. Just lost sight of the score for a moment.
Sorry, my laptop's blocking the screen.
It's all right, don't worry. 94 to Vasconcelos is Wells bowling to Gay, stretching forward, was drawn forward by that one, playing it back down the pitch. Wells fields, and there's no run, so Vasconcelos 94, Gay 74, 180 for no wicket. Here's Wells, again bowls to Gay, who's down the pitch, drives it out to deep extra cover for a single. Takes Gay to 75 and Northamptonshire to 181 for no wicket. I was going to make some comment about 180, of course, with Blackpool and the darts, and of course everyone's so sad with the loss of our old colleague John Gwynn. Would have loved this scene, I'm sure. Driven by Vasconcelos down the pitch, smartly fielded off his own bowling by Wells, and there's no run. Of course, covered Lancashire cricket for many years for the BBC, as well as, of course, great darts aficionado and very much missed. Here's Wells, and that's driven uppishly by Vasconcelos, but out to Tom Bailey at long off. I say it was uppish, and it was, but it was well clear of Rob Jones in there at extra cover. So one more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 95. Northamptonshire to 182 for no wicket. Here's Wells in again, bowls to Gay, nudges that into the onside. More work for Bohannon to do, coming in off the boundary, and this time it's Emilio Gay who pinches the bowling with a single off the last ball. Just 5 singles off the over. Gay to 76 and Northamptonshire to 183 for no wicket at the end of 26 overs.
It does look an absolute picture, doesn't it? At the minute, the grand old pavilion at the corner of the ground as we look away, with a tower behind it in the distance. We're going to see a bit of Stephen Croft. Oh, he gets a good cheer too.
Well, he can talk us through it, can't he? You tell us in advance what he's going to bowl.
We might have a chat with him at the end of this over. He got a good cheer then, didn't he?
He did. Well, local boy.
He's got his sunglasses on as well. He has previously bowled with his cap on backwards.
Oh no!
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Well, so didn't Sir Geoffrey do that in a 79 World Cup? Comes to mind.
Here he comes then, Croft in and bowling. It's dropped away into the offside by Emilio Gay.
I think that's what's known as taking pace off the ball, isn't it?
184. Without loss, Gay moves to 77. Vasconcelos back on strike. Not bowled much this year, Stephen Croft. Let's punch through the offside. Again, Bohannon fields. Get through for 1. Let's move to 96. 185 without loss. In again and bowls. It's whipped out through the onside, all along the ground through deep mid-wicket. Rob Jones comes up to field. Score ticks along to 186 without loss. Vasconcelos is 4 away from the century. He's looking for it now, perhaps. Oh, he drives into the offside. Excellent stop by Keaton Jennings. Good tumbling stop away to his right. In comes Croft again and bowls. And that's driven to Luke Wells at long off. And they get through for 1.
Once again, Will Young will have pad rash now, won't he? He's been sitting in there a long time.
Final ball of the 27th. Swept. Oh, and Jones put the dive in, but it beats a dive of Rob Jones. And this young fella comes up and fields the ball. Well done, mate. Nicely done. 4 runs. Swept away to end the over. I think we can have a little chat with Stephen Croft, I think. 191 without loss. 27 gone. Stephen, can you hear me, mate? You got us, Stephen?
Yeah.
Yeah. What? 27 gone, 191 on the board. Blimey, going to be a big chase here.
It is, yeah. I think it looks a really good pitch as well. But just flying off like it just did. But yeah, we're in for a.
We'll come back to you for a little chat in a second, Stephen, as Wells is in and bowling. That's driven back down the pitch and gathered by Wells off his own bowling. There's no. I thought you may have been tempted, Stephen, to bowl with the cap on backwards. Not on this occasion. No, didn't fancy it.
No, you'll have to get to the umpire these days.
Well, Wells in and bowls. Oh, he's down the pitch and hitting it back over Wells's head all the way down the ground for 6 to bring up a century. What a way to get to it, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Brilliant century, 103 not out from 89 deliveries, 9 4s and 3 6s. Fantastic century, Andrew.
Yeah, 3rd list A 100 for Ricardo Vasconcelos, and his 2nd of the competition after his 104 against Glamorgan at Northampton. highest this day's score is 112.
Which is well within his reach now. 103 not out from 89 deliveries, so it's 197 without loss. Wells in and balls, and that's driven away into the offside for 1. Score moves on to 198. You got a good cheer then, Stephen, when you came onto ball.
Yeah, we've not done it often this year. Nice to get a ball.
Yeah, it's we've not seen you bowl too often. There's Wells is in. Balls again, that's just dropped away into the offside. Ooh, Croft comes up, throws in towards the stumps. Talk us through it, Stephen.
Took my time, I had plenty of... I missed Wells. About that. I was Jonesy.
Well done, everybody. We'll leave you to your group hug for the minute, Stephen. Yes, 198 for 1. First wicket to fall, and Vasconcelos run out, Andrew, but for a brilliant century.
Yeah, wonderful innings from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Disappointing way for it to end, and again, it's 104 now. Twice he's been out for 104 in the competition this season, against Glamorgan, then here again today. Bit of a mix-up with Emilio Gay. It's just came a long way down. I'm not entirely convinced there was a run there. I don't think Emilio Gay was particularly at fault there to send him back, but he'd come a long way down, couldn't get back, and that opening partnership ends at 198, and finally Will Young gets a chance to come in and show what he can do.
Stephen, that must be a welcome breakthrough. Stephen, that must be a welcome breakthrough.
Yeah, like I said earlier, we'd take him any way we can. But yeah, hopefully now we can get Tuna men at the crease and stem the flow, and then hopefully try and put some pressure back on them.
You were one-handed pick up and throw. You're right in the heart of the action then, weren't you?
Yeah, we did a drill like that the other day. We had to throw it to the feeders, so practice makes perfect, as you say.
Thanks, Stephen. We'll come back to you a little bit later on. Stephen Croft with the run out. I'm not sure if there was a little bit of Rob Jones being a bit cheeky in the background there, so if you did hear anything untoward, then we apologise for that. Rob's mum will be listening. She'll tell him off later.
Is Wells round the wicket, bowls to Gay on drives, very well fielded down in front of us by Keaton Jennings. Super diving stop, moving to his left at mid-on, keeps Gay to a single. He goes to 83, and Northamptonshire to 199 for 1. Will Young, who's the second time this season, found himself coming in at number 3 after a long opening partnership. Did the same against Glamorgan, didn't get too many on that occasion after Vasconcelos and Gay put on 188, put on 198 here. So Will Young, 100 to his credit last time out against Worcestershire at Wantage Road a couple of days ago in a rain-shortened match. About to face his first ball from Luke Wells over the wicket and just nudged into the onside. Away out to deep mid-wicket for a single, so Will Young is away, keeps the bowling and brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire at the end of the 28th over. 200 for 1 off 28 with Gay on 84, Will Young on 1. I don't know, maybe Vasconcelos saw it was going to Stephen Croft and was rather cheekily thinking there was a run there, but obviously not. Good bit of fielding.
It was, and it ended at a brilliant innings, isn't it, from Vasconcelos?
Yeah, played beautifully, and like I say, when he's going well, he's, you know, whichever team you're supporting, he's very easy on the eye. 90 balls he faced, 3 6s and 9 4s.
And what a way to get to a ton as well. Glorious shot
in
for 6.
In the grand manner, as they say.
The grandest of all the manners. 200 on the board. Cross can have another over. Over number 29 of the Northamptonshire innings. That's worked out towards the leg side. Rob Jones scoops the ball up.
Well, I mentioned manners, of course, you know all about those, because when you played up at Wantage Road earlier in the season, you stayed in one.
I did, yeah. I had staff, which was lovely. Croft in and bowls, and that's driven to the right of extra cover. And there's a single picked up by Hurt, 201 for 1. He was in Buckinghamshire. I said in Buckinghamshire, didn't I?
Yeah, down near Newport Pagnell, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was lovely.
Very nice spot, yes.
For that baking hot week, when we had the excitement of a shortened day, didn't we? This is driven away by Gay. Out towards extra cover, there's no run.
Yes, I thought of you. I was having to write that one up for Wisden earlier in the week, and I was trying to explain why we finished up at 6 minutes to 8 on the third day, and it was a long explanation.
Croft in bowls. It's worked off the pads. And they'll come back for 2. Emilio Gay moves to 85, not out. 203 for 1.
Well, if you finish at 6 minutes to 8 tonight, I won't be heading down to the seafront, that is for sure.
Croft in to Gay. That's cut their way through the offside. Ooh, well, that's Josh Bohannon lurking in the deep. Oh, blimey.
Where's that hit him?
Well, I think it hit him in the Bohannons.
I think
he took an awkward bounce.
He did take an awkward bounce, yes.
204 for 1. The 1 ball left of the 29th. There's been an appeal for LBW. And Croft pleading with the umpire. Gave it not out to complete the 29th over. We'll have a look back on the replay now. The LBW appeal.
Bit hard to tell. It may just have been drifting down leg side. Maybe it wasn't going fast enough to knock the bails off, but worth a shout, that is for sure. Yeah, I was looking at that other long opening partnership that Will Young came in at number 3. On that occasion, he was caught behind down the leg side for 4 off Kieran Carlson, strangled down the leg side, as Carlson then proceeded to take 4 wickets and just delay Northamptonshire's victory. Here's Luke Wells, wind getting up a little bit, quite breezy. Wells in round the wicket, bowls to Emilio Gay, turns it out to square leg, coming through for a quick single, and Gay gets there, but it was tight, and he's just holding up a hand to Will Young. And it's an interesting one because it was more or less square of the wicket, and I think it was Gay that set off. Young went, but in fact the throw came in to the non-striker's end, and it was Gay who had to put the hammer down to try and get in. He did so. 87 to Emilio Gay, 205 for 1, and we've said before, Emilio Gay is a wonderful prospect, a fantastic player already. Here's Wells in bowling to Young, short and cut away by the New Zealand international, out to deep cover where Bohannon is fielding, suitably recovered, and they come through for a single. Gay to 3 and Northampton to 206 for 1, but his running, Emilio Gay, sometimes just a little bit frantic, I think is maybe the word. Driven by Gay nicely out into the covers, but doesn't manage to beat Rob Young in there at extra, Rob Jones rather, in there at extra, and there's no run. Wells round the wicket again, bowls to Gay, who drives, doesn't time it. This time Wells is able to field off his own bowling, and so often the case, the long partnership is broken, then there's a little bit of momentum lost while batting side just regroups. Lancashire will be very keen just to get a few overs through quickly. Here's Wells in again, bowls to Gay, drives uppishly. Good attempt there, diving effort by Rob Jones, but they're through for a single. Okay.
Yeah, it's a great effort. That
it was a terrific effort. I just wondered by the set. Yeah, I thought he did get a hand.
Oh, he did. Yeah,
he did get a hand to it. It was a wonderful effort. The upshot of it is that they come through for a single. Gay to 88, 207 for 1. Wells in again. Bowls the leggy. Bowls, of course, all sorts of different variations, but that was certainly the leg break, pushed into the offside by Will Young for a single, who keeps the bowling as a result, and that's the end of the 30th over, and Northamptonshire are 208 for 1. So we say after scoring 48 off the 5 overs between 20 and 25, they scored just 29 between 25 and 30, including the loss of the wicket of Vasconcelos. 208 for 1, 30 overs gone, with Vasconcelos gone for 104, run out by Stephen Croft. Gay is 88 not out, Young on 4.
England have lost their first wicket, 37 for 1. Zach Crawley the man out. As Croft is in and bowling. Cries of catch, a ball launched away into the offside. Get through for a single. Maharaj trapping Crawley LBW for 13. It's England 37 for 1.
But that's all right, because they're not worried about consistency, are they, with Zach Crawley apparently. So that's all right.
210 for 1. Young on strike. Here is Stephen Croft. And in bowling, that just deflects off the pad. Actually, it's been signalled as a wide, I think. I think he signalled that as a wide.
I wasn't sure if it had come off Young's pads or off George Lavell's, but obviously it was off Lavell's.
Should have been wide signalled. Croft fizzes one in again. Takes a single up to mid-on. Takes the score onto 212 for 1. Emilio Gay, 88 not out. Croft around the wicket and bowls. And his runs here, the ball just weaved away through deep backward point and down towards the boundary for a nice shot for 4.
Timed that beautifully. I must have been. I thought that was just a little nudge for 1, but gathered a bit of pace.
Takes him into the 90s.
Raced away for 4.
Did. Like Stephen was saying, wasn't he, before, that he's got a quick outfield here. It's worked to the leg side by Emilio Gay. 93 to him now. 217 for 1.
This is now his highest List A score for Northamptonshire. Previously 84 not out, came close to it, made 81 against Glamorgan this year, but this is now his highest.
Croft in and bowling. And Younger's off the back foot. And it's played up towards Wells. And comes up from the long on boundary. 218 for 1. 1 ball left of the 31st over. Stephen Croft bowling here for Lancashire. As he mentioned, he's not bowled much this season. It's punched into the offside where Jones fields again. End of the over. 31 overs gone. 218 for 1. Gay on 93. Young on 8.
Good tactic this though, isn't it, by Lancashire, just to try and use Wells and Croft to get through a few overs with a new batter in after a long partnership, and just to try and get, you can lose 5 or 6 overs really quickly in these sort of circumstances. Tactic the great Jim Watts used to use in the days when Peter Willey and Richard Williams were bowling off spin for Northamptonshire, and then later on Alan Lamb used to do it with Nick Cook and Richard Williams, just try and get through a few overs in the middle part of the innings, and almost before the batting side knows where they are, they've got 15 overs to go or 10 overs to go, and they've got to try and get a bit of a wiggle on. Did it to perfection in the 92 NatWest final, I remember, against Leicestershire. Here's Wells, and that's a huge hit by Will Young, who comes down the pitch.
Goodness.
Now he's hit it over the top of us. It's 6. It's gone over the top of us. It's gone over the top of the sandwich truck behind us. And now it's a question of whether it's actually stayed in the ground.
I don't think it has.
No, I think they're having to new balls, please.
Yeah, well done.
That's a big hit from Will Young. He used his feet beautifully to get to the pitch of the ball, hit through it. And it takes Young to 14 and Northamptonshire to 224 for 1. Have a look.
Where are we? Where's the ball? Oh, there it is.
They've got a ball. Whether it's the same one that Danny Lamb was just scuttling out down the side of our tent to try and see if he could find it. It was a young chap there looking over, a bit like a Chad over the wall, wasn't it? What no ball. They've got one now at least to continue with. 224 for 1. And Wells just checking that Danny Lamb's actually back on the field, which he is. That long off, comes in and bowls, and on driven by Will Young out towards the boundary. Long chase round there for Tom Bailey. Sticks down a right hand and stops it. And keeps it to 2. So 2 more to Young, who goes to 16, and Northamptonshire to 226 for 1. Young, 314 runs in the competition coming into this match, averaging about 60, just under 63. Next ball finds him nudging into the offside. Go for a quick single, get there. Just. That was a tight one out there to mid-wicket. A good bit of fielding by Rob Jones, shying at the stumps, but Emilio Gay was home. Young to 17, 227 for 1. Here's Emilio Gay on strike now, on 93. Wells round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who drives down the ground, and well fielded again by Bailey, coming round from the long off boundary. Coming around in front of the sight screen, and that's 1 more onto the total. Takes Gay to 94, and Northamptonshire to 228 for 1. 2 balls to go in the over. Here's Wells. In and bowls to Young, short of a length. Young just rocking back, punching it out to deep extra. More work for Josh Bohannon to do, and it takes Young up to 18, and Northamptonshire to 229 for 1. 1 ball to go in the over. Gay is 94, 6 away from what would be his maiden list A 100 for Northamptonshire. And here's Wells. Round the wicket bowls, and Gay drives, eludes the grasp of Wells, goes out to Bailey on the long off boundary, who sends in his return on the bounce, and that's 1 more to Bailey. 1 more to Gay rather, and that's the end of another over. 95 to Gay, 18 to Young, 230 for 1, 32 overs gone. And Emilio Gay, well, he'll be fretting, I'm sure, a little bit. He would dearly love to get this particular milestone. He's got 2 championship hundreds. Hasn't got a list A 100 yet. He's got a great opportunity here to open his account.
Got 32, these two already together. 32 off 26. Adding to it this time. That's worked away to deep mid-wicket for a single. He moves to 96. 231 for 1. Croft continuing for Lancashire, with Will Young on strike. 231 for 1, Northamptonshire. Stephen Croft asks for an LBW. A shake of the head from the umpire. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Ricardo Vasconcelos run out for 104. Emilio Gay's on 96. Will Young's on 18. Northants in the 33rd over are 231 for 1. I see what you're trying to do here, Andrew.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the turquoise folder of doom to protect the laptop screen.
Swept nicely by Will Young, and stopped one-handed by a chap in the crowd. Good looking sweep for 4 runs. Well fielded in the crowd. Managed to not lose his beer with his in his left hand. And still fielded it with his right.
That sort of skill is the result of years of training and practice, isn't it? That's just hugely impressive. Didn't even spill a drop.
235 for 1. Young on 22. Stephen Croft involved in the only wicket to fall. Run out of Vasconcelos. Well, in tandem with Luke Wells. This is nudged away to deep backward square leg. Danny Lamb trots up from the boundary. And the score moves on to 236 for 1. Young on to 23. Emilio Gay back on strike. Croft in bowls. Work to the leg side again. They might think about 2. No, just the 1. Oh, that's Will Williams on the field.
Oh, yeah.
I'm quite sure who's currently off, but Williams on. He's got a name and a number on the back of his shirt as well, which he seems to be a bit intermittent with that. Against Glamorgan the other day, he was name and numberless. Crofton and balls. Oh, is that work back down the pitch for leading edge? Bouncing in front of Stephen Croft anyway. He hands the ball to the umpire and collects his cap. 33 overs gone. 237 for 1. Emilio Gay 97 and Will Young on 23.
I think the highlight of that over was Jack Morley's leap in the air when that ball was from, as he described, Will Young getting a little bit of a leading edge and going down in the end, bouncing well short of Stephen Croft. But Jack Morley was up in the air, giving it the big leap. Thought it might just have carried all the way. Not to be. It's George Balderson coming back into the attack from this pavilion end with Gay on 97. So he needs 3 more for what would be his maiden list A 100. Balderson bowled 3 overs for 19. Very tidy first over that just went for 2, and then a couple of slightly more expensive ones when Vasconcelos and Gay were in full flow. Opening partnership of 198 inside 28 overs between those two. Northamptonshire first wicket record against Lancashire in list A cricket, but now Northamptonshire needing to press on. Balderson running in to bowl to Gay on 97, turns it away out through mid-wicket. More work for Bohannon. They're going to come through for a couple. Takes Gay to 99. And Northamptonshire to 239 for 1. We're in the 34th over. Batters to come: Saif Zabe, Lewis McManus, Gus Miller, James Sales, Nathan Buck, Jack White, Alex Russell and Freddie Heldrick. Gay on 99, facing Balderson, cuts it to backward point, no run to be had there. Emilio Gay has faced, what, 93 balls now. On the threshold of another little milestone in his career. 2 championship hundreds already, as I say, both of them against Canterbury. On 99 as Balderson comes in, bowls to him, and he runs that down to third man, and that's it. That's a maiden list A century for Emilio Gay, who goes through to the milestone. And applause from around this very sporting crowd here at Stanley Park, and acknowledges the applause, takes off his helmet, takes the congratulations from his captain, and Emilio Gay goes to first list A century of 94 balls with 12 fours. Played nicely, Scott.
Played superbly, yeah. It's a different approach and different style to Vasconcelos, but highly entertaining nonetheless. Brilliant knock, and of course he shared that fantastic opening partnership with Vasconcelos.
Young on strike, Balderson comes in, bowls to him, and Young turning that away to long leg for a single. Takes Will Young up to 24, and Northamptonshire to 241 for 1. So Young's been in very good form in this competition so far this season. Century against Worcestershire last time out, 91 against Yorkshire at York, 81 against Essex at Northampton. Will Young, of course, taking over the red ball captaincy from Ricardo Vasconcelos for the second half of the season, now in charge for the Royal London Cup as well. As Balderson comes in, bowls to Gay, opens the face again, runs it down to third man, the stroke that gave him his 100. And the same result there, another single to Gay, goes to 101. And Northamptonshire to 242 for 1. Field changes over for the right-handed Will Young. 1 ball to go in the over. Bright sunshine now. Glorious early afternoon here in Blackpool as Balderson comes in, bowls to Young, short, pulled away, and he's going to be caught, and he is. Caught at deep mid-wicket, just picked out the man. It was a short ball, he went for the stroke.
Rob Jones. And
it's Rob Jones, who's been good in the field all day, who takes the catch, barely had to move. Young goes for 24, and Northamptonshire 242 for 2, 34 overs gone.
That's a good catch from Jones. I thought when he hit it, felt like he got loads of it. I was expecting it to go for 6.
The thing was, he just didn't pick the man. He just picked the man out absolutely to perfection, didn't he? But that's an important wicket, and as we say, Northamptonshire not blessed with a huge depth of batting in this competition. Saif Zaib, presumably, yes it is, Saif Zaib in now. One big score in this competition, made 136 to set up the win over Essex in a sort of high-scoring run chase game that had very nearly 700 runs in it. Hasn't done an awful lot apart from that. Managed to be run out attempting a second from the boundary against Worcestershire, which is just a teensy bit unlucky. Played rather a frenzied innings down at Canterbury when he just decided that he had to get after the spinners straight away when he came out, and was caught at long off on the boundary for 5, which was not quite what the team needed at the time. But as I say, he has had missed the game on the Isle of Wight because he was called into the 100 for the Northern Superchargers as a sort of short-term thing. Didn't play either of their matches and came back to Northamptonshire for the game against Glamorgan. So it's been a little bit of an up-and-down competition for Zaib so far. He needs a score here, and Northamptonshire need him to come to the party.
44-run partnership, that, from 38 balls. Over number 35, Stephen Croft. In and bowling. Flicked away through the leg side. Balderson comes up to field. Game moves to 102, so 243 for 2. Glorious day now.
Yeah, there's that sort of cloud that we had earlier on is very largely dissipated. And a nice breeze as well. It'd be perfect day for sitting out there and watching, wouldn't it? Breeze coming from off the sea, I think, isn't it? From right to left as we look.
Saif Zaib facing his first delivery then. Works it back down the pitch and gathered by Croft off his own bowling. No run. Yeah, we're not far away from the seafront.
Well, living as I do about as far from the sea as it's possible to get in the UK, it's a nice novelty to have a sea breeze.
Croft to Zaib. Looks off the pads, but there's no run picked up at backward square leg. Saif Zaib remains on naught. 243 for 2. Croft again. It'll shuffle down the pitch and hits it up and over extra cover and out towards the boundary. Gets himself off the mark with that. Nice looking shot for 4.
Yeah, it's fair to say that head coach John Sadler didn't hold back in his criticism of the batting displays against Hampshire and against Kent, and again the same sort of issues.
Goes back this time, cuts the ball. It's a good stop, just backward of point by Danny Lamb, and there's no run.
Which is that dividing line between being positive and being reckless, and I think he was certainly of the opinion, as I was watching, that line was crossed by 2 of the batters in those 2 games.
Balls to Saif Zaib, who's eager to get another one, just pushing it off the front foot out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So 35 overs gone. 247 for 2. Gay on 102, Saif Zaib on 4. And if there were question marks over Northamptonshire with the bat in the last couple of games, Andrew, then they've answered those questions so far.
Well,
today.
so far, yeah, it's been a good platform. Yeah, it was just, say, a couple of instances where I think Ben Compton, the down at Canterbury, the huge difference in the way that the 2 sides went about their work on a pitch that wasn't particularly easy. Balderson starts a fresh over to Gay, who nibbles outside the off stump and is beaten, doesn't get an edge, goes through to George Lavelle. Northamptonshire went out all guns blazing, trying to smash it to all parts, and in the end bowled out for 210, which was never really going to be enough. But there was always a thought that if you can nip a couple out, and say it wasn't a particularly easy pitch, but the way Ben Compton played, just set himself to bat through, which he very nearly did, and Kent won easily. Here's Balderson, driven straight back past the bowler for 4, and he hit that very hard again, Emilio Gay, and it clattered into the boundary boards down in front of the sight screen. 4 more to Emilio Gay, goes to 106, brings up to 250 for Northamptonshire, 251 for 2. Yeah, Ben Compton batting say pretty much the whole way through 87 of 119 balls, and point was being made by the coach's staff that that's sometimes what you need to do. It's all about what the team needs, not necessarily what your strike rate needs. Here's Balderson, in again, bowls to Gave, stands tall, uses his height, get on top of the bounce, nudging it into the onside for a single. Keaton Jennings comes around from mid-on to field, one more onto the total. Gay to 107, Northamptonshire to 252 for 2. But on the other hand, I mean, we've said before, Scott, the way the modern players go about even 50 over cricket, a lot of these records, and we talk about List A records, and they're almost rapidly becoming obsolete, so many of them, because of like score inflation. Here's Balderson, bowls to Zabe, who just opens the face, steers it down to third man for a single. Zabe up to 5, and Northamptonshire to 253 for 2. Be interested to know how many of those sort of partnership records and total records have gone across the whole competition already this year. Here's Balderson from the pavilion end, so running away from us, bowls to Gay and beats him on the inside edge this time, I think.
Yeah, good day.
Is it just shaped back in? So apart from this couple of overs, second and third overs, when he did go for a few, George Balderson's bowled nicely here. Chance to finish the over. I don't think his figures, with 1 for 30, 1 ball to go in his 5th, really do him justice, to be fair. Here's Balderson to finish his 5th over. Bowls to Emilio Gay, who nudges it into the onside again for a single. One more to Gay, goes to 108, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 254 for 2. Gay is 108, Zabe is 5, and it's good to see, Scott, from a Northamptonshire perspective, that Gay, having got to 100, is not in that frame of mind that he thinks, right, I've done the job, doesn't really matter what I do now. He's setting himself, you know, Stephen Croft made the point, they wanted to get 2 new batters in, and Emilio Gay setting himself to make sure that that's not the case, and that he takes the innings on as deep as he possibly can.
Well, nothing's really changed in his approach since getting to 3 figures. He's been really kind of calm approach to batting. He's barely offered a chance.
He is a serious talent, Scott, really is, and the fact that he's signed a new deal as well, I know, has delighted Northamptonshire supporters, because he's one off the Bedford School production line and come up through Northamptonshire youth setup, and he's very, very highly thought of.
Impressive knock today, and so potentially with more to come as well. So Stephen Croft's spell has come to an end. He's been replaced by Jack Morley, the left arm spinner, and Emilio Gay trying to sweep him the first delivery, but through to George Lavelle, and there's no run. So England have lost a 2nd wicket now. It's lunch there actually on the 3rd day of the Test match. It's off the back foot and flicked away to mid-wicket for a single. 109 to Gay, 255 for 2 Northamptonshire. So England are 38 for 2 at lunch on day 3. Ollie Pope, LBW to Maharaj for 5. So England still trail by 123.
Left arm spinners picks up both wickets then. Could be over today.
2-5. Don't do that. Would be another review into the county game. Here's Morley twirling in and bowling, and Zabe will flick the ball away through mid-wicket. Moves on to 6. Jack Blatherwick, so he's on his 12th man now. I think Stephen Croft just went off the field for a few moments. 256 for 2. Morley in and bowling. And it's forced away off the front foot, out through the offside, but Hannon comes round to complete the fielding.
What's interesting, one or two of the pundits I was listening to yesterday saying, oh, it's almost as though it's something, some sort of revelation that if England players don't play red ball cricket ahead of a Test match, then it's not going to be in match practice.
It'll step down the pitch from Zabe and launches the ball up and over extra cover. Oh, it ricochets off the kind of concrete steps and bounces back onto the playing field. Up and over short cover, couple of bounces, and 4 runs.
Yeah. Who'd have thought it? Not playing red ball cricket ahead of a Test series isn't good preparation.
I seem to recall we had this exact conversation last year. There's Morley bowls again to Zabe. That's worked away through mid-wicket. And a turn and comes striding back for a couple more. And that completes the 37th over. Quite a profitable one. 2 run off the final ball of it. 37 gone. 263 for 2. Safe Zabe has 12. Emilio Gay on 110. Live from Blackpool Cricket Club. We're at Stanley Park on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. You can see on the screen in front of me that behind us the sandwich bags have arrived.
Have they really?
How exciting!
Well, could be the highlight of the afternoon. Not worried about centuries for Vasconcelos and Gay, but the lunch bags have arrived.
Lunch bags are here.
But Emilio Gay really has played beautifully here, joking aside. 110 not out, 263 for 2, 13 overs to go. Here's Balderson starting his 6th over, and Gay, a lovely crisp roll the wrists, turns it out to deep mid-wicket for a single, fielded out there by Danny Lamb. One more to Emilio Gay, who's now gone to dreaded Nelson. 111, 264 for 2. Brings Safe Zabe on to strike, rather. Emilio Gay looking on from the non-striker's end. As Balderson comes in, bowls to Zabe down the pitch, and Zabe has gone high, and he's got rather more height than distance on that. Nevertheless, he's still got enough on it to smash into the sight screen for 6. Takes Zabe to 18, Northamptonshire to 270 for 2. He got underneath that one a little bit, and dare I say it, on a bigger ground, he might have been in a spot of bother there, but as it was, he just got enough on it for it to carry over the rope and into the sight screen for 6. 270 for 2. Zabe 18 off 10 balls. Here's Balderson in again, pulled by Gay just over the head of Danny Lamb at mid-wicket for a single. Just clothed that one a little bit. Just gets a single, 19 to Zabe. Northamptonshire to 271 for 2.
It's a pretty safe shot in the end, wasn't it? Because Jennings had just dropped back from mid-on to long on. Probably not playing that shot with Jennings at mid-on.
Well, he would hope not. Here's Balderson in again to bowl to Emilio Gay. Cuts that to backward point, and it's another super bit of fielding there by
man on the mic.
Man on the mic, Stephen Croft, the local boy.
Oh, he's lost his.
Has he lost his?
He's lost his mic back.
Oh dear. He's having to readjust himself now.
He is.
Oh dear. Well, I hope it won't sound even more like Norman Collier next time he's on. Here's Balderson in again, and that's a delicate shot by Emilio Gay. That's a lovely touch, just running it down. Well, it would have been in first slip's lap, but there is no slip. It was a perfectly deliberate stroke, and it's run away down to third man for 4. That's a lovely deft touch by Emilio Gay. Goes up to 115, and Northamptonshire to 275 for 2 in the 38th over.
I was just looking actually at the wagon wheel of Emilio Gay, because I was wondering how many runs he'd got down to that third man region, and he scored 20 down to third man, which is second most profitable area for him.
Just play that shot, just running it down nicely, hasn't he? Down to third man, and that's nudged away into the onside this time by Emilio Gay for a single out to deep mid-wicket. Danny Lamb coming in off the boundary, and you nick the bowling as well. End of the over with Emilio Gay on 116. Zabe is 19. Northamptonshire with 12 overs to go are 276 for 2.
Yeah, 37 runs through mid-wicket, and 25 runs through mid-off, and 20 scored down to third man.
But I think the key word was the one you used, Scott, and you're absolutely spot on. It's calmness, and he's really set his stall out here, hasn't he? And I know Ben Smith, the Northamptonshire batting coach, will be highly delighted to see that, because it's one of his things, and he always used to say when he was commentating with us before he became batting coach, 50 overs is longer than you think. Just make sure as an opening batter you set out to bat that 50 overs if you can.
He's batted superbly here. Really impressive knot. Sun's come out again. There's Morley twirling his way in. Gay hammers it back over the bowler's head and the umpire's head and into the advertising board, and it loops over the back of it. And Liam Hurt will have to straddle the board to field it and scoop it up. 4 runs for Gay. Nice positive start to the over. 120 not out now. 280 for 2. Morley balls again. That's turned to the leg side. Rob Jones comes up to field. Emilio Gay to 121 not out. 281 for 2. Morley in his 5th over. Safe Zabe on strike. Here's Morley in and bowling. He'll shuffle down the pitch and strikes the ball firmly away into the offside, but Keaton Jennings is an extra cover to field. There's no run. There's 3 fielders on the leg side boundary at long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. Because on the reverse this time, the ball will be picked up by Lamb. They'll shuffle through. Fall for a bye, nothing on it. Safe Zabe stays on 19. The score moves on to 282 for 2. 2 balls left of the 39th over. Jack Morley around the wicket this time. Gay just flicks the ball away towards the leg side. Lavelle discards his glove as he comes from behind the stumps to field.
And this is now the highest list day innings by a Northamptonshire batsman against Lancashire. Previously 109 not out. Alex Wakely at Aigburth in Liverpool 5 years ago, 2017.
2-2 for Gay. Morley in and bowls. Use of the feet again by Safe Zabe. Nudged the ball up to mid-on for a single. Takes him to 20 not out. And that does complete the 39th over. 284 for 2. Safe Zabe on 20 and Emilio Gay on 122 not out.
So one old Bedfordian beats the record of another old Bedfordian. And I'm sure Alex Wakely, if he's listening, which he may well be, will be the first to congratulate him on going past that particular Northamptonshire record. As we've been saying, still plenty of power to add, and these two have added 42 runs in very quick time, being together, what, 5 overs?
Yeah, 42 from 30 balls.
30 balls.
Similar pace to the previous partnership.
Yep.
It's good stuff by Northamptonshire, this.
Well, it is, and they're able to do it because Emilio Gay has batted through and has sort of set his stall out. At the top of the order is Bailey and bowls to Zabe, who's gone for the little flick down the leg side. It's running away for 4 byes. I didn't think he got anything on it. I just wondered if it had flicked a bit of pad or something, but not according to the umpire. So George Lavelle will not be too chuffed. I don't think the keeper was really at fault with there. He would have been totally obscured. It runs away for 4 byes. 288 for 2. Northamptonshire at the start of the 40th over. Bailey in again. Bowls to Zabe, who gives himself room, cuts it down to third man, and it's gone very fine, and it runs away for 4 more. Luke Wells was fairly wide at third man, down in front of the burger hut, but couldn't get there. It runs away for 4 more runs. Lovely wristy stroke by Safe Zabe. Northamptonshire up to 292 for 2. Zabe to 24 off 16 balls, and this is the sort of innings he's capable of playing. I'm sure it's what attracted the attention of those involved with 100. Here's Bailey in again, and again trying the little ramp. This time it doesn't make contact, and I think that will be another bye. It is. I think, in fact, that hit George Lavelle in the chest. One more onto the total, 293 for 2. And that is the 50 partnership between these two as well. And they've been together, we're saying, just 33 balls now. Good stuff from these two left-handers. Here's Gay on strike, 122 not out. Bailey in bowls to him, and Gay's just trying to repeat that stroke that's been so productive for it, running it away to third man. This time he doesn't make contact, and it's a good take by George Lavelle, who is standing up, we should say, to Tom Bailey, which is a good tactic, obviously, to try and keep the batters honest, as they say, keep them in the ground. Especially as we saw Zabe loves to come down the pitch. Bailey in again, bowls, and Gay has gone aerial. He's gone over long on, and it's gone for 6. Now that was a lovely crisp pick-up by Emilio Gay. It's his first 6. Goes into the crowd. 128 not out to Emilio Gay. Now, was it caught in the crowd? Did it? I think it hit the scoreboard, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Bounced back off the scoreboard, down into the crowd below. 128 to Gay. 299 for 2. Northamptonshire, 1 ball to go in the 40th over, so 10 to go after this. Gay's now hit a 6 and 15 fours. Danny Lamb dropping down onto the long on boundary, just a few yards from where we're commentating from. Intent on protecting us, I'm sure, as much as anything else. Bailey switching to round the wicket, bowls to Gay, drives back to Bailey, who fields well off his own bowling, so a dot to finish the over. 128 to Gay, 24 to Zabe. Northamptonshire 299 for 2. There are 10 overs to go.
A little scooch around the grounds elsewhere, shall we? There's plenty of runs around today in the one-day cup. Yorkshire 225 for 2. They're taking on Kent. And he's got some runs there. Harry Duke making 85 for Yorkshire. So 226 for 3 now, Yorkshire, after 39 overs. Hampshire have recovered a little bit. 171 for 6. They're taking on Glamorgan. Hampshire are the group leaders. Nick Gubbins making 93 at the top, with plenty of single-figure scores following that. And they were 50 for 4 and 90 for 5. Hampshire now 175 for 6, and they've got 10 overs left.
Just keep finding a way, Hampshire, this year, don't they?
Yeah. Quite a young team, isn't it? I mean, they've got 1 or 2 experienced batters at the top, but then quite a lot of kind of kid. There was a 16-year-old playing against some blanks.
Very impressive young bowler, especially Jack Campbell, bowled beautifully against Northamptonshire on the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, he did against. I think he took 5 wickets against Lancashire in the win on. I'm trying to remember what days these things are. I should just give up, shouldn't I? Really, Sunday I think it was. That's punched firmly into the offside. That's a good stop actually by Luke Wells, with Danny Lamb coming into the attack. I think he enjoyed that, Luke Wells. Got a big smile on his face.
It was a wonderful bit of fielding. Setting the standard.
300 up. 300 for 2 at the start of the 41st over. The other game in the group is mentioned the Hampshire score and the Yorkshire score. Actually, they're off for rain in Canterbury now. In that game between Kent and Yorkshire. But the other game is Worcestershire against Essex. As Lamb comes around the wicket, flashed away towards deep backward square leg for a single to Gay. He moves on to 129 not out. So Essex are 186 for 5 after 37 overs of their game at Worcestershire. Middlesex, Warwickshire, Surrey, Gloucestershire the other games in the South Group, and Somerset taking on Sussex at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Lamb, it's a 4-ball and safe save, gives himself a bit of space and just eases the ball away into the offside for a single. 302 for 2. Halfway through the 41st over.
Northamptonshire highest list day total against Lancashire, 326 for 4 in that same match that Alex Wakely made the 109 not out. So it was at Liverpool 2017.
Here's Lamb in and balls. That's run down towards third man. Stephen Croftfields. 303 for 2.
I don't know whether you will know this, Scott, where they actually keep the sort of mic pack that the players that are on mic have, but if you actually dive on top of that would be very painful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's, what part of the body it's strapped onto. But
you think about putting it in your pocket and you dive on that, you'd know about it.
Lamb around the wicket, balls, oh, that's muscled away through the onside and taken by Rob Jones. Safe Zabe goes for 26 and Jones with the catch. It went high towards the leg side. And Jones, with his sunglasses on, underneath the catch, swatted out towards that mid-wicket boundary. And Jones makes no mistake. It ends a very enterprising partnership, mind you. Safe Zabe going for 26. They put on 61 runs from 40 deliveries for that wicket. So good work by Safe Zabe and by Emilio Gay. And 303 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a good little partnership. You say that those two partnerships involving Emilio Gay, first with Will Young and then with Safe Zabe, but the result between, we talk about the sort of the chunking up the innings, and between 30 and 40 overs, Northamptonshire scoring 91 in those 10 overs and the sort of the build up to the final assault. But I think in an ideal world, without being too greedy, I think Northamptonshire would quite have liked to have Safe Zabe still in there. Just for that last little flourish. As it is, Lewis McManus coming out to the middle has also had a decent tournament. 179 runs, couple of 50s, very good 82 against Yorkshire at York, including that 23 off Ben Code's over that I was mentioning earlier, greeted with stony silence by the good patrons of Clifton Park, and also made a 50 the other day against Worcestershire, so in decent nick. But after this, then you've got two relatively inexperienced, young players, Gus Miller and James Sales, then Nathan Buck, and 3 bowlers. Despite the fact that Jack White, I think, says he has the best reverse sweep in the club, but it's the rest of the strokes that are sometimes a bit of an issue.
Lamb comes in and bowls. That's just dropped away into the offside for no run. I do hope we get to see him bat, and I do hope we get to see the reverse sweep. End of the over, 41 gone, 303 for 3.
Yeah, he's an interesting character, Jack White. He's wonderful to have around the place. A very fine bowler. When Northamptonshire were involved in that run chase down at Cheltenham to beat Gloucestershire, they eventually managed to get there with 2 wickets. A frantic finish, a wonderful game of cricket, and a very, very important result for Northamptonshire in the Championship. They did actually put Jack White up the order when the little run chase at the end, and he got off the mark with a reverse sweep first ball for 4. Didn't last too much longer after that, but he's got a good eye. But he will have a theory. He will have a theory. Yeah, well, from a Northamptonshire point of view, I rather hope you don't get to see him bat. But here's Bailey, starting over number 42, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay, who on drives 2 bounces before it gets out here to Rob Jones, who now finds himself fielding in front of us. That's long on, and 1 more to Emilio Gay. Goes to 131 in Northamptonshire to 304 for 3. Patters out today, Vasconcelos for 104, Young for 24, Zabe for 26. Young making those 24 runs off 19 balls, Zabe 26 off 20, so similar contributions. A dark cloud coming across from general direction of the sea. Hopefully nothing too threatening. Here's Bailey in bowls to McManus, who runs it down to backward point, and there's no run.
It's a windy day, isn't it?
It is, blustery day, but just cloud coming over Blackpool Tower at the moment.
Oh dear.
Is that about, I don't know, it's all these grounds have different, if it's coming over the hills, or in our case at Wantage Road, usually if it comes over the lift tower, then you usually can expect some rain in about 10 minutes time. Here's Bailey, and again bowls to McManus, pushes out the offside, going through for a quick singles. Wells shying at the stumps, and he's run out. Emilio Gay, fantastic bit of fielding from Luke Wells, shies at the stumps, knocks out middle stump. It looked a very tight single. Lewis McManus looking a wee bit crestfallen, and Emilio Gay has to go. He ran very, very wide. And it was a fantastic throw, and it ends this wonderful innings for Emilio Gay. He's run out for 131, and Northamptonshire 304 for 4.
Yeah, well, it's a brilliant piece of fielding, isn't it? But it's a fabulous knock from Emilio Gay. Gets a really good reception too as he heads back towards the pavilion. Standing ovation from supporters.
Oh, that's great. Isn't that good? People that know their cricket. Excellent.
And richly deserved. Brilliant knock. Couple of run-outs in the innings. That was sharp work from Luke Wells to run out Emilio Gay for 131. 117 deliveries, 15 fours and a 6.
So Augustus Horatio Miller comes to the crease. Another old Bedfordian replacing another. There's a lot of them about these days. Very productive establishment as far as good cricketers are concerned at the moment.
That is an outstanding name, isn't it?
Yeah, Augustus Horatio Miller.
Superb.
And about to face his first ball from Tom Bailey. Drops it down into the offside. Not going to go for a single this time. Fielded there by Stephen Croft.
Oh, we've not spoke to Stephen Croft for a bit, have we?
Have a chat with him at the end of the...
Should we have a chat with Stephen Croft at the end of the over?
That's a good idea to me. Sounds like a plan.
I don't think we can.
Is he?
I don't think we can.
I think he's obviously when he dived on that one, he's dived on his mic pack. It's a crushed mass of plastic and wires covering up. Next ball, Gus Miller from Tom Bailey pushes it out into the offside, and again there's no run. Born in Oxford, Gus Miller, but I say come up through Bedford School. In fact, there was another old Bedfordian in the squad today, Harry Goldston, not picked in the final 11. Very highly thought of. Likes to hit the ball as Bailey comes in, bowls to him, and he drives it up to extra cover, fielded there by Luke Wells. And that's the end of the over, and Northamptonshire, it can often happen, they just lose one wicket, lose another one, and then they've just got to keep momentum going. 8 overs to go, and at the end of 42, 304 for 4. And 2 new batters in. Stephen Croft's got his wish, McManus and Miller both on 0. 8 overs to go. I was saying, for benefit of Lancashire viewers and listeners, I was trying to work out the last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire. It was, as far as I can make out, Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford, who played for Northamptonshire late 1880s, early 1890s. Oundle schoolboy.
Magnificent.
Great name, isn't it?
Here's Danny Lamb bowling, and that's steered away just backward of point. And Croft fields.
And his niece, Elizabeth Beresford, created the Wombles.
You are marvellous fun to commentate with. Where on earth do you get all this from? You know, you've been definitely on kind of my phone a friend.
It'd be a bit useless unless it was anything to do with Northamptonshire cricket. If it was anything useful, I wouldn't know.
304 for 4. Lamb balls again. That's flicked a little opishly, but towards deep mid wicket. Get through for 1. I think we're going to speak to Stephen Croft at the end of the 45th over.
Fine. Okay.
No.
So obviously his microphone pack isn't a crushed mass of plastic and wires. I'm
not crumbled just yet.
Most relieved to hear it.
Yeah, but he is too. That'd have hurt. 305 for 4. It's a Miller. And strike. Lamb comes in and bowls. It's dropped out towards mid wicket. Here comes Jones hurtling up again. Gets through for 1. Gets his first run. 306 for 4.
Beresford's brother, so Elizabeth Beresford's father, J.D. Beresford, wrote a novel called The Hamptonshire Wonder, which was a bit of cricket themed as well. Some story very much of its time, largely forgotten now.
The back foot by McManus and punched into the offside. Jennings fields, no run.
Possibly rightly so, though I've never read it, I must admit. It is coming over a bit murky now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Breeze is getting up as well. Hopefully we're not. I think the only thing I saw on the forecast today, they were saying there might be the odd passing shower.
Right.
Hopefully it'll miss us.
Bit cloudy. Lamb again. It's turned out towards the leg side once more, and Wells tumbles away to his right-hand side. They get through for 1. Score nudges up to 307 for 4. McManus moves on to 2. And brings Miller back on strike. Might think about 2 this time. It's worked to the leg side. Yeah, they will come back for a second. Takes Miller to 3. And it's 309 for 4. And that completes the over as well. 43 overs gone, 309 for 4.
Yeah, Gus Miller made his competitive List A debut for Northamptonshire in the match down on the Isle of Wight against Hampshire. Made 31 on that occasion. Played pretty well. He also played in the match against India, the T20 warm-up match at the county ground earlier in the season. But I say, he's certainly one of those young cricketers that Northamptonshire think a great deal of. Well-built, tall young man, hits the ball hard, bowl with a medium pace as well. And they're certainly getting a run, and I think rightly so, in this competition, just to see what he can do. Start of over number 44. Tom Bailey is in bowling. It bowls a very short ball that's ballooned over the head of Lewis McManus, who is now gazing at the umpire, thinking, is that not a no ball? Well, it's
looked like it.
It did. Yeah, I mean, again, Lewis McManus isn't the tallest,
well,
but it went sailing over his head. They've indicated it's 1 for the over, but not a no ball on this occasion. It's just Bailey having a little chat with his captain, Keaton Jennings, who's in there at mid-on. Jennings just coming over now to have a chat with him. I'm trying to work out which direction is that down Fleetwood Way where the weather's going. I'm just basing on what I saw signpost yesterday driving here. I'm trying to sort of
I think it is,
match it up. That's McManus turning that into the onside. Next delivery from Bailey. He's only going to get a single because Jennings comes round from mid-on to field, making ground round to his right. One more to McManus, who goes to 3. And Northamptonshire to 310 for 4. Brings Gus Miller on strike, who has probably never heard of Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford.
It's probably unlikely.
Nor indeed should he. Here's Bailey in, bowls to Miller, who just waits for that ball and turns it round into the onside for a single. Well fielded in the end by Liam Hurt down there. Just, I think, slightly overran it first time, but recovered very quickly. And as a result, keeps it to 1. Miller to 4. And Northamptonshire to 311 for 4. 3 balls to go in this over from Tom Bailey. Keeper standing back now, with Gay out. Short again goes Bailey. Attempted pull by McManus. Doesn't make contact. Goes through to George Lavelle. Trees at the far end of the ground, you can see really tugging of the breeze now. And well, you can probably hear also the tent flaps here are starting to flap a little, not quite as much as they did on the Isle of Wight when it was like a wind tunnel. Driven by Lewis McManus off a thick inside edge out to Liam Hurt at deep mid-wicket. They come through for a single. McManus to 4. Northamptonshire to 312 for 4.
It's quite chilly when the sun goes in as well.
It is. That's what Did take the precaution of the Cardi this morning.
Sensible from you.
Rather pleased I did. Well, you can never trust northern weather, can you?
Well, that's a fair point.
Colleague Martin Emerson, just like what he says. But it's a wonderful picture, whatever the weather. And I think actually we're going to miss, if there was any rain, I think we're going to miss it. Here's Bailey in, bowls to Miller, who's nudging that down the ground, back past the bowler. It's fielded by Jennings, running round to a deepish mid-on, just on the edge of the circle. And they're through for a single, so Miller keeps the bowling. But a tight over there from Tom Bailey, who's now bowled 9 overs, no wicket for 61. McManus is 4, Miller is 5, and at the end of 44 overs, Northamptonshire 313 for 4.
Yeah, on the live pictures, that's where the weather is going to, so that kind of cloudy skies in the distance, that's already blowing across us.
I think we're going to be okay.
I think we'll be, yeah. Danny Lamb's going to continue.
I see they're saying it's going to be some more hot weather next week. I think it's going to be all, very, very warm at any rate. So
not quite 40 degrees like the other.
It was the hairdryer wind out on the gantry at Wantage Road.
Lamb in and balls, and that's flicked out through the onside. Rob Jones fields to get through for 1. A couple of spectators behind Rob Jones with little blankets over their knees.
Yeah, just a quick look on the radar. There's just a little bit of very scattered showers just off the coast, but I think that'll go through. Even if it does hit us, it's not going to be very much.
Had a bit of bad luck, Blackpool, over the recent years for weather. When Lancashire have been here, quite a few games that have been affected by the weather. But it's full by Lamb, driven to mid-off. Get through for a single. 3:15 for 4. I think we're speaking to Stephen Croft, aren't we, at the end of this over?
I think so, yeah, 45. He'll be poised and ready for us.
He will be, yeah. Where is he? I can't even see him. Oh, he's there. He is. Backward point. He's always backward point, Stephen Croft.
Always used to be the key position, didn't it, in one-day cricket?
The Jonty Rhodes position. A yelp from Lamb as he releases the ball. Again, Jones in the game, coming up from that leg side boundary to field. Just the 1. 316 for 4. Yeah, it's nice when the sun comes through. Just takes a bit of the chill off. Here's Lamb. And again, and balls. It's like a slow ball that time. It deceived the batter. Is he given the lower leg by? It's gone through to the keeper. Shuffle through for a leg by. 3:17 for 4. Luke Wells signing a few autographs at the edge of the boundary. You are certainly more connected, aren't you, to supporters? And
yeah, no, absolutely. I used to, when I was a kid, I used to go to, say, the Wellingborough School, the county match there, and that was terrific for that.
And the slow ball from Lamb, which is driven by Miller to mid-off. And there's 1 run. So 318 for 4. 1 ball left this over, and then 5 to go. Let's see what Stephen Croft makes of it in the deliveries time. A bit of local knowledge with Croft, you see.
Yes, we'll check on the weather.
Check. Oh, that's a good. Yeah. Is it going to rain, Stephen? Lamb in and balls. Hit firmly back along the ground. Partially stopped by Lamb off his own bowling. Good effort by Lamb. Low down to his right-hand side. And they've got through for a single. And that does conclude the over. So 45 overs gone. 319 for 4. Stephen Croft in conversation with his captain. We'll leave him for a minute while they have that conversation.
But again, it goes prove the whole business of the effect that taking wickets has on the run. The scoring rate. Just scored what, 20 runs in the last 5 overs. Northamptonshire just after losing those 2 quick wickets.
Let's see if we can catch Stephen. Stephen, have you got me? Nice. Stephen, have you got me?
Yeah.
All right, Stephen, five to go then. What are you thinking?
We've dragged at one point it might have been a sort of a 375, maybe 400, but we've got the set men out and hopefully take some the back end momentum into our innings now.
Liam Hurt reintroduced into the attack, flicked away through mid-wicket for a single. So yeah, are you quite pleased with how you kind of managed to pull it back? There's something, that little period where you were bowling a bit of spin from both ends. You seem to kind of drag it back.
Yeah, obviously when you get the two men have got 100 out, it's going to slow things down, and especially this format of the game, taking wickets is the best way to slow things down. Bowling at the new men, we've done that really well, and hopefully we can the 350 if we finish off well.
There's Hurt in again, bowls. Oh, that loops back over the bowler's head. It will land safe, and they'll get through for a single. 321 for 4. You obviously watch Northamptonshire bat, Stephen. As a team, you would be pretty confident going out. It's going to be obviously a big chase, isn't it?
Yeah, going to be a big chase, but the wicket looks good. The outfield looks very, very quick, and the side over to the park looks very gettable as well. So there's definitely going to be some runs to be had. Just have to make it count if we get in.
Balls again. That's flashed away through the offside. I think it's all the way for 6. And the umpire just checking. Yeah, it's gone for 6. Clearing the rope. 6 flashed away through extra cover. And playing here, Stephen, at Blackpool, 3rd match of the season for Lancashire coming to Stanley Park. I know you know the club really well. They must be thrilled to get Lancashire playing here 3 times this year.
Yeah, massively, and any outground cricket really, always for it. It's where we all started really. Back in the day, you don't start in the Lancs Academy. And yeah, nice to see some familiar faces and get the game out to the outgrounds.
Do you feel as players, Stephen, you feel a little bit more kind of connected to the supporters when you play at these grounds?
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously a lot more intimate. They're outside the changing rooms, and so it's another incentive to do well. But yeah, some people can't get into Manchester, and it is quite a way. It was quite a big county, so
it's Hurt bowling. That's flicked up to mid-on by McManus for a single. He moves to 14, 3 to 8 for 4. Yeah, I guess you obviously enjoy coming back here and playing as well, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's always been a good wicket when we've come here. Still got fond memories of the 2011 the championship year. Got 100 here against Worcester, I think it was, and did not play much 4-day stuff here, but come back for white ball, and it's always been a good contest between bat and ball, and yeah, always enjoyable.
Final ball of the 46th over. Hurt in and bowls that sent away through the onside out towards deep mid wicket. Jones fields.
Jonesy.
They get through for a single. End of the over. 329 for 4. So you obviously got a decent total here to chase. In terms of you, Stephen, you enjoyed that little spell with the ball. 5 overs, I think you had in the end.
What was that, Scott?
I said you enjoyed that little 5-over spell with the ball that you had.
Yeah, it's the most I've done in white ball this year. So yeah, dusted off a few cobwebs. Always ready to bowl, and yeah, really enjoyed it. To be fair.
OK, we'll leave you to it then. 4 overs left. Good luck. Thanks, Stephen.
Cheers, Scott. Thanks, mate.
Stephen Croft joining us.
Great stuff. Danny Lamb to continue from the far end of the ground. This is now Northamptonshire's highest List A total against Lancashire, going past that 326 for 4 at Aigburth in 2017. Lamb in bowling to Gus Miller, who's hit on the pad. Half an appeal from George Lavelle behind the stumps, but clearly going down the leg side. And leg by indicated. One more onto the total, 330 for 4. So 23 balls to go in the innings. I know you've got to update your listeners as well, Scott, so multitasking again. Lamb in again, bowls to McManus. Cleverly bowled by Danny Lamb, just took all the pace off that slower ball and giving McManus nothing to work with in the end. He just pushes it back down the pitch for Lamb to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Lewis McManus on 14 from 19 balls. Faces this ball from Lamb, short. Again, taking a lot of the pace off it, pulled away down to deep backward square, well fielded by Josh Bohannon. Keeps it to a single. McManus up to 15. And Northamptonshire to 331 for 4. Brings Gus Miller back onto strike. Loved the comment from Stephen Croft about the outside the changing rooms. It's just priceless. Here's Lamb in again, bowls wide, very wide outside the off stump, and signalled wide by the umpire. One more onto the total, 332 for 4. But you know what he means. I mean,
yes.
I think like when Northamptonshire played at places like Rushden, the last championship match there was 1963, but the old pavilion at Rushden would have been intimate, to put it mildly, with people milling around. Gus Miller on strike. Lamb bowls very full and driven by Miller out into the offside without any great timing. He comes through for a single. Just rehearses the stroke. 11 to Miller. 333 for 4. 2 balls to go in the 47th. Also the wonderful story at the rather small changing rooms at Wellingborough School. Northamptonshire played Essex there one year in a Sunday League match, as Lamb comes in again. Bowls to McManus, who's driven that up over long on for 6. Long chase round the boundary to try and get something on it. Couldn't get there, and it's half a dozen for Lewis McManus. His second 6. He goes up to 21, and Northamptonshire to 339 for 4. 1 ball to go in the 47th over. David Steele managing to run out, I think, 3, maybe 4 members of his own team. Finished up coming back to the pavilion at the end of the innings and finding his kit had been thrown out of the dressing room window. He had to gather it from outside on the grass down outside the pavilion at the school. Went home without getting changed. Such was the ire of his teammates. Here's Lamb in again, bowls. McManus has gone aerial again. Now where's that one gone? I've lost sight of it. It's gone for 6 more over deep backward square.
Out the ground again, I think.
And I think it has gone out the ground again. I lost it in the air, but it has yet, because there's, as you can see if you're watching on the stream, people gazing over the wall. Powerful slog sweep by Lewis McManus, of which our occasional commentary colleague Mal Loy would have been proud. Goes for half a dozen. Strong finish to the over for Northamptonshire. McManus is 27. 3 6s he's hit now. 27 off 22 balls. 47 gone. Northamptonshire 345 for 4.
Elsewhere in the one-day cup, Essex are 227 for 6 in the 44th over, and Hampshire have got to 204 for 8 in the 48th. Ian Holland making 49, currently unbeaten on 49. So Hampshire 206 for 8 after 48 overs. Still reigning at Canterbury with Yorkshire 226 for 3.
Ian Holland must be back from international duty with the USA, because that's how he missed the game against Northamptonshire.
So 3 overs remaining here at Stanley Park in Blackpool, and it's Liam Hurt who's running in and bowling. Oh, that's a sharp ball. And Miller drops his hands and gets out the way of that and through to the keeper, and there's no run. 345 for 4. As we start the 48th over, wicketless so far, Liam Hurt. Only 4 wickets have fallen through the course of the day, and 2 of them run-outs. The 2 Centurions both run out. Wells and Croft involved in the run-outs. It's Hurt in balls again, back of a length and flicked away through the onside. And get through for a single. 346 for 4 now.
You've got the totals there, the highest ones against Lancashire. This is now Northamptonshire's 7th highest List A total. Gradually inching up the all-time list. Next ahead of them, 351 against Yorkshire. in 2019.
346 for 4. Hurt. In and bowls. Oh, that's a good-looking shot. Back over the bowler's head. I think it's going to go for 6, and it does. On bounds and up towards the sight screen, and 6 will bring up the 350 as well for Northamptonshire. It's a lovely shot.
Lewis McManus isn't worried too much about 4s. That's his 4th 6 now.
It is, yeah, 4-6 for his 33 not out. 3-5-2 for 4. That's going to move into the top 5 of highest innings against Lancashire in this day cricket. That's slashed away down towards third man for 4 more. 356 for 4. The highest total against Lancashire was 417 for 7 against Nottinghamshire in 2019.
Yeah, well, I think Northamptonshire's highest list A total is saying that's 425. Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge also 2016, when the boundaries were pulled right in and Rory Kleinveld went mad and they still lost.
Hurt in and bowls. Let's run away down towards deep backward point. It's a good stop actually by Jack Morley. They've got through for a single. 3-5-7 for 4. Yes, I remember that game. Yeah, that was a balmy day, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, Nottinghamshire made 445 and Northamptonshire came close.
Ridiculous.
870 odd runs in the day.
Well, this is now into the top 5 of highest scores.
I think you call that value for money, don't you?
Yeah, I think you're having a good day out there, aren't you? 3-5-7 for 4. Final ball of the 48th. It's pulled out through the onside. Jones fields. Good work by Rob Jones out in the deep. He's covered a lot of ground today, Rob Jones.
He has, hasn't he, just? I think generally Lancashire fielded really well. That's the end of another over. Gus Miller has nicked the strike. 358 for 4, 2 to go. And Northamptonshire's second highest list A score is 360 for 2 against Staffordshire at the county ground of the first round of the old NatWest in 1990, which was a game that had sort of unintended consequences because Paul Taylor was one of the Staffordshire bowlers who went around the park, and Northamptonshire saw something they liked and came on the staff, and at the end of, well, 2 years later he was picked for the England tour to India, the spin wash tour, and then played a home test against New Zealand 4 years after that and took an awful lot of wickets for Northamptonshire, 500 plus first class wickets for Northamptonshire over the next decade. So it was a match that had consequences that nobody probably could have envisaged before the start, after he'd been released by Derbyshire, of course. Here's Bailey in bowls to Gus Miller, and Miller trying to force it away, muscle it away through mid-off. Goes hard into the ground, bounces up for Bailey to field off his own bowling. And there's no run. Another 50 partnership, so it's 50 partnership of what, 26 minutes, is that?
Yeah, 39 balls.
So 3 consecutive useful partnerships, or 3 out of 4 we should say. Here's Bailey, in again, bowls to Miller, swings that away down towards deep backward square. More work for Bohannon to do, isn't it? Him and Rob Jones will have got their steps up today, that is for sure. But Bohannon's throw on the bounce keeps it to a single, takes Gus Miller up to 14, and Northamptonshire to 359 for 4. I'm sure they want to try and give McManus as much of the strike as possible in these closing few deliveries. Slower ball cut away by McManus, and he's only going to get a single as it's fielded there by Stephen Croft at backward point. One more to McManus, who goes to 39, and Northamptonshire to 360 for 4. The pie has arrived, I think, which is very, very good news. I'm partial to a bit of pie.
Well, why not? Yeah.
Here's Bailey in again, bowls, and he's appealing for LBW as Miller is trying to shape to play that away on the onside. It's rolled off the pad, And they managed to get 2 because it just trickles out on the onside. And it was a long chase for anyone from any direction. And in the end, it was Danny Lamb who got there from backward square. But they were able to come through for 2 leg buys, 362 for 4. And that is now Northamptonshire's second highest List A total in, well, nearly 60 years of List A cricket. 1963, of course, start of the Gillette Cup. Only that 425 at Trent Bridge ahead of it is Bailey, and again bowls to Gus Miller, who on drives, and he's only going to get a single as it goes out to long on. 1 more onto the total. Good fielding out there by Luke Wells, who also has been excellent. Of course, his throw hit middle stump, in fact not middle stump, out of the ground to run out Emilio Gay for 131 was one of the highlights so far. 363 for 4. 1 ball to go in the 49th. Lewis McManus on strike. Bailey in, bowls to him, and McManus again looking to try and drive. It goes off a thick inside edge and he takes the hand off the bat. He makes contact, it goes down to deep backward square. Bohannon fields, keeps it to a single, but it means McManus will have the strike at the start of the final over. 364 for 4, Northamptonshire. 1 to go. Lewis McManus has moved on to 40 almost in the blink of an eye. Off just 27 balls, Gus Miller's made 15.
Joe Root is out for 6 in the Test match. So England are 57 for 3. And they trail South Africa by 104. Alex Lees is 25 not out, and Johnny Bairstow has just joined him out in the middle. So Crawley 13, Pope 5, Root 6, the 3 players out for England.
I say again, could be over today.
Right. Final over of the innings. Danny Lamb returns. 364 for 4. Live here from Stanley Park in Blackpool on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and the app. The Royal London One-Day Cup fixture. Lancashire knowing a win will kind of effectively get them into the knockout stages. I don't think it would do it mathematically, but it would be a big step towards it. A lot of runs to get, mind you. This is hit back over the bowler's head. Oh, and it beats Bailey, who comes up from the boundary.
Good run for. No, 3.
Settled for 3.
That was 2, wasn't it?
Was it 2? 2.
2.
So 2. So 366 for 4. It's a real gem of an innings, this, isn't it, by McManus?
He has. Yeah, well, he's a dangerous player. He just has been such a good fit. We talked about this, I know, during the championship match, but he's been such a good fit for Northamptonshire this year. I think everyone delighted that he's going to agree to a longer-term contract.
Play with plenty of wrist, flick the ball away towards square leg. And this time he gets through for 1. I think we're up to 367 for 4. Manus is now 43 not out. Gets Miller on strike. I think they've got 4 balls left of the innings. Let's ease down towards long leg. It's fielded by Balderson. 368 for 4.
See Lancashire 3 players in the England under-19 squad as well for the first couple of tests.
Well, that's in there.
George Bell, Matthew Hurst and Harry Singh.
Lamb bowls, and that's heaved out through the onside. Again, Jones comes up to field. I think on 369 for 4. Conversation between McManus and Miller.
Not quite sure what they can be talking about with 1 ball to go, but anyway.
Lamb in and ball, slow ball, which is just clipped away towards the leg side. And they get through for a single. 370 for 4.
Sorry, 2 balls to go.
Yeah, this is the last one. Yeah, 370 for 4. And I reckon McManus is 45, and Miller, the non-strikers, end on 17. This is the last ball of the innings. It's Lamb to McManus, and it's chipped up toward Lamb, who takes the catch off his own bowling. And that is the end of the over. That is also the end of the innings. And a very handy 45 from Lewis McManus, complementing the work done earlier in the day, particularly by the opening 2. Ricardo Vasconcelos making 104 and Emilio Gay making 131. Brilliant knocks at the top there by those two, and a very, very good score on the board for Northamptonshire. 370 for 4 from 50 overs to 371 to win.
Yep, it's going to be well, it's going to be a terrific run chase if Lancashire are going to get there. So that is Northamptonshire second highest list day score. The records have been falling thick and fast. Second highest list day total, Emilio Gay's 131. Northamptonshire's highest list day score against Lancashire, and the opening partnership 198 between Gay and Vasconcelos, also a Northamptonshire list day record against Lancashire. So plenty to enjoy as far as Northamptonshire are concerned in the first innings. Maybe plenty for enjoy for Lancashire in the second innings if they can get a decent start. Either way, there'll be a lot for us to talk about in the next innings of the match, assuming again a few more clouds that are coming in from our right go away up the coast to Fleetwood and don't bother us here. But I think again, the first thing you have to say is congratulations to the groundsman. What a pitch he's prepared. Absolute belter.
Indeed, and it's 371 to win for Lancashire. We'll be back bringing you that run chase in the next half an hour. Hello, and welcome back. You may not have gone anywhere. You may well have just been waiting for the start of the Lancashire innings. But we're back with you live from Stanley Park in Blackpool on a beautiful sunny day occasionally, and then it gets a bit chilly and cloudy at times. And you're with us via either Lancs TV or the BBC Sport website and the app. And Lancashire have been set 371 to win. It would be a record run chase for Lancashire.
It would, yes. Northampton's second highest list A total, so the records have been clattering to our feet as we speak. No, it's been a terrific start by Northamptonshire. First half job done. Now got to finish it. And you think on this ground, it's just clearly quick scoring ground, shortish boundaries, lovely batting track. As we said before the lunch interval, full credit to the ground staff here at Stanley Park who've produced an absolute belter of a surface. It's going to be Jack White to start proceedings from the far end of the ground, going to be bowling to Luke Wells. Coming in round the wicket, bowling to Wells, who is off the mark immediately with a lovely crisp on drive for 4 through mid-wicket. Well, that's just setting the tone. Just exactly as Lancashire would have been hoping. Nice, slightly gentle-looking leg stump half volley, and Luke Wells leaning on it, working it away through the onside for 4. So Lancashire up and running, 4 for no wicket after just 1 ball. Keaton Jennings, of course, the Lancashire captain at the non-striker's end. 2 slips in place as White round the wicket again, bowls to Wells. This time tries to play it away on the onside, but just rolls up gently to mid-on, fielded there by Alex Russell, and there's no run. Northamptonshire's bowling options here, obviously no Ben Sanderson, who's been the standout bowler for Northamptonshire in the competition so far this season. Nathan Buck, though, has had his moments. Picked up his first list A fifer in the win over Essex at Northampton. Here's White round the wicket, bowling to Wells, who drives just up past White, fielded by Freddie Heldrick, and there's no run. Must compliment all concerned on the pie that we had for lunch today, which was it's a local delicacy, I'm told, but it was exceptionally good.
It was.
Meat and potato pie.
There's a good wedge of it too, wasn't it?
There was a very, very good wedge of it. It was
a proper door opener.
Man-sized portions. Here's White in again, bowling to Wells, who covers up, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Served with beetroot and red cabbage as well, so
lovely,
very colourful. I'm glad I didn't spill any of it on my notebook. We'd have another stain
don't want
that. Explained away at the end of the season. We've already got the coffee stain from York.
Do look a bit crinkly, your pages.
They do. Yeah, not surprising with half a mug of coffee tipped over it at Clifton Park. It's rounded off the day perfectly. Here's White round the wicket again, bowls to Wells, who drives sumptuously away through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot. Lent on that one again, and just feel that you're going to get value for shots here at Stanley Park. I think that was certainly Northampton's experience. And the outfield pretty quick, and immediately, well, it's taken 5 balls for second slip to come out. And it's now going into short extra cover, sort of catching position there at short extra. So Will Young now in solitary possession of the slip cordon. 8 for no wicket, Lancashire. 1 ball to go in the first over. White in, and bowls to Wells, who's in behind that, playing it up to mid-on, and that's the end of the first over. 2 boundaries off it. Luke Wells is 8, as are Lancashire. 8 for no wicket off 1. The target, remember, 371 to win. The
chef's just been in to remove the rest of the pie. Help it. I feel like that'll get eaten, I'm sure. Many people took it into that.
It was very, very good.
It's a nice bright start by Lancashire. It's looks like a really good pitch, doesn't it? And it's quite a quick outfield, and there's certainly the boundaries short, are straight. It would be a record run chase, but it feels like it's obviously a lot of runs to get, but it feels like it's gettable.
It is. It's one of those days today when we have to do a panel for all the records. We're saying about the records clattering. We're going to have to do a sort of a separate inset for the for the record book. There's an awful lot of them gone already today. We're only halfway through. Nathan Buck to start from this pavilion end.
Yep, and he's got Keaton Jennings on strike and a slip in place. So Bucky's in. And balls to Jennings, that's turned away in towards the onside. And Emilio Gay fields. He was terrific. I thought it was as indeed was Ricardo Vasconcelos, but I thought Gay's innings stood out for me, really. It was a bit more swashbuckling from Vasconcelos. It was highly entertaining and it was good to watch, but it had a bit more of a swashbuckling feel to it to me. I thought Gay's was a fantastic century. As it turned out to him again at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's a class act, Scott, there's no doubt about that. And saying Northamptonshire highly well. Vasconcelos has signed on for another 3 years, Emilio Gay for another couple, and yeah, I think that's good news. I think also Northamptonshire supporters have been very pleased to see Josh Cobb signing another 2-year deal, as was announced yesterday, and interesting to see what sort of role he might play next year with across all formats.
Plus the return of David Willey.
Plus the return of David Willey, yeah.
Fantastic. Buck comes over the wicket and balls. That's worked away to the leg side by Jennings. It's a very sneaky single. Wells has to put the dive, and it's a rather kind of ungamely one to the total. It has Wells leaping forward at the non-striker's end. It was a sharp single to Emilio Gay, and Wells was getting a little bit frantic with that.
Well, it's a flat throw for Emilio Gay. It almost took the batter out.
Yes.
If he'd managed to get himself in the way of that, he'd have known about it.
All that for one run. But every run counts, just like every ball counts.
Oh, yes. Somebody hasn't used that.
9 without loss.
Somewhere.
Be a good selling point, that, I think.
I'll make a note of it.
You can have that one.
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
It's awfully kind of you.
Oh, no problem. Halfway through the second over. Wells on 8. And Buck comes in and balls, and is defended by Luke Wells to extra cover. Vasconcelos fields, and there's no run.
So Stephen Croft was saying earlier about when we were chatting to him when he's out on the field about how the close the spectators are in the dressing rooms here, and it's it's all fairly intimate. Do we get the chance to have a talk to him while he's waiting to go out and bat?
I don't think so. No.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Buck in and balls. And that's hit straight by Wells and stopped by Buck off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, a couple of times this season we've had the player Mike, Josh Barnum during the championship match at Somerset, and George Bell during a game. Actually, it was the warm-up match to the 50 over cup. He was mic'd up in the game against Cumbria at Sedbergh School. Quite nice. Insight from the middle. Buck again, that's hit firmly by Wells. Takes a slightly awkward bounce in front of mid-off. And there's no run. Alex Russell there at mid-off. End of the over as well. 2 gone, 9 without loss.
Well, I have to say I've had a couple of messages through from people listening back in and watching indeed back in Northamptonshire, and thoroughly enjoying the having Stephen Croft on, giving some insights from the field. So I say, if you just, I won't ask people to sort of suggest them, but we were thinking about players who you'd felt even more. I think Stephen Croft is a sensible guy, but think of 1 or 2 you'd have had mic'd up in the field in the past, where you might have had to do an awful lot of apologising for ripe bits of language at inopportune moments. But anyway, it is going to be Jack White to continue. Going to be bowling round the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Jennings just checking in fact that he's going to be bowling round the wicket and then taking guard accordingly. So 362 more runs required, 48 overs. Lancashire to win this match and pretty much guarantee themselves qualification for the knockout stages of this Royal London Cup competition. Just pride to play for Northamptonshire as White comes in, bowls to Jennings, pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
So England have lost 6 wickets now.
Told you it would be over today.
You did, to be 91 for 6. So still trailed by 70 5 runs. Bairstow's gone for 18, Fox for 0, Root for 6, Pope for 5, Crawley for 13, Lees for 35.
I wonder who they'll blame for this one. Here's White round the wicket, bowling to Jennings, who drives pleasantly up to mid-off, fielded up there by Gus Miller, and there's no run.
I was kind of hoping every time Miller got the ball that you would refer to him with it by his full name. Really, a bit disappointed, Andrew.
Augustus Horatio. Yeah, it's it is a splendid set of Christian names, isn't it? You could do a very good 11, actually, couldn't you, of great Christian names of our time. Here's Jennings edging wide of first slip, and it races away down to our left, and to be retrieved by Alex Russell with some difficulty. Oh no, he's actually got it okay. He just went under the van to our left that has all the sort of technical gubbins, not to be confused with Nick Gubbins. Down just to make sure everything connects, but it raced away for 4. But I thought he was going to have a rather lengthy time rummaging around in the wires, but he managed to pick it out easily enough. 4 to Jennings. He goes to 5, and Lancashire to 13 for no wicket. This in the 3rd over as White round the wicket again, bowling to Jennings, plays back to square the wicket on the offside, fielded there by Safe Zabe under the floppy white sun hat, and there's no run. Lancashire to come. Josh Bohannon, Stephen Croft, Rob Jones, George Lavelle, George Balderson, Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt and Jack Morley, so plenty of batting there. Here's White round the wicket, bowling to Jennings, who again plays it down to backward point where Zabe fields, and there's no run.
Big fan of the use of the sun hat by Safe Zabe. Don't bother with your blue one-day cap. Get your white sun hat on.
Yeah, there's he's the only one today, isn't he? There's usually Ben Sanderson's quite a fan of the white floppy, but he's not playing today. Rob Keogh has been known, he's also not playing today. Here's White round the wicket short and pulled away by Jennings out towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Long chase round there for James Sales, who reels it in just inside the rope and sends in an excellent return on the bounce, and they come through for a couple of runs, so that finishes Jack White's over. Jennings is 7, Wells is 8, 3 overs gone, and Lancashire are 15 for no wicket. James Sales rather, son of David, put in a huge amount of work. We were saying it was almost ridiculous down at Canterbury. He must have saved 20 runs, and heaven knows how many steps he did. We talked about that earlier, didn't we, with Josh Bohannon and Rob Jones, and I imagine James Sales is probably going to have a similar afternoon out there on the boundary in front of the nursery.
Here's Buck. Start his second over. Slip still in place there. Buck comes in and bowls. It's a handsome drive for 4. Wells can stand and admire that. It's just to the offside. Beautiful straight drive by Luke Wells. 4 runs. It's a bright start by Lancashire with the bat. They don't actually need to kind of go at it that hard, do they, really?
Well, we were saying at lunchtime, weren't we, that Northampton just scored 50 off the first 10 and didn't really do anything particularly violent, but because they got wickets in hand, they were able to accelerate.
19 without loss. Buck over the wicket, bowls, and Wells just drops the ball away into the offside. Bouncing up towards Sales at point, and there is no run.
That little bit of dark cloud that we had just before lunch that we were talking about when the players were coming off, I think it's gone through, hasn't it? Gone round.
I think so.
It's bright enough now. Gorgeous afternoon.
It is. Be a breezy walk on the front, though, wouldn't it? On the Golden Mile. Be quite a stern breeze. That's lifted back over the bowler's head. Couple of bouncers, clatters into the advertising board, and 4 more runs for Luke Wells, who's driven 2 straight, and on both occasions they've had good value. Look at that for a follow-through as well by Wells, a tall man, and I think he enjoyed that shot.
I think he did. A glorious shot. Thought it was coming in our direction.
He did, yeah.
We've got the men to field it now.
Yeah, we're okay. Book in. That's flicked a little aerially out towards backward square leg. Chucks through for one, moves on to 17. 24 without loss. Safe Zabe losing his white sun hat as he comes up from the rope to field. So Jennings on strike facing Nathan Book. We're 4 balls into the 4th over. Again, that's a straight drive from Keaton Jennings, which is stopped by Book off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Good job he managed to get a right hand on that. I think that would have been 4 more.
Yep. Well, hitting straight is a sensible decision, isn't it, today?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Emilio Gay, and it's a real hallmark of his batting. He's very strong straight down the ground.
Final ball of the 4th. Book bowls, and that's hit away through the covers this time. It might be 4 more, you know. We mentioned that the pace of the outfield. Oh, let's hope he has gone for 4, and it was Russell chasing after it. Thankfully, he had a bit of a soft landing there.
What did he go into? Was it the? I don't know. It was some of the training kit down there,
yeah.
And he finished up in a flower bed, I think. Bless him.
I think he did. Yeah, I've got hay fever. 4 overs gone, 28 without loss. Wells 17, and Jennings on 11. I was thinking you will correct me, but he played in the T20 match at Old Trafford. Was that his debut?
It was, yes. It was his.
I think he got Liam Livingstone, didn't he?
With his 8th or 9th ball, and I can't remember offhand which one it was. He came in at very short notice when Chris Lynn had to pull out with. He'd had to have a minor dental procedure, and so he finished up playing at very, very short notice. And yes, as you say, picked up Liam Livingstone off the 2nd or 3rd ball of his 2nd over, and bowled, I thought, really well.
Yes, he did. 4 overs, 1 for 27, but he sticks in the memory because he was terrific, wasn't he?
Here's White round the wicket again, bowling to Wells, and this time finds the outside edge. It runs away through backward point. Russell fields down to our left, running round from 3rd man, and keeps it to a single. 1 more to Wells, and Lancashire up to 29 for no wicket. Wells is 18, Jennings 11. Yes, not long after that he was had his contract extended, so he's now got a proper professional contract. Was on a rookie contract before that. So again, Northamptonshire feel that he has something. Here's White round the wicket, bowls to Jennings. Again, whipped away through mid-wicket, but just a single. James Sales out there on the boundary. Come through for the single. 1 more to Jennings, who goes to 12, and Lancashire to 30 for no wicket. James Sales had a drink brought on already. I'm not surprised. He's put in a few miles already, or a few metres at least. Might be a few miles by the end of the afternoon. Here's White round the wicket again, bowls to Wells. That's 4. Short ball on his hip, and Wells just helping it on his way down to long leg. Crosses the rope in front of the pavilion and runs away for 4 more, and this really a bright start for Lancashire. We move on to 34 for no wicket. This is the 5th over. Luke Wells already on 22, and there's not a lot of, as the Lancashire bowlers discovered, not a lot of margin for error here. Here's White in again, bowls driven, straight drive by Luke Wells. And you probably heard that off the bat through the effects mic, like a sound like a rifle shot as it raced away down to the boundary at the far end of the ground. 4 more to Luke Wells, 26 to him, his 6th boundary, and Lancashire to 38 for no wicket. That's a glorious stroke.
It's been a really positive start, but it's not been a start that's been risky at all. No. It's been some terrific shots, and they've just made a really bright start to this run chase.
Well, now Will Young is moving out of first slip, so Lewis McManus isn't going to have anybody to talk to probably for the rest of the afternoon, because Young is going into short mid-wicket. Emilio Gay at short extra cover as White This rocking approach comes in, bowls down the leg side, and Lewis McManus gives one of those appeals as Wells was trying to swing that away and didn't make contact, that says please don't call that a wide, and the umpire completely ignored him and called it a wide. 39 for no wicket. Keepers occasionally do that when it goes down the leg side, just to sort of suggest that it came off something, but don't think it did. So White's going to have to bowl that one again. Runs in and bowls to Wells, who drives up to mid-off. A nasty bounce, well fielded there by Gus Miller. Hit it hard and flat and just bounced up. Miller managing to get everything behind it. And there's no run. The problem I think Northamptonshire have got, Scott, and we were chatting at lunchtime, I was talking to that just scorer Quentin Jones about whether we thought it was going to be enough. The problem that I think will worry Northamptonshire supporters is that the one bowler they've had in the competition so far this year who can be relied upon to keep it fairly tight is White in again, bowling to Wells, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, and that's the end of another over. 5 overs gone, 39 for no wicket. Wells has made 26. Jennings is on 12, namely Ben Sanderson, who over the course of the competition, he's bowled 4 wickets for 94 runs. He's been at 3.08 and over the competition. He's obviously not playing, and the rest of the bowlers, although Nathan Buck has picked up 13 wickets I think in the competition so far, but most of the bowlers have been a little bit more, well, considerably more expensive than that, and they're going to need to up the game a bit this afternoon.
Yeah, here comes Buck over the wicket and bowls to Jennings, who just rides the bounce and works the ball out towards square leg for a single. Yeah, Buck 13 wickets, the leading wicket taker. That's an average of 17, an economy rate of just a fraction over 5.5 and over. But the point that Radders is making about Ben Sanderson, going at barely 3 runs and over from the first 4 matches of the competition. There's Buck to Wells, that's flashed away down towards long leg. It's gone up the hill and it's disappeared underneath some seating. There's plenty of people holding beers there. A lot of beers being enjoyed. Why not? Up and over short fine leg, couple of bounces over the advertising rope, halfway up the hill, and spectators guarding their beer.
Well, and the ice cream van is next door, so if you've got a particularly frothy pint, just go and get a flake from next door and get them to stick that in it.
44 without loss. Wells to 30 from 19. And that's hit by Wells into the offside, and there's no run.
No, Sanderson's been absolutely superb, and again there was a certain amount of discussion as to how much of a role he would actually play in the Royal London Cup, because again Northamptonshire need very much to make sure that he's fit and raring to go for the last 4 championship matches starting at the beginning of September.
Super September.
Yeah.
There's Buck in and bowls to Wells, who plays forward and defends, and there's no run.
But he's just run in and done exactly what he does, and you and I have seen him many times in championship cricket. You know what he does? He bowls, fourth stump, nibbles it away a little bit, and just bowls impeccable line and length, and he's very, very difficult to get after. And if it's doing anything, he's a real handful. And he's been outstanding in the competition so far, but they've got to rest him at some point.
Buck to Wells, takes his bottom hand off the bat there as he defends, snapping the ball away into the offside. Maybe hit the bat a little higher than what he was expecting, perhaps.
And then also they've given Rob Keogh obviously a break for this second half of the last 2 or 3 games of the Royal London Cup. He's played every match this year in all competitions and did the same last year. So again, you can sort of see why they're giving him a little bit of a break.
Final ball of the over. Buck to Wells, swatted up towards mid-on, and there's no runs. That's 6 overs gone. Nice bright start by Lancashire. 44 runs on the board. Wells 30, Jennings on 13. Look at the selection there for ice cream. There's all sorts on the menu for the ice cream there.
Do they still do mivies? I used to like a fruit mivvy years ago. a very long time ago.
See it? Oreo? That's like a chocolatey ice cream, isn't it? It's a good cue for him, I'm surprised. Oh, there's a 99. Yeah,
well, the 99's there.
99's there.
Yeah, the ones that I used to love were the cider lols. Remember those? The sort of cider, not non-alcoholic, but cider flavoured ones that they did in the ice cream van at Northampton. Very nice. Lovely. Or the cherry brandy one that just gave you a big ring round your mouth afterwards. But,
right.
Now we're going to change of bowling from the far end. James Sales is going to have a bowl. He picked up 1 wicket in the competition so far. Been going for 6.3. Put on a bit of pace, I think, since last year by fairly common consent. Had a good chance to have a look at him in the championship match at Cheltenham when we were watching from side on. Here is Sales. In bowls to Keaton Jennings, who turns it out to mid-wicket, smartly fielded there by captain Will Young, and immediately Lewis McManus comes to have a chat with his captain. It's interesting, he's been very noticeable, Lewis McManus, as he's got his feet under the table, as it were, at Northamptonshire, coming at the start of the season on loan from Hampshire. Here's Sales in again, bowls to Jennings, and Jennings playing it back down the pitch, fielded by Sales off his own bowling, and there's no run. Very noticeable that as he's gradually obviously had initially the loan period extended, and now he's signed up as a Northamptonshire player for the next couple of seasons, deciding to leave Hampshire, then coach John Sadler has described him as a leader, and it's very obvious he's having much more to say and do on the field. He's much more noticeable, much more of a conspicuous presence, talking to whoever the captain happens to be. Here's Sales in an on-driven by Keaton Jennings, but there's only going to be a single. Up to Freddie Heldrick on the edge of the circle at mid-on. 1 more onto the total. Jennings up to 15, and Lancashire to 46 for no wicket. Brings Luke Wells back onto strike, who's been hugely positive so far. Sails in, bowls to him, and he whips that away with very strong wrists down to deep backward square. Safe Zabe fields, and just a single accrues. 46 for no wicket. Wells up to 31. Plenty of other options that Northamptonshire have available, not least of course the 2 wrist spinners. His Sales in again, bowls to Jennings, just waits on that one, punches it away off the back foot into the covers. Gay doesn't field it cleanly, but they don't decide to come through for a single. Stopped it well enough. Stays at 46 for no wicket. So we've seen Buck and White already. Obviously James Sales may give Gus Miller a bowl. Short of a length goes Sales, and Jennings playing defensively out on the offside, where Gay comes in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. And then Alex Russell, the orthodox right arm leg spinner, and Freddie Heldrick, the left arm wrist spinner. That's the end of tidy enough first over from James Sales.
Wasn't he? I've not seen much of him.
No,
I'm not sure if I have actually seen him bowl before, but
no. Well, he's very, as I say, watching him from side on at Cheltenham, which was his first championship match of the season, my commentary position being side on. He certainly looks as though he's put on a bit of pace during the winter. He's a member of the England '19 squad that got to the final of the World Cup in the Caribbean, and he's got a lot of promise with the ball as well as with the bat.
There's Buck into Wells. That's played out towards Sales at point, and there's no run.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? He's one of those that you think back to the late and much missed David Capel, who I think Northamptonshire were always keen to see as a bowling all-rounder, and he always saw himself as a batting all-rounder, and there was sometimes a little bit of conflict between those running the side and what David felt was his best role in the side. It may be something that happens with James Sales as well.
So it'll flick away to mid-wicket, and Wells calls Jennings through for a quick single.
Because I think the sort of received wisdom has tended to be that James is a batting all-rounder, batter who bowls.
Okay.
But I think he's got something more than that, especially if he's got a bit of pace. Then he might, Northamptonshire have said John Sadler thinks he needs a genuine quick bowler, especially in the white ball side, so he may give you sort of 2 bites of the cherry.
Buck comes in and bowls to Jennings, who cuts the ball, picked up just backward of point by James Sales, and there is no run.
I mean, obviously they've had another little look at Brandon Glover, Netherlands international, who has got pace, but obviously he's played very little first team cricket over the last couple of years, and maybe just shown in his consistency, and unfortunately now injured as well.
44 without loss, final ball of the 7th, swatted away towards the leg side by Keaton Jennings. Oh, and it's not fielded cleanly. Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it's gone for 4. And there's a young lad over the boundary watching there, and he put his hands over his eyes. It's almost to say, "Oh, what have you done there, mate?"
That wasn't Will Young, was it?
There's a little lad there.
Okay.
It was quite amusing, that. I think it was just coincidence, but it just looked like he was saying, "Oh, you've had a shocker there." There's Buck in and bowls again, and that's hit straight this time by Jennings, and he scampers through for a quick single. And the score moves on to something in the region, or something.
It's going up. It's going up and down at the moment, isn't it? I think they're doing a bit of editing and auditing and whatever.
52, I reckon.
That sounds plausible.
That sounds plausible. 52 without loss. With Buck heading in to complete the over. That's pushed into the offside by Luke Wells, and that indeed does complete the 8th over of the Lancashire innings. So they've got themselves to 50. 52 to be precise. Luke Wells 32, and Keaton Jennings on 19 with 8 overs gone.
Yeah, I'm not convinced, and it's a sad thing, I'm not convinced Brandon Glover is the luckiest cricketer in the world, because he managed to do the webbing of his hand attempting to take a catch during the warm-up match against Bedfordshire in Dunstable before the start of the tournament. Sales in, starting a fresh over, chipped uppishly towards mid-wicket by Jennings, but through for the single. One more to the Lancashire captain, who goes to approximately 15, and Lancashire to approximately 51 for no wicket. But the board at the moment,
I'm afraid, it's 53.
53, do you? Well,
I do, yeah.
Unfortunately, you can make it multiple choice if you like. But, so unfortunately, the board and the various computer scoring things are all over the shop at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on it. Whipped away by Wells, and I think that was that a chance?
Yeah,
I think it was to
was.
Will Young at mid-wicket. He parried it up, and it didn't stick. And I just don't think it was a bump ball. I think it was hit on the full to Young. That is a chance. One more run to Luke Wells, who goes up to 32, 51 for no wicket. His Sales bowls short, pulled away by Jennings, and that's going to be 4. I'm afraid if you bowl short on this, and we saw it in the first innings, then it really is just going to sit up and ask to be hit, and that's exactly what happened there. And Keaton Jennings latching onto that one, pulling it away behind square, and gave the fielder down there absolutely no chance at all. Raced away for 4, and Lancashire up to 55 for no wicket. And Jennings on strike again, plays that up to Young at mid-wicket, who fires in a return to Lewis McManus with feeling. You feel that was a little bit of a frustrated one, I think, by the Northamptonshire captain, having missed a chance earlier in the over.
It was a tough chance, wasn't it? But I suppose if
at this level, as we always say, you would normally expect it to be taken, I think. Here's Sales, driven stylishly by Keaton Jennings for 4. Once it had beaten Emilio Gay at extra cover inside the circle, it was pretty much nailed on for 4, and it raced away over the outfield, and young man gets the chance to retrieve the ball and at the bottom of the steps there up to one of the hospitality tents and lob it on to Jack White. Great moment for him. A lovely shot from Keaton Jennings.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Goes to 23, 56 for no wicket, and he's flicked that one away for 4 more. It's down the leg side, bit of a wayward one from James Sales, and just helped on its way really by Keaton Jennings, and that's a productive over for Lancashire. At the end of the over,
66, I reckon.
Yeah, that sounds again entirely plausible, but the scoreboard hasn't caught up yet. But yeah, 66 for no wicket off 9. So 305 more runs required off 41.
Just take a little look at the Test match. England are 1 24 for 6. Stuart Broad's 23 not out from 21.
Oh, fight back starts here.
There's Buck. It's quite a long opening spell, isn't it? That's heaved away toward deep backward square leg. And again, it's retrieved at the edge of the boundary and thrown back onto the field by a young cricket fan. And 4 more runs.
And great to see, and we've said it so often in this competition this season, great to see so many young people in the ground today, boys and girls, enjoying the game. A lot of them congregating down that side of the ground.
70 without loss in the 10th now. It's off the back foot. Oh, it's a glorious shot for 4. Just a little shuffle back into the crease by Wells. And a beautiful punch away through the offside. Played some lovely shots, and that's right up there with the best of them.
That was a real stand and deliver, wasn't it, from Luke Wells? Just not particularly short of a length, just stood up, used his height as we saw Emilio Gay do earlier on in the day, and punched it away for 4. And as we keep saying, you certainly get value for your shots here at Stanley Park. Glorious shot.
74 without loss. It was a beauty. Wells to 41. Buck. How many overs on the spin now is this for?
This is his 6th, is it?
Okay. Into Wells. It's driven to mid off. And they'll come back for 2. Russell doing well actually to get something on it. But only push it maybe 4 or 5 yards further away from him, and able to come back and have 2 to his total. So Wells moves on to 43 not out, 76 now without loss.
5th over, I think. Scott.
It is, yeah, 5. Yeah, over number 5 is quite lengthy. Quite a lengthy opening spell, that, doesn't it? Booking and balls again. Oh. Well, that's magnificent by Wells. For 6 out towards mid-wicket. Flash of the bat. Plenty of bottom hand on that. It's a wristy shot, which is scooped up towards the crowd.
Oh, somebody's been hit, I think, unfortunately.
Oh, right. Oh, dear. It's gone for 6. Let's hope that everyone's okay.
Just went low into it was just a sort of a flat one, wasn't it? When you say plenty of bottom hand, and it just went into the crowd, and I just wonder if they're going to need to get a little bit of medical assistance around there, perhaps. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Luke Wells just slowly creeping over to see if the spectator's okay.
Is it the Lancashire physio going over?
It is, yeah. There was supporter hit on Wednesday in Neath, actually. It was actually one of the Glamorgan fielders went to go and catch the ball at the edge of the boundary rope and fell into the crowd.
Oh dear.
It all looked rather ugly, really. Thankfully, he was okay on that occasion, but he really did clatter into the supporters and knock the guy off his chair. It was all a bit horrible, really.
Was what they always say, and it was interesting, and it surely makes sense when they were making the announcement earlier on this morning before the start. I think they did so at York as well, and I think at the Isle of Wight, that spectators have got their own chairs, just need to make sure they keep well back from the boundary rope, because it's all too easy. Somebody's just trying to charging hell for leather to try and cut one off. You can easily just go into the crowd. And the old days, of course, when fast bowlers were fielding down to the boundary, they never used to worry about that, did they? We did see the reappearance, I think it was at Canterbury, of the right boot. And on that occasion, it was Ben Sanderson running around the boundary and plonking down a right boot to stop one. It was rather a throwback to
I like it.
To the days of John Dye and people like that didn't really worry too much about fielding when he was on the boundary, especially if it wasn't on the football pitch at the start of the season. It was bobbling all over the place.
This is the final ball of the over, just dabbed into the offside by Luke Wells. And he remains on 49. So that's the 10 over power play done, is it? Oh, no, it's not. I'm a bit ahead of the game. I thought that was the final ball of the over. I'm getting all excited. 82 without loss.
It doesn't take much.
Well, no, I think I do need to get out a bit more. Wells on 49. Here comes Buck. In and balls, that's nudged away. Off the hip, down to fine leg for a single. That will bring up 50 for Luke Wells. And he acknowledges his teammates and indeed those in the crowd. It's a 50 off 35 deliveries with 9 fours and a 6. Live from, guess where? We're live from Blackpool. And it's 83 without loss, and Lancashire's target is 371 to win. Wells on 50 and Jennings on 32.
Make a huge amount about the Tower Ballroom, don't they? And the sprung floor there that they always talk. Have you ever
I've been in it, yeah.
Tripped the light fantastic on there, Scott?
I watched some live music in there a few years back. The White Stripes were playing there.
Okay. Here's Sales starting another over, turned down to long leg by Luke Wells for just a single. Nathan Buck comes off the boundary in front of the pavilion, keeps it to 1. Lancashire to 83 for no wicket. You'll detect by my blank expression that it doesn't mean a huge amount, but I'm sure they're a popular beat combo.
They were quite good fun, yeah. A long time ago.
Here's James Sales running in towards us. Keaton Jennings on strike, very full, worked away out to deep square for a single by the Lancashire captain. He goes to 33 and Lancashire to 85 for no wicket in the 11th over. So Lancashire posting 82 in their first 10 overs. Northamptonshire had 50 on the board after 10 and of course accelerated thereafter. So terrific start from these two. His Sales in again, bowls to Wells. Drives up to White at mid-off, and there's no run. I could see you there doing the Velita or the Paso Doble.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
You'd be Latin or ballroom?
Oh, I'm definitely Latin.
You reckon?
Yeah. It's got that bit of flair about me.
No, I think I'd be going for the old style elegance, you know. Here's James Sales in, bowls outside the off stump. Just took a bit of pace off that one and cut away by Luke Wells, who is hitting the ball beautifully at the moment. The ball striking is just fantastic. He gets a single out to deep point. Vasconcelos out there fielding. Needed the long barrier for that out on the boundary. 85 for no wicket. Jennings back on strike. Sales in bowling team, driven up to mid-on and well fielded by Freddie Heldrick out there.
I mean, 86 without loss would also back up what we're about to say, but they are in terrific form, these two. The last probably 3 months, two to 3 months, they've been Lancashire's top 3 actually, with Bohannon due in next. Yeah, have been in outstanding form across the 3 formats for Lancashire.
Well, I know when Northamptonshire managed to nip them out at the start of that long run chase in the championship match earlier in the season, they were highly delighted, but it was Bohannon who played the key innings. Short goes Sales, cut away just wide of Alex Russell in there at short third man on the edge of the circle, and once it's gone past him, of course, it races away for 4. And again, all about the wrist work there from Keaton Jennings. Cuts it away for 4. He goes to 37, and at the end of 11 overs, 90 for no wicket, 37 to Jennings, 52 to Luke Wells. It's interesting talking to John Sadler, who was sort of saying that when he was batting coach, the thing as a batting coach you always look for, yes, you look for all sorts of technical things, but the thing above and beyond anything else, you look for the quality of ball striking. And he was talking about James Sales actually in that instance after he made his 71 in the championship at Cheltenham. But you see that the way that Luke Wells is hitting the ball at the moment, goodness, it's almost frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, they're hitting it pretty cleanly, these guys. I mean, they all hit it pretty hard, don't they? But goodness, they sound good off the bat. Cartmel Cricket Club, Barmy Army. Cartmel's not too far away from here, a bit further north. The flag fluttering in front of the nursery, going towards our right-hand side.
Well, we haven't been, we were saying if we get bored we can go do a bit of finger painting or get the sandpit out. We haven't really needed that today, have we? It's been good stuff. And this is going to be an interesting one. Freddie Heldrick coming into the attack, so Northamptonshire turning to spin. They're going to need both these young wrist spinners, you feel, to make some sort of contribution. At least keep it reasonably tight.
Here's Heldrick then in and bowling. Tosses this one up. It's actually a full toss, which is flicked away towards deep backward square leg. And the little lad there doing ever so well. Look at his dad. Well done, mate. You've done well there, son. He's got a Blackburn Rovers shirt on, but we'll forgive him for that. 94 without loss. Heldrick in and bowls. It's turned away towards backward square leg and get through for a quick single. Wells moves on to 57. It's 95 without loss.
Yeah, when you're seeing Freddie Heldrick bowl well in the T20 Blast, but the nature of obviously young wrist spinners is that sometimes it doesn't go their way, and that's happened against the Bears at Northampton. He can just prove a bit costly.
Twirls his way in and bowls, and that's played with a straight bat by Keaton Jennings. Back down the pitch and gathered by Heldrick off his own bowling. And there's no run. Jennings with his long sleeves on. Tall left-hand opening batter. He just eases the ball back along the ground. That comes Alex Russell to field. Jennings jogs through for a single. 38 now to Keaton Jennings, 96 without loss.
Also has the left arm spinner Safe Save, of course. He picked up 4 wickets against Glamorgan.
Heldrick bowls fuller ball, which is driven firmly by Jennings. Oh, and fumbled on the long off boundary. Jennings will come back for 2. Sorry, Wells will come back for 2. Apologies. Wells moves to 59, not out. 98 without loss. 1 ball left for the 12th over.
Harry Gouldston's on his 12th man down here at long arms. We'll see who's not on.
Heldrick bowls, and again that's driven down the ground, and Russell scoops the ball up cleanly this time. And Wells moves to 60, and that is the end of the over. So 99 runs on the board, 12 overs gone. Cloudy, but plenty of blue sky above us. Lancashire have started brightly, already up and above where, by some distance, actually, where Northamptonshire were. The opening pair, just like Northamptonshire's first 2, made a good start. Wells on 60 from 41, Jennings 38 from 31. 99 runs on the board from the first 12 overs on this Friday afternoon on the Fylde coast, the west coast of Lancashire.
James Sales to continue from the far end, 3 overs for 23 so far. Runs in and bowls to Wells, who cuts. Well fielded on the bounce at backward point by Gus Miller. Probably saved a 4. Couldn't save the single though, and that's the 100 up for Lancashire. 100 for no wicket off the first ball of the 13th over. 2 batters come down and congratulate each other, and why not? Wells has made 61, Jennings 38. Keaton Jennings on strike now. Sales comes in and bowls, and he plays that up to Will Young at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
61 from 42 for Luke Wells, 38 from 31 for Keith Jennings, and 1 extra.
Detailed statistical analysis, courtesy of the public address announcer. Here's Sales in again, bowls to Jennings, drives up to mid-off, fielded by Jack White, and there's no run. Yeah, Harry Gouldston was named in the squad for this match, hasn't really featured so far this year. Wicket-keeper, batter as well. He had a couple of important contributions in the championship last year, but had a finger injury, I think, for part of this season. Worked into the onside, well stopped, half stopped by Will Young, but got enough on it to prevent a single. And to be honest, the situation they're in at the moment, Jennings and Wells don't need to take any silly high tariff risks. They're going along very nicely as it is, providing an excellent platform at the start of what will be a very long run chase for Lancashire. Next ball very full, driven up to mid-off by Jennings, fielded by White, and there's no run. As we say, it would be a record list day run chase for Lancashire if they manage to get there. Still a long way to go, but a very, very good start, courtesy of their opening pair, Luke Wells and Captain Keaton Jennings. A couple of Sales in, bowling to Jennings, drives up to extra cover on the bounce, fielded there by Emilio Gay. Well fielded, and a better over there from James Sales at the end of it. 100 for no wicket, 13 overs gone, with Luke Wells on 61, Keaton Jennings on 38. So a couple of people walking around the ground in front of that large stand over to our right with what looked like large trays. I don't know if they were, again, retrieving the remnants of the pie from somewhere, but there was an awful lot left here. It was very good.
Quickly got demolished, that, didn't it? Well, which was lovely here at Blackpool. It's a century partnership. And Eldrick to continue running in and then pulling away. Luke Wells wasn't perhaps quite ready. Here he comes into Wells, another full toss, which he's swatted probably out the ground again. Yeah, it's over the scoreboard and it's bouncing out towards the road. It's cleared the ground by some distance. It's a
gosh, that's a huge hit.
It's a full toss that he's swung everything through it. And that, oh, there we go again. That's gone out the ground. That's it. Can you?
Please, can we have our ball back?
Oh dear.
Happened at Peterborough, one of the last county matches that Northamptonshire played on the old Crawthorne Road ground at Peterborough, where they're playing Essex, and Mickey Bear for the Essex batter hit one into one of the gardens, and they wouldn't. The lady in the house was most indignant and wouldn't let them have the ball back until the county club had committed to pay for the damage for the broken window, 30 bob or something, and I think it was Roger Prideaux, Northamptonshire captain, had given the old Chad over the wall like they are there. Please, can we have our ball back? Strangely enough, Northamptonshire didn't play another championship match on that ground.
I'm a big fan of that little baby being lifted up over the wall, so so the baby can have a little nosy as well.
That was a very, very big hit.
Oh, isn't it? It's a monster hit for 6. It was a full toss, and it was hammered by Luke Wells for a mile over the boundary for 6. I don't know whether we've found the ball or not. I don't think we have.
I don't think so. I think they've had to have a rummage in the box, get a new one. It's just cricket at its roots is just an ordinary box here, not one of those rather posh-looking silver briefcases that you have at some of the grounds.
106 without loss. Luke Wells defends that one back along the pitch, and there is no run. Wells is 67 not out. Keaton Jennings on 38. Eldrick balls, he's down the pitch, he's going for another big hit. Out towards long on. Is it out the ground again? No, I think it is. I think that's gone out the ground again.
I think it has, just next to the scoreboard.
It's big hit. Look at this. High up into the blue sky. Oh, it's a terrific shot. Goodness.
I tell you what, if we had it, they've got. I think they might have got that one back. You know, it's back on the park. I don't think they've had to resort to the cardboard box for that one. If we had been in that place where the public address is, we would have been in the line of fire.
Defends this next one. There was Luke Wells, and there's no run. 73 not out from 46 deliveries, 112 without loss. Some brutal batting at times by Luke Wells, who's dancing down the pitch and going for another one. 6 more. This is over the top of our broadcasting position, and it's bouncing up amongst the supporters again. It's been retrieved. That's the 3rd 6 of the over. All off the bat of Luke Wells.
Well, Freddie Heldrick's only played one other match in this competition this year. He bowled against Glamorgan, 7 overs for 44. It was tidy enough, just over 6 and over, but he's not letting him settle here.
He's coming forward again, but this time he defends away into the offside for no run. It's the end of the over, so 6.6.6. 14 overs gone. Wells 79, Lancashire 118 without loss. And it's a partnership worth 118 runs, and actually it's been dominated, really, hasn't it, by Luke Wells. 79 of the runs going off the bat of Luke Wells, and 38 for Keaton Jennings.
I was going to say that could be your title of the new Luke Wells phone-in programme, couldn't it, on the BBC? 6.6.6.6.
Very good.
It is going to be Alex Russell then, so the other wrist spinner coming into the attack at the far end to replace James Sales. Yeah, and the public address announcer making the very sensible announcement that it might be worth just keeping an eye on the ball, because it's going to be coming in the ground. You suspect a time or two more. That's what I was saying before. If we'd been in the little position, commentary position at the top of the box where the public address system is, which we thought at one stage I might be in, we would have been absolutely in the firing line there, over to our left. Relatively safe here so far. But it is going to be Alex Russell, young leggy, 4 wickets in the competition this season. Economy rate 6.53. Starts off with a short ball, cut away through extra cover, and that's going to be 4. And can both these two young spinners, it's really, really difficult ask for wrist spinners generally, especially young ones, but each of them have just given the batter a chance to get away straight off. On that occasion it was a short ball from Russell, punched away for 4 by Keaton Jennings, who goes to 42. 122 for no wicket. Russell in again, that's better. And Jennings nudging it up towards mid-wicket. Russell setting off after it because there's nobody saving one in front of square on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary, fairly wide. Now they are bringing somebody across. Will Young himself is coming in at mid-wicket for Wells, just moving his deep mid-wicket a little bit squarer, and there's a man on the 45 saving one as Russell comes in again to bowl to Wells, and respect for that delivery from Wells. Plays it back down the pitch and there's no run, but 123 for no wicket in the 15th over. Terrific start. Here's Russell in again, and Wells coming down the pitch, but in the end just playing it up to mid-wicket, to extra cover rather, fielded by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Russell playing national counties cricket for Herefordshire, and Northamptonshire picked him up and driven away by Wells, and that's going to beat Vasconcelos, sweeping on the cover boundary, and races away for 4 more. And again the bat speed of Luke Wells. It was something I bored for England on when Chris Lynn was playing for Northamptonshire in the T20. It's the bat speed, and this is exactly what we're seeing from Luke Wells here today. Wonderful timing. 127 for no wicket. Wells to 83. Russell in, bowls to him again. runs it down to backward point. Miller fields, no run for him there. So that's the end of Alex Russell's first over. 9 runs off it, 127 for no wicket, 15 overs gone. And Luke Wells on to 83. Keaton Jennings on 43, isn't it? Yeah. 83 off 52, Luke Wells.
He's never had a list A century, Luke Wells. Previous top scored 88. He's actually not played up until the last couple of seasons when he joined Lancashire. He's not played much list A cricket. He was telling me the other week that when he was at Sussex, they just kind of viewed him as being a championship player, and didn't really use him much in 50-over cricket, or indeed that much in T20 cricket. So he's made 165 first-class appearances, Luke Wells, but only 38 list A games, only 24 T20 matches, which I find, having watched him now for a couple of years, I find extraordinary, the way that Sussex used him and then eventually didn't want to keep him.
No, well, he's slightly making the point today, you feel. Safe Zabe coming into the attack, try and give a little bit of control. It's discussion I had with John Sadler after the match the other day, the Worcestershire game. We were saying, it's a problem when you've got, for Will Young, when you've got Ben Sanderson able to keep control, but Zabe been fairly tidy in the competition so far, but the others, to a greater or lesser extent, have proved quite expensive, and he was sort of agreeing with that. And then, of course, for reasons of workload management, Sanderson's not playing today. It just takes away that sort of banker that Northamptonshire had.
Starts with a pretty flat delivery, which Jennings will cut out through the offside for a single. Heldrick fields, and Jennings moves on to 44. Lancashire move on to 128 without loss. So it brings Wells back on strike. 83 not out from 52 deliveries. Crowd behind him enjoying the sunshine, and I'm sure enjoying watching Luke Wells bat. Safe Zabe bowling for Northamptonshire. 128 without loss, and he creeps in and bowls a ball that's wide of off stump, but not too far wide to be signalled it. Twirl of the bat from Luke Wells again. Zabe ring across the umpire, left arm around the wicket, bowls. That's hit down the ground. Long on in position to field. Jennings moves to 84 not out. Sorry, Wells to 84 not out. Score to 129 without loss. Just bring Jennings on strike. 44 unbeaten for the Lancashire captain.
England 9 down in the test.
Are they still behind?
Still 12 behind.
It's a bit of a hammering, that, isn't it?
Certainly is, inside 3 days.
Zabe into Jennings. That's worked out towards the leg side. Jogs through for a single. Jennings to 45. I wonder when we'll see a test match played in August again. And will it happen again anytime soon?
Well, it doesn't look like it, does it, from what the schedule tends to suggest.
Wells cuts the ball just backward a point. Good stop by James Sales. Way down to his right-hand side. I think in the main, on both sides, the fielding today has been terrific.
It has been very good.
The odd blemish now and then, but it's been outstanding in the field from the players today. That's up and down the throat of long off. And
caught by the substitute fielder, Harry Gouldston.
For 84, Luke Wells. And that's the breakthrough Northamptonshire were looking for. Went for the big hit. Down on one knee. Did he have enough to clear? He's thinking now, I'm probably in a bit of trouble here. I'm probably in trouble. Yeah, I am. And he's gone. Caught by the substitute fielder. But a good knock by Luke Wells. Some relief for Northamptonshire, having picked up the first wicket. 130 runs added for that opening partnership. But Wells out for 84. And he'll be replaced by Josh Bohannon, but not before receiving a really good round of applause, I'm sure, from the Lancashire supporters.
Yeah, and rightly so. And there's a few more people. We saw it earlier when Emilio Gay came off on their feet over in that little balcony at the front of the pavilion. And Northampton are just taking the opportunity here to have a little bit of a drink, just gather together. bit of a huddle and regroup. That's been a punishing opening partnership between Wells and Jennings. It's been broken now, and Northamptonshire nip another one out quickly. Will feel that they're back in the match. Good catch by Harry Gouldston. I say is normally a wicket keeper, but a good catch. I'm just laughing because they're now. You just heard the announcement there that England have lost the Test match by an innings and 12 runs. So before tea on the third day, and now we just await how they're going to blame the county championship for it. End of the over. 130 for one. Keaton Jennings on 45. Josh Bohannon yet to get off the mark. And it is going to be Alex Russell.
Indeed.
From the far end, bowling to Keaton Jennings, who drives out to short extra cover, fielded there by Emilio Gay. And there's no run. Here's Russell in again. Bowls driven uppishly by Jennings, and there's a dive from Jack White, and it goes under his body and races away for 4 more. So Jennings, as Emilio Gay did after he'd lost his partner Ricardo Vasconcelos, looking to keep going, keep the momentum. Jennings up to 45. Pulled away, next ball just short of a length from Russell, goes out to deep square. Fielded out there by James Sales. 1 more onto the total, and that's 50 for Keaton Jennings. Lancashire captain going to 50 off 43 balls with 9 fours. Josh Bohannon now taking strike. Lancashire up to 135 for 1. Bohannon taking guard to Russell, who's in, bowls just back of a length, and Bohannon, nice way to get off the mark, just rocking onto the back foot, punching it up to long off for a single. Bohannon is away, and Lancashire 136 for 1. Public address announcer is warming to his task this afternoon, isn't he? You feel he's enjoying himself. Here's Russell, bowls to Jennings, who just nudges it away round the corner, just behind square. Buck fields, but they come through for an easy single. Jennings to 51, Lancashire to 137 for 1. 1 ball to go in the 17th over. Bohannon on strike. Russell in, bowls to him. Bohannon just opening the face, running it down to backward point, but smartly fielded in there by James Sales. And that's the end of Alex Russell's second over. No wicket for 16 for the leggy. 137 for 1. 17 overs gone. So Lancashire require another 234 to win in 33 overs.
Yeah, just that 1 wicket. Wells for an impressive 84 from 56. Northamptonshire Steelbacks with the 1 wicket so far. They're an interesting partnership, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, because you would think, being so similar, and tall men, both left-handers, that perhaps it might be easier for teams to bowl at them, because you're kind of tending to bowl at the same type of batter, but they're very different in the way they go about it. They're very different opening batters, and Wells is perhaps naturally more free scoring, probably scores quicker than Keaton Jennings, but they actually complement each other really well, even though the similarities physical are quite clear.
Well, again, you made the point about Gay and Vasconcelos in a similar way, really.
This is safe to say, been in bowling to Jennings, swing and a miss, through to the keeper, no run.
Again, both left-handers, although there's about a foot difference between the two of them, but they are quite different players. But I know Vasconcelos, talking to him about batting with Emilio Gay, he enjoys it. He says he feels that they complement each other quite well. And sort of, as you say, different types of player. Vasconcelos a bit more flamboyant.
It's carved away towards backward point. It's probably going to be 4, I think. It's rattling its way towards the rope, isn't it? Yeah, 4 more runs for Keaton Jennings. Just sliced away off the back foot. Jennings, having got himself to a half century, he's now 55 not out. 141 for 1, the Lancashire captain, who missed 1 game due to the England Lions call-up.
Sure, Simon Kerrigan having a little trot across in front of us, doing 12th man duty or 13th man duty with Harry Gould still on the field.
Save in and balls cut again. It bounces slightly awkwardly in front of Nathan Book. Gets plenty in behind it to stop the ball. And there's no run. 141 for 1. It's worked out towards deep mid wicket where Vasconcelos fields. Jennings gets a single. 56 not out. 142 for 1. That brings Josh Bohannon on strike, who takes guard from the umpire.
I suppose, to answer my own question, the reason they'll have blamed the County Championship for that England result is that there wasn't any County Championship cricket in the lead up to the Test match. Oh no, that wasn't the Championship's fault, was it?
Safe.
I'm getting cynical, aren't I, in my old age?
To be fair, Andrew, it's quite difficult not to, isn't it? 142 for 1. He's swept by Bohannon. He might get 4. No, I think White will catch up with it. He's running right alongside the ball, is Jack White, and does. I thought for a minute he was just going to escort the ball to the boundary, but he did kind of bend down and pick it up eventually.
It's like one of those you occasionally see when there's a batter in with a number 11 and they try and escort the ball to the boundary so that they don't change strike.
144 for 1. Forward defensive from Josh Barnum. Played back to Zabe, and that is the end of the 18th over. 144 for 1. Jennings on 56. Bohannon on 3. That target is 371 to win the match. They've made a pretty good start.
A quick look at what's happening elsewhere. We haven't been up to date with the other matches recently. At Neath, Hampshire made 228 for 9 in their 50 overs. Glamorgan 118 for 1 in the 20th. So that long run of Hampshire success may be under threat there. There's Russell starting a fresh over, bowling short. Cut away by Keaton Jennings, but he's only going to get a single as it goes out to Ricardo Vasconcelos, sweeping on the boundary. 1 more to Jennings, who goes to 57, and Lancashire to 145 for 1. So Glamorgan needing another 111 to win off 30 overs with 9 wickets in hand. At Canterbury, well, they have had some rain. 45 overs aside there now. Yorkshire made 282 for 6 in their 45. Russell in bowling to Bohannon, drives to extra cover, misfielded by Will Young, and as a result of which they're able to come through for a single. Bohannon up to 4 and 146 for 1 Lancashire. So chasing 283 to win, in fact 297 to win after Duckworth Lewis. Kent 40 for 1 with 6 overs gone. Russell in again, bowls wide, quicker ball and cut away by Jennings for 4. You can see the idea there for Russell, try and fire that one in a bit quicker and a bit wider, but Jennings was equal to it. Just had to reach for a little bit, but flayed it away through the covers for 4 more. Brings up the 150 for Lancashire. 150 for 1 in the 19th over. Jennings up to 61 off 50 balls. At Radlett, Middlesex piled up 374 for 3 against Warwickshire, who were 58 for 2 in reply in the 11th over. Reverse sweep from Jennings, well fielded by Gus Miller at backward point, and there's no run. At the Oval, Surrey made 292 for 9 against Gloucestershire, who are 129 for 3 after 19. Russell in again. Reverse sweep once more. Appeal for LBW as Jennings fails to make contact. Not out, says the umpire. Lewis McManus comes round from behind the stumps to tidy up. At Worcester, Essex made 279 for 9. Worcestershire at 82 for 1 in the 15th over in reply, so that's fairly even. Short ball from Jennings, cut away for a single out to deep cover, fielded out there by Vasconcelos. One more to Jennings, who goes to 62, and Lancashire to 151 for 1. And is that the over? It is. Simon Kerrigan had come on the field with something or other. Might have been something for the umpire. Anyway, that was the end of the over. 151 for 1, 19 gone. Partnership now up to 21, as you can see there, between Jennings and Bohannon. 151 for 1, 19 overs gone, with a further 220 runs required off 31 overs. Jennings is 52, Bohannon is 4. Here's Zabe starting a fresh over to Keaton Jennings, who swings it away. Now, has that gone for 4 or 6? 4. Swung away over mid-wicket. Ricardo Vasconcelos was out there and sprinted around to try and get to the ball, but couldn't do so. Just landed inside the rope. 4 more to Keaton Jennings, who goes to 66, 155 for 1. Zabe in again, bowls to Jennings, works it out towards deep mid-wicket. This time Vasconcelos does intercept before it crosses the rope and keeps it to a single. Jennings to 66 and Lancashire to 155 for 1. Need another 216 to win. Brings the right-handed Bohannon onto strike. Zabe in from the pavilion end, driven by Bohannon. Nicely fielded at short mid-wicket by Will Young, and there's no run.
I had a message from Drew, who's listening to us.
Okay. Here's Zabe. Flights that one up. Driven up to long on by Bohannon. James Sales comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Bohannon, who goes to 4. And Lancashire to 156 for 1.
Drew says, commentary excellent. Lancs TV excellent. I'll come back to it.
Right. Pie, excellent. Here's Zabe round the wicket, bowls to Jennings. He's hit that flat. Ooh. And very dangerously close from his point of view to Gus Miller, who I think it was one of those he wasn't entirely sure whether to come in or to stay back. In the end, I don't think actually had a lot of time to even think about it, because it was hit hard and flat by Jennings, and the upshot is it beats Miller's dive and runs away for 4 more.
He did swap that one, didn't he?
He's hit very hard. Here's Zaben again, flighted up, on driven by Jennings for a gentle single, fielded by Miller coming in off the boundary. Sends in a throw on the bounce, and that's the end of another over. The scoreboard, I'm afraid, has stalled on us again. 161, I reckon, for 1 after 20 overs, with Jennings on 72, Bohannon on 4. So everything's excellent so far, according to Drew.
Indeed, yeah, 162 for 1, as the scoreboard confirms. Commentary excellent. Lancs TV excellent. Just one little thing. Can you please fix that squeak? We've tried all sorts.
Well, we've had the WD-40 out.
We did. There's Russell in and bowling. That's on the reverse by Keaton Jennings. Picked up at backward point, or backward square leg as it became, I suppose. Having reverse swept it. 162 for 1.
I think it's this one.
I know, you see the boys are coming out with the WD-40 again to try and fix the squeak. Russell's in and bowling. That's worked away for a single by Josh Bohannon. So our commentary executive marquee is a kind of metal frame with this kind of white canvas draped across, and now Unfortunately, parts of it are squeaking in the breeze.
Well, the WD-40's out again.
It is. Balls once more. That's turned down towards short fine leg, and they scamper through for a quick single. Bahanan moves on to 10. 164 for 1. So I've got the old spray of the WD-40. Could do a bit of that for my knee. It's Russell's in and bowling, and that's Jennings working the ball away to mid-wicket.
You got them very well trained.
They're very good, these guys. 165 for 1. If they manage to solve this squeak, it'll be a terrific effort. Bannon on 10. And there's Russell toiling his way in. Driven firmly into the offside. Stopped at extra cover, but did get through for a single. The ball was kind of bursting through short extra cover and picked up by Saif Zaib. So 166 for 1. One ball left for the 21st over. So there you go, Drew. Just for you. Got some WD-40 on the job. This is driven away by Keaton Jennings up to mid-off, where Jack White fields, and that's the end of the over. 21 gone. 167 for 1. It is a breezy day, so it's a good job that the marquee is well anchored. But
well, I say, rather put me in mind of the one down on the Isle of Wight, where they decided it'd be a really good idea to sort of open the Velcro at the back just to let a bit of air in, because it was very, very hot, and just trying to let a bit of a through draft. And of course the result was then that you were sitting at the back of the box doing an update for BBC Radio Northampton. The tent flap kept hitting you in the back of the head, which was mildly entertaining. Well, yeah, no, the guys here at Blackpool getting their moment of fame on the stream, and quite right too, doing a terrific job to support us. I was thinking, Scott, I mean, it's a dangerous thing to do, but if Northamptonshire do lose this, then it will be a full house on the road this year of matches in the Royal London Cup. 4 away trips, 4 defeats. There's Zaib in bowling to Jennings. Pushes it out to deep mid-wicket, well fielded by Ricardo Vasconcelos, coming in off the boundary, sending in an accurate, pinpoint accurate return to Saif Zaib. One more to Jennings, 71 to him, 167 for 1. Lost at York, lost on the Isle of Wight, lost at Canterbury, which leaves Blackpool. Is Zaib in bowling to Bahanan on drives, should be just a single, goes down to James Sales, coming out from in front of the splendid pavilion here. One more to Bahanan, he goes into double figures, 11 to him, 168 for 1. Here's Zabin again, short and attempted cut, and I wonder, is that a drop? Just judging by the reaction from the keeper, Jennings was trying to cut, it wasn't taken cleanly by McManus. It bounced a little bit, very hard to say whether there was an edge, just going by the reaction really. Fired that one in, Zaib, and flat batted out to deep mid-wicket by Jennings for another single. Jennings to 72. Lancashire to 169 for 1. We're in the 22nd over. Here's Zaib in bowls to Bahanan, who just nudges that one down to backward point. Fielded there by Alex Russell. One more onto the total. Bahanan to 12. 170 for 1. Zaib in once again, round the wicket to Jennings, who's down the pitch, drives on the bounce, smartly fielded off his own bowling by Zaib, and that's a much better over from Saif Zaib as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, just giving them a little bit of control, just 4 singles off it. 171 for 1, 22 overs gone, so Lancashire need exactly 200 to win off 28 overs. It's a magnificent goal. Jonathan Livingston. Although we're not allowed to call them seagulls, are we? They're gulls.
It's not a seagull. It's a gull by the sea, isn't it?
One of our colleagues, David Townsend, will be well known to regular listeners to BBC County Cricket, has a thing about this, so it's rather scarred me.
Right. Here's Russell in and bowling. Down the pitch comes Bahanan and works the ball away to deep mid-wicket. just for a single. Moves to 14 not out, 172 for one.
Apparently they are herring gulls or black-headed gulls or various types, but they're not. There's no such thing as a seagull. He says. Well, neither did I, but I believe what I'm told.
Well, quite.
Some of it.
Russell to Jennings. That's thumped up towards long on. It took a horrible bounce as the ball spun to the left of the fielder up long on, but could have been quite costly. Could have gone for 4. Just a single in the end. Jennings is 74 not out. Balls again. That's cut by Bohannon, just backward of point, and Buck fields, and they dart through for a quick single. 172 for one. Jennings back on strike. And then that's worked out towards safe Zay, but long on. And Jennings moves on to 76, I think. I think it's 174 for one. Bohannon works the ball to the leg side. Picked about in the deep, and they jog back for a couple more.
Gus Miller's warming up, so I wonder if he's going to possibly have a bowl. Bowls at a medium pace. Worth a try.
Here comes Russell Balls again. Bohannon tries to work it to leg side, squirts away down towards short, fine leg. They scamper through for a quick single. The ball came in towards the keeper, who flicked off the bails. Got through for one, but it was a pretty sharp one. That completes the 23rd over.
You'll be pleased to learn, Scott, that not only is the squeak and various other things getting a bit of traction on social media, but the pie is as well.
Is it right?
Many thanks to Outlaw Chris, who's been in touch with us and says that pie, because there was a picture of it, looks like the one we used to get from the pit canteen on a Friday day shift. Some Fridays we had double pie and chips, yummy. So thank you for that, Outlaw Chris. I can vouch for the fact it was very, very nice. And it's going to be James Sales coming back into the attack from this pavilion end, consulting with his captain Will Young. Bowling figures so far: Jack White's bowled 3 overs for 25, Nathan Buck 5 overs for 42, so they've both been going at over 8 and over. James Sales 4 overs for 24. Freddie Heldrick, a couple of quite expensive overs, 2 overs for 27. Alex Russell 5 overs, no wicket for 34, and Saif Zaid 4 overs 1 for 25. And that really tells quite a lot of the story of Northamptonshire's campaign in this competition, in that without Sanderson, the control he gives you, it's difficult sometimes to just rein the opposition in. His Sales bowling. Lovely square drive to begin the over, but straight to Ricardo Vasconcelos, sweeping on the cover boundary. One more to Josh Bohannon, who goes up to 19. And Lancashire to 179 for one at the start of the 24th over, so nearing the halfway stage in terms of overs, and nearing the halfway stage in terms of runs scored. So the chase going absolutely according to plan as far as Lancashire are concerned so far, thanks in no small measure to that terrific innings from Luke Wells. 84 off 56 balls, 4 sixes and 11 fours. He's the only man out. And here's Sales running into bowl to Keaton Jennings, turns it round the corner. Emilio Gay comes off the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. One more to Jennings. Having fun there.
Oh, it's a bleeding nightmare, isn't it?
He's trying to unravel something or other. I'm not absolutely sure. What was it?
I've done it.
A headset or something. Well done. One of those things you get in a Christmas cracker that's supposed to keep you going for most of Boxing Day. 77 to Jennings. 180 for one. On drive by Josh Bohannon. Good sliding stop by Nathan Buck. Fires in his return and keeps it to a single. Takes Bohannon up to 19. Lancashire to 182 for 1 in the 24th over. Sails in again, bowls to Jennings. Pick up another single, pushes it out this time to Gus Miller, running round from mid-on. One more onto the total, which is they're gradually catching up the scoreboard. 182 for 1. Jennings to 79. Brings Bohannon back onto strike. 4 balls in the over, 4 singles. Here's Sails in again. Bowl short, pulled away by Bohannon, but there is a man out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the nursery, Freddie Heldrick. It's another single. 5 in 5 balls in the over, 184 for 1. Bohannon to 19. Nice little shady spot down there in front of the nursery. There's a few people just settled themselves on the wall there, getting out the sun. Here's Sails in again. Bowls wide outside the off stump and called a wide by the umpire, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. Takes the total up to 184 for 1. So Lancashire requiring another 187 to win, so nearly halfway. Here's Sails. Bowling again to Jennings, goes for a big swing. Now, did that come off a little bottom edge? Did it flick off the pad? It was well taken by Lewis McManus going down the leg side. And it's the end of the over. 6 runs off it, 5 singles and a wide. And at the end of the over, 184 for 1 Lancashire, 24 gone. With Jennings on 79, Bohannon on 19. And these two so far put on 54 for the second wicket, being together 8 overs. So a little bit, well, I suppose it was almost inevitable it was going to slow down a bit after that terrific violent assault from Luke Wells at the top of the order. But Northamptonshire desperately need a wicket, probably 2, just to really bring themselves back in the game, because at the moment Lancashire are making this look very easy.
It's been a game so far, a few chances really, hasn't it? A couple of run-outs from the Northamptonshire innings.
Yeah.
And it's just been a belting day to bat. The pitch looks an absolute corker. The batters have filled their boots so far. Here's Russell in and bowling to Bohannon, gives himself a bit of room. Turns the ball away to Emilio Gay on that leg side boundary for a single. And it's been a good day for the batters and hard work for the bowlers. Looks a good pitch. Credit to the ground staff here at Blackpool. Produced a very good batting pitch for 100 overs of cricket. This is worked out towards backward square leg by Keaton Jennings, so he moves up to 82, I think.
It's high scoring in the T20 games that were played here, Scott.
One of them was unfortunately rain affected.
Right.
Russell bowls to Bohannon, that's driven up to long off for a single. Yeah, so they played here against Nottinghamshire. That was a full game. Lancashire making 180 for 7. And that's worked to the leg side by Jennings for 1 run. Bowled Notts out for 90 in that game. And then they played Durham here as well, but again I think that was rain affected in the end. Been a belting pitch to bat on today. It's off the back foot by Bohannon. Play back to Alex Russell off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Wouldn't mind playing for Blackpool and batting on this every week, would you?
White stopped the ball at mid-on as Bohannon just flicks the ball away towards the Northamptonshire bowler. So 189 for 1, 25 overs gone. So we're at the halfway stage of the Lancashire innings. 189 for 1, a target of 371 to win. time for a drink if you're in the crowd.
Yep, Lancashire 10 runs ahead of where Northamptonshire were at that juncture. 179 for no wicket, and it was when they were really starting to accelerate, Vasconcelos and Gay. So Northamptonshire at halfway, 179 for no wicket. Lancashire at halfway, 189 for one. So all things still possible. Thinking about, you know, as you do, about Northamptonshire connections with Blackpool, and certainly one of a Northamptonshire captain lived not too far, played for this club and lived not too far away from here. A guy called Bert Tyler, C.H. Tyler, was captain in 1922, whose father also captained Northamptonshire 30 years before that, and he finished up moving up to this part of the world, and I think he played for this club, and he certainly lived around the Stanley Park area. So passed away in 1942. As far as what's happening elsewhere around the country, if you're just tuning in and wondering what's happening down at Lord's in the Test match, and we're thinking what might pop down there tomorrow or even on the last day, don't bother, because it's over. South Africa have won by an innings and 12 runs before tea on the third day. As far as the Royal London Cup is concerned, at Neath, looking very good for Glamorgan there. Oh, right. Chasing 229 to win. Glamorgan 167 for one, just past halfway. Right. So they only need 62 to win off 24 overs. So that could well be a win for the holders at Neath. At Canterbury, Yorkshire made 282 for 6 in 45 overs against Kent. Now they've got a revised target of 297 after Duckworth Lewis, and they're 91 for 1 in the 12th. So quite nicely poised down at the St Lawrence ground. Radlett in the other group, Group A, Middlesex piled at 374 for 3, which looks like being, at the moment, too many for Warwickshire, or 86 for 2 in the 17th in reply. At the Oval, Surrey 292 for 9, Gloucestershire 178 for 5 in reply, needing another 115 to win in 26 overs. At Worcester, Essex 279 for 9, and Worcestershire in reply 116 for 1 off 20 overs. Sales starts a fresh over to Behannon, plays it into the onside, fielded by Young at mid-wicket, and there's no run, so Worcestershire need another 164 off 30 there. At Taunton, which is an afternoon game, Sussex 244 for 3 in the 38th over after being put into bat by Somerset. Driven by Behannon, wide of Emilio Gay at extra cover, and just going to get a single as Miller comes round to tidy up. One more to Behannon, who goes to 22, and Yorkshire to Lancashire rather. What am I saying? To 188 for 1 in the 26th over. So that brings you up to date with what's happening in the other matches being played today. Here, Lancashire 188 for 1. Sales is in, bowls to Jennings, who cuts that away through backward point. It's not going to go for 4, fielded by Freddie Heldrick out there on the boundary in front of the nursery once again, and they're able to come back for 2 runs. So Jennings goes to 82 and Lancashire to 191 for 1, so another 180 needed to win. 24 overs to go after this one. Sales running in to bowl to Jennings. Again, uses his height, gets on top of the bounce, works it into the onside. And they come through for a single, fielded there by Gus Miller, who's got the tuber grip over his elbow, so presumably at some point he's managed to dive into one of those abrasive wicket ends that we've seen an awful lot of in the last few weeks when it's been so hot and dry. One more to Jennings, 83 to him, 192 for 1. Sales in bowls on leg stump to Behannon, turns it away down to long leg for Jack White to field down in the far distance. One more to Behannon, 23 to him, playing a really useful, sensible supporting role. Josh Behannon. These two have already put on 62. The second wicket in 10 overs. Sales in again, bowls to Jennings, who cuts that with wrists of steel, and it races away through backward point for 4. Lovely shot from Keaton Jennings to finish the over. He goes to 87, and Lancashire at the end of the over are 196 for 1. Jennings is 87, and Bohannon is 23, 196 for 1, so another 175 to win. 24 overs remaining.
Quite intriguing, the game at Neath, isn't it? Because if Glamorgan were to win that fixture, and if Lancashire were to win here, then Lancashire would go top of the group with a game to go.
So that would guarantee the knockout stages. Could indeed give you a semi-final.
Yeah, finished top, straight into the semi-final. If they finished second or third, it's that kind of eliminator game, isn't it? So we shall see.
Whereas Northamptonshire against Derbyshire on Tuesday.
Yeah,
it's going to be one of those games with pride to play for. Somebody ought to put up a sort of meaningless trophy for it, really, shouldn't they? You'd name them after luminaries of both counties. Well, call it the David Steele Trophy, couldn't you, as he played for both?
92 for 1. Yeah, it's slightly frustrating, isn't it, when you're getting towards the back end of the group games and there's not much on it. When would Northamptonshire's next game be after the final group?
September the 5th. It's only the 2 weeks at the back end of the school holidays without any cricket.
Just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yep.
Safe Zabe in and balls to Bohannon. It's clipped away to square leg. Emilio Gay fields, and there's no run.
Certainly is.
In and balls to Bohannon again. That's worked through mid-on. Oh, they come back for 2? Yeah, they're going to come back for 2. Bohannon runs 2, moves to 24, not out.
It's good running. Jack White was just hung on to that rather a long time out there, didn't he? 200 up.
200 for 1. As he played out towards deep backward point. Again, jogs through for a couple more. 26 now to Josh Bohannon. 202 for 1.
Reminds me of a pre-season tour quite a few years ago when we were out in Grenada, Northamptonshire, at the start of I think it was the 2001 season, and playing Sussex out there in a warm-up game.
Say balls to Bohannon. Oh, that's played back to him, and he's gone. Josh Bohannon, caught and bowled. Gone for 26. Just flicked it back down the pitch, and Safe Zabe takes a pretty routine catch, and Josh Bohannon punches his bat in frustration.
Yeah, it's just come out of nowhere, that, hasn't it, really? They two were just looking in complete control, and then Safe Zabe, don't know whether he maybe just held it back a touch, or if it just slightly stuck in the pitch, don't know, but he was a very soft, simple return catch to Safe Zabe, which he made no mistake with. So Lancashire 202 for 2 in the 27th over. Stephen Croft, yeah, big cheer for the local boy. Stephen Croft comes out to the middle. Those two put on 72 in 11 overs, so keeping up the momentum that was established by Jennings and Wells. But now a new batter in, and Safe Zabe picked up both the wickets to fall so far.
When we were chatting to Stephen Croft a little bit earlier on in the day, when we had him mic'd up in the outfield, I mentioned to him that he's played already here for Lancashire this season and has scored runs on both occasions. I think he got a couple of 50s in the games in the T20 matches that Lancashire played here, so he's been enjoying playing at his hometown club already this season for Lancashire. Yeah, got a 52 not out in that game that got abandoned against Durham in the T20 Blast, and he got 61 not out against Nottinghamshire in the T20 again here at Stanley Park. So he's had runs already this year at his home club. So he's on strike. Safe save. Is in a bowling. Croft just plays gently back down the pitch and gathered by Safe Zabe off his own bowling. And Lancashire are 202 for 2, set 371 to win the match. They've just lost their second wicket. Josh Bohannon, the man out, chipping the ball back to the bowler, Safe Zabe, and Bohannon gone for 26. Earlier, Luke Wells out for 84. Keaton Jennings, the captain's unbeaten on 90. And Stephen Croft, the Blackpool man, got a nice reception as he came out to bat. He's just joined his captain. So the target is 371. It would be a record run chase if Lancashire get it, but they made a very, very good start. 202 for 2 after 27 overs.
And it's going to be Jack White coming back into the attack from the pavilion end, having bowled 4 overs with the new ball, one of the new balls, 3 overs rather at the top, 3 overs for 25. So both he and Nathan Buck a little bit expensive at the start. Yeah, I was just saying that pre-season game, and we realised just how meaningless it was in the wider scheme of things. It was quite a useful little, warm-up for the season, but we thought it ought to be hyped up somehow, and it was Nick Cook, I think, who was involved with the Beast, who was involved with Northamptonshire on the coaching side at that point, and it became dubbed the Carib Cup after the famous beer of the region. Other beers are available, of course, but not on that tour. And so it became Northamptonshire and Sussex, the Carib Cup. This time it's personal, just to try and hype it up a little bit. Didn't work.
Did not? Not surprised.
Not really. Here's White running in from the pavilion end, bowling to Keaton Jennings, who's deeper into the 90s. 91 to him now as he plays that out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Emilio Gay fields out there on the boundary. Jennings to 91 off 76 balls. Lancashire to 203 for 2. Another 168 runs needed on this glorious afternoon here at Stanley Park. Such cloud as there was earlier on has just largely dissipated, and lots of blue sky. Gorgeous evening, but still enough breeze, I think, if you're sitting out there, so you don't get too hot. And the main stand over to our right, now in the shade, as White comes in and bowls to Croft, plays it to backward point. Was thinking about a single to get off the mark, but sent back by his captain. Smartly fielded by Safe Zabe, who's probably the best fielder, you would say, in this Northamptonshire side. So if there's anybody's arm that it's probably not a good idea to take one to, it's him. Gus Miller continuing to sort of speculatively roll his arm over from time to time. Whether he's been given the nod or whether he's just trying to attract Will Young's attention, I'm not sure. Is White in again, bowls to Croft, and he is off the mark this time, just turning that down to long leg. I'm sure he'll get a ripple as he comes through for a single. Fielded by Freddie Heldrick down there on the boundary. 204 for 2. Croft off the mark with 1. Keaton Jennings just checking his guard. Jack White, one of 6 bowlers used by Northamptonshire so far, but I say they do have another couple of options if need be. Here's White in again, bowls to Jennings, drives up past a tumbling Will Young at extra cover, goes up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Nathan Buck. Keaton Jennings up to 92, and Lancashire to 205 for 2. Need another 166 to win. White turning just in front of us, running in again to bowl to Stephen Croft, plays it back down the pitch, and White diving across the pitch just manages to get a right hand to it and stop any possibility of a single. Has a word with the umpire as he walks past him, something along the lines of, "Did you see that?" Is it more groceries arriving, Scott? Or
sure.
More comestibles. Splendid. 205 for 2. Last ball of the 28th over going down. Here's White, bowls it, and cracked away by Stephen Croft, and well fielded out there on the cover boundary by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Keeps it to 1. Croft takes the single and keeps the bowling. End of the over. Croft is 2, Jennings is 92, and Lancashire 206 for 2, need another 165 to win, and 22 overs remaining.
Yeah, things have slowed down a little bit here, haven't they, for Lancashire, understandably. That's certainly since the dismissal of Luke Wells, but he set off like an absolute train, didn't he, Luke Wells? And the second wicket to fall, so naturally the run rate just slows down a fraction. Lancashire with wickets in hand and plenty of time left. The game's in their control.
Graham Onions was going to bring us a glass of squash then.
He walked in front of us with a bottle of orange juice and a couple of glasses.
Destined for somebody else, obviously.
Yes, must be. Yeah. There's Croft for a little shuffle down the pitch and drive the ball towards Heldrick. Gets a single, 207 for 2. We start the 29th over of the Lancashire innings. Brings Keaton Jennings back on strike.
Interesting, we were talking about that the Morgan game at Neath, a change of the field here. Thomas Bevan, who I know our colleagues Nick Webb and Edward Bevan were saying should be playing, is 134 not out.
And Jennings tries to work the ball to the leg side. He's using his bat as a crutch in the end, is Keaton Jennings, to keep him upright. I think he played the other day against Lancs. But he was out pretty early on. Didn't get a chance to see him bat too much, but obviously in the runs today. Jennings gets a single out towards mid-wicket. Sales comes up from the boundary to field.
Yeah, he didn't play against Northamptonshire, and I must admit that the Morgan batting looked a wee bit thin, but today 134 not out, including 9 sixes. 9 sixes, 13 fours, 134 off 103 balls.
He's had some fun then.
He has.
Safe save balls to Croft. It's pushed along the ground through wide mid off for a single. Croft moves on to 4 now, 209 for 2. Brings Jennings back on strike. 93 not out, the Lancashire captain. Takes that leading edge and loops away up towards mid-off. Falling in front of Jack White, who comes up from that position at mid-off to scoop the ball up. Jennings moves to 94 not out, 210 for 2. And 1 ball left for the 29th over. Croft back on strike, safe save in and balls, and that's driven on the bounce back to the bowler. And there's no run. That's the end of the 29th over. 210 for 2. Croft 4. Jennings on 94 not out.
Bevan just out. Glamorgan 210 for 2. He made 134. So they need 19 off 21 overs with 8 wickets in hand. So you would think, barring something very strange, that Glamorgan will win that one.
That will end Hampshire's winning sequence at the top.
Yes, it's something in all competitions, isn't it? Something like 20 wins in 22 games, something like that.
That's what Kevin James, our colleague, was saying to me the other day, down in Southampton. It's an extraordinary run, actually.
It is, well. Northamptonshire will be hoping they can put a dent in it, of course, in the championship match starting on September the 5th.
As indeed will Lancashire.
Well, indeed, yes. For now, here's Jack White in bowls to Jennings, who cuts that off the back foot, and it isn't fielded cleanly by Will Young, who deflects it up to Nathan Buck at mid-off, and they're through for a single. Takes Keaton Jennings up to 95, and Lancashire to 211 for 2. Brings Stephen Croft back on strike. He's made 4. Here's White running in and bowling to him. And he plays that up to mid-wicket, fielded by Will Young. And there's no run. So 160 more runs needed by Lancashire. Required rate is about 7.7. But of course, 8 wickets in hand, which is probably the key statistic here at the moment. Here's White, and again bowls to Croft, plays defensively up to mid-off, where Gus Miller fields and there's no run. I think the umpire might be having a little word with Gus Miller there, because for no good reason he threw into the keeper round about 80 yards away on the bounce, and umpires don't like to see that. Here's White in again, bowls to Croft, who's nudging it up towards mid-on, goes through for the single. Well judged in the end, because as long as they went straight away, Nathan Buck is fairly deep, just almost on the edge of the circle, so they were able to come through for the single. Croft is 5 and Lancashire are 212 for 2. Keep thinking I'm hearing a helicopter or something about to land at the back of us. I think it's the generator, isn't it? That's keeping us on air. Until he just twigged what it is. Here's White in again, bowls to Jennings, turns it away on the onside. Certainly 1 run, that's all there'll be. As Emilio Gay comes round from deep mid-wicket to field. 1 more to Jennings, who is 96, 213 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 30th over.
Yeah, the magic van to our left-hand side, which has all the wires and all the buttons and all the technology, is it's a major operation.
It is, isn't it? Wonder what would happen if I pulled this one out. Here's White in, bowls to Croft, pushes it up to mid-off. Miller fields, this time sends a return on the full to the keeper, which will keep the umpire happy. End of the over. Croft keeps the bowling. 214 for 2. Croft is 6. Jennings is 96. 30 overs gone. So 214 for 2 Lancashire after 30. Northamptonshire after 30 overs. 208 for 1. So 6 runs in it and 1 wicket in it.
That's the 18 van that
there's us.
I mentioned before.
If you're watching on the stream.
The 18 van's got all the gadgets in it. 214 for 2. I still reading some interesting comments. The 2 captains of the
oh right.
So Dean Elgar, the South Africa captain, and Ben Stokes, the England captain. Just the contrast on their assessments of the game, the Test match. Dean Elgar says, "I'm still a purist when it comes to Test cricket. I don't stuff around with too many styles of play. I think the game demands and kind of deserves it." And the England captain, Ben Stokes, has a slightly different view on how it worked out, as this is worked up towards long on by Croft for a single. Ben Stokes says, "This isn't a wake-up call or anything like that. We haven't been able to execute the way we would like to play, and South Africa were better than us." It's interesting, this little kind of contrast of views on the Test match. 215 for 2. So Jennings 96 not out. There's plenty of kids at the edge of the boundary rope, I think, waiting and looking forward to seeing Keaton Jennings get a century. If he can hit 4 more runs, he'll be the 3rd player today to reach 3 figures, if he can do that. He's 96 not out. Safe save in and bowls, and Jennings whips the ball away through the onside, but just for a single. Sales comes up from the deep mid-wicket boundary. So 97 now to Keaton Jennings. 216 for 2. Brings Croft back on strike.
Because it means there'll be even less cricket to watch at the weekend, doesn't it?
2 weeks without a game.
Yeah, I know.
In the middle of August seems ridiculous, really. Tossed up by Safe Sabe. Clipped out towards the leg side. And Croft moves to 8, 217 for 2.
To be fair, Scott, it was the same last year.
It was, yeah. 97, Keaton Jennings. That's forced up towards mid-on. Flirt with the idea of 2? No, settling for a single. 98 now, Keaton Jennings. 218 for 2. 2 balls left of the 31st over. It does need to be a better balance to the schedule, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mark Chilton was making a point on...
yes, I heard that.
Yeah. As Croft waits, and let's turn towards square leg. Jogs through for 1, moves to 9, 219 for 2 at the end of the 31st over. No, correction, there's 1 ball left of it. And Jennings is 2 away from reaching 3 figures. 219 for 2. This is the final ball of the over. Safe to say with 2 wickets so far. Jennings clips it out towards the leg side. He'll be 99 not out and on strike for the next over. And Lancashire 220 for 2. Jennings 99 from 85 deliveries. Speaking of 99,
yes.
we're quite there. It could be quite a nice day, wouldn't it, for a bit of ice cream? Perfect.
There it is on the board there. It's almost as though someone had planned that. Very, very impressive. I really. Oh yes.
Look at that.
Has he got a bit of the old sherbet on it? Very. Rather off the sweet stuff at the moment, but I do have a bit of a hankering for the when you get the ice cream cone with like a sherbety thing on it, either strawberry or lemon. It's really rather nice. See him through to his 100, Scott.
Nathan Buck is returning to send down over number 32 of the innings. Jennings 99 not out. Buck comes in and balls. That's turned to the leg side. And that's a single to take Keaton Jennings to his century. The Lancashire captain is exactly 100 not out. He is in some form at the minute, Keaton Jennings, in all 3 formats for Lancashire. He's playing some fabulous cricket. And the captain unbeaten on 100 from 86 deliveries. And Lancashire 221 for 2.
Lovely even strike rate as well. First 50 off 43 balls, second 50 off 43 balls. Thanks very much. Here's Nathan Buck running in to bowl to Stephen Croft, wide. Croft giving himself a little bit more room, and he's flayed that away into the covers. Terrific bit of fielding out on the boundary by Harry Gouldston, the substitute fielder. Certainly saved a couple of runs there. They come back for 2, and Croft is 11, 223 for 2. Yes, just you were saying about Mark Chilton.
Yeah. It's on Lancashire's Twitter handle. It was from a members meeting a few weeks ago, and it was just outlining the schedule and the amount and the volume of cricket played at the start of the season.
Here's Buck in again, bowls to Croft, who drives once more. Wall work for Harry Gouldston to do. Is he going to get there? Yes, he is. Lovely tumbling stop out there. This time manages to keep it to a single. No, it did come back for 2, beg your pardon. He did the quick coming back to the second, so Croft to 15, 13, 225 for 2.
I just thought it was a really interesting point, and I think a point that's well worth discussing.
Yeah.
It's just the imbalance of the fixture list at the minute is silly.
Well, there is a reason for that, isn't there? Here's Buck in, bowls to Croft, who's in behind it, playing it back down the pitch. Yeah, and I mean, look, I listened to that, and you retweeted it. It was most interesting to listen to what Mark Chilton has to say, and listen, I'm not going to get involved in the sort of politics of Lancashire members and all the rest of it at the moment, but the point is that at the moment they're having to try and cram all that county cricket into 5 months instead of when it should be 6, because they can't do much in August for reasons that we know. Here's Buck in again, bowls very full, must a Yorker on Croft's leg stump. All he can do is work it up to mid-wicket for Young to field, and there's no run. So hence the fact that we do have, and I mean, you and I know, and as you made the point, we only commentate, and we're delighted and privileged to be able to travel around the country and follow our respective teams, but it's hard for us sometimes, and the miles do pile up and you find yourself getting a bit tired. What it must be like for some of the players, I shudder to think. They're playing all formats. Short of a length goes Buck, steered down to backward point. by Croft, fielded there by Zabe, and there's no run. That's the end of a pretty tidy over from Nathan Buck. Just 5 runs off it, 3 dot balls to finish it. 2-2-5 for 2. 32 overs gone, with Keaton Jennings on 100 and Stephen Croft on 13. But you know, in Northamptonshire we did do some stats, and I know our colleague David Griffin from Derbyshire did them, and I did them for Northamptonshire, and they're much the same, and I imagine any county would find the same thing. Number of scheduled days cricket in August. When I started watching Northamptonshire 50 years ago in 1972, it was around about 22, 23 days, and stayed pretty much that right the way through until the last couple of years. And this year, of course, it's 8. So there's now a third of the cricket in August that there was 10 years ago.
Yes. Here's Russell into to Keaton Jennings. Eased out towards the leg side. He wants to come back for 2. So 102 now to Keaton Jennings. 227 for 2. Target of 371. There's Russell in and balls again. Jennings coming down the pitch, trying to work it again to the leg side. Just deflects off the thigh pad, no run. 227 for 2. There's Russell. Little shimmy up to the crease and balls. That's cut away by Keaton Jennings out towards deep extra cover for a single. 103 to Jennings, 228 for 2. Well, certainly it's not. I agree. It's not long term, not right, is it, to have such little cricket in August? But this competition last year and this year is certainly providing a lot of opportunity for younger players.
Yeah, absolutely.
As well as some senior pros, the 2 batters there, for example, Stephen Croft and Keaton Jennings, otherwise not required by the 100. Down the pitch comes Jennings. Croft, rather, has that come off the bat? He has, yeah, he's been caught and bowled. And Alex Russell gets his first wicket. Little dance down the pitch by Croft, and that just ballooned away off the bat, and nicely taken by Russell. And Croft has gone for 13, 3rd wicket to fall, 2-2-8 for 3.
He came down the pitch, and it was almost when he got there, he wasn't quite sure whether to stick or twist, whether to try and whack him over the top or play defensively, and in the end just fell a little bit between 2 stools and chipped it back, and Russell took relatively straightforward caught and bowled.
Enjoyed
and
that.
He was very, very pleased about it as well.
Yeah.
I tell you, he's a very enthusiastic young cricketer, Alex Russell. Loves it, loves the opportunity he's been given. And it's a very important wicket. Northampton just keep chipping away. It's all they can do, isn't it? I mean, I think if they get Jennings out, then they'll feel they're in with the game as long as Jennings is there. And if he bats through, Lancashire win, you would think. But all they can do is just keep nibbling away at the other end, try and have a relatively new batter in most of the time. Russell, well, again, over this tournament, he's been preferred to Heldrick. So Heldrick's only played 2 games. Russell's played all of them, and I think again for a young leggy new to the professional game, over the whole competition he's been going at 6.5 and over. I don't think that's too bad.
No.
Particularly on some of the grounds, say some relatively small grounds that he's had to play on, like York and. Also, I mean, the Isle of Wight is not that small, but it's a fairly big, fairly small playing area relative to county headquarters. And as you mentioned, you've seen what he could do on that debut at Old Trafford, which tells you, if nothing else, that he's got a very solid temperament.
Yeah, I thought he was terrific in that Blast match. I mean, you look at the Lancashire team and the batters he was bowling at. Yeah, I thought it was an outstanding kind of 4-over spell on debut.
But he's got. I just love. He's got this infectious enthusiasm, and he's come into the game. He's been given an opportunity, and he's absolutely going to grab it with both hands. It's rather nice, rather refreshing to see.
Absolutely, yeah. So Rob Jones, a new batter, 228 for 3. Here's Russell twirling in and bowling to Jones, and that's hit past the bowler up towards mid-off for a single. Jones off the mark straight away. 229 for 3.
Rob Jones has been very consistent. He's got three 350s in the competition this year.
He's had a good couple of months actually. He kind of got it going in the county championship. He helped Lancashire to beat Warwickshire at Edgbaston on the final day. They chased down 330 to win on the last day, and he was, I think, 70 odd not out. Kind of got his season going. That's flicked away by Keaton Jennings to the leg side. Moves to 104. Not out. 230 for 3. And that is the end of the 33rd over. So 230 for 3 on a bright and sunny day here at Stanley Park. A day for a hat or two.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the asking rate just nibbled up a little bit. I think last time we looked it was sort of 7.7. It's now 8.3. Still well beyond the bound, not beyond the bounds of possibility by any stretch of the imagination. To say, as long as Jennings is there just to anchor things, and others can play around him, sort of role that Emilio Gay did for Northamptonshire. Here's Nathan Buck. Start his 7th over, 6 overs, no wicket for 47 so far. Bustling in away from us, bowls to Keaton Jennings, who's pushing it up towards Gus Miller at mid-on. They come through for a single. Takes Jennings up to 105, and Lancashire to 231 for 3.
Glamorgan have beaten Hampshire by 7 wickets.
Oh right, so that means if Lancashire do win this, then they will go top of Group B.
I never knew there were Groups A and B. I just thought there were just 2 groups.
I think there's, apparently they have names. Group B, inventively.
I take it there was another question I've got for you, which you may or may not know the answer to. I assume they're just randomly drawn, these groups.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming so, yeah. There's certainly no rhyme or reason otherwise. Very full, driven up to mid-off by Rob Jones, and there's no run. I can't think there's any other way why Northamptonshire would finish up playing at York, Blackpool and the Isle of Wight.
No.
And Canterbury. There's certainly nothing geographical about it.
I wonder whether they deliberately kept kind of some derby games like Middlesex and Surrey are in the same group, Lancashire and Yorkshire in the same group.
Yeah, but Northamptonshire don't play Leicestershire, which is probably our nearest one.
Fair enough. That's rubbish then.
It's Buck. Bowls to Jones, turns it down to a long leg. Heldrick comes in off the boundary. They're going to come through for 2. Throw eluding Lewis McManus, but Nathan Buck was there to back up. He's not going to see overthrows off his bowling. 2 more to Jennings, goes to 105, 233 for 3. Well, yes, I mean, Northamptonshire don't play Leicestershire or Nottinghamshire, who are, again, you would imagine sort of fairly close at hand. Here's Buck in, bowls driven up to mid-off, fielded by Miller, and there's no run, to the extent that, I mean, all 4 of Northamptonshire's away games, we had them down as, like, you know, they're 2-nighters, they're ones you can't necessarily drive there and back in a day. With, let's say, York, Newport, Isle of Wight, Canterbury, and here at Blackpool, home games against Essex, Glamorgan, Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Buck in, bowls cut away by Jones, but only as far as Zabe at backward point, and there's no run. Buck's been good in this second spell, come back and been a lot tidier. Just 3 runs off this over so far, 1 ball to go in it. Previous over, 3 dot balls to finish the over. Here's Buck running away from us. Balls to Rob Jones, short, and he's gone for the pull, and it's gone off the top edge for 4. And it was one of those, I think he was actually thinking of pulling out of the shot, and in the end he finished up playing quite low, the hand's quite low, but it went off a top edge and ballooned away down to fine leg. There's nobody within any sort of distance of it at all, and it races away for 4. End of the over, 237 for 3. Slightly involuntary stroke from Rob Jones, nevertheless.
Yeah.
4 more onto the total, 7 to him, 105 to Jennings, 237 for 3, and Lancashire require a further 134 in 16 overs. And, well, don't know where your money is.
It's on that hot dog, I think.
Ooh, that looks nice.
237 for 3.
Plenty of onions.
Be a good finish, this. There's Russell into to Jennings. That's played up towards mid-on for a single.
My fellow Laurel and Hardy enthusiasts will know where the Plenty of Onions comes from. One of their classic comedies.
Is it something to do with Ron Paul of the Bailey?
Not this time.
Okay.
Not this time.
Jones back on strike. 7 not out. Russell coming in and bowling. Down the pitch comes Jones, and that's pushed away into the offside. And there is no run. 238 for 3. 7 wickets in hand. It's 133 more runs. Just dropped out towards the leg side by Jones, and he jogs through for 1, moves to 8. 239 for 3.
And it's going to be Russell to continue. 3 balls left in the over. Russell in bowls, reverse sweep by Keaton Jennings for 4. Got hold of all of that and gave Ricardo Vasconcelos no chance of getting round to cut that one off. 4 more to the Lancashire captain. He goes to 110, and Lancashire up to 243 for 3. They need another 128 to win. 15 overs to go after this one. Now they're strengthening that field. They've now got effectively 2 men in there at backward point, Miller and Young, and to respond, Jennings thumps him back over the bowler's head for 4. That's intelligent, experienced batting from Keaton Jennings. Finds 1 stroke blocked off, but of course it leaves a gap somewhere else, and he's down the pitch and smashes it over the head of the young leg spinner for 4. Jennings to 114, Lancashire to 247 for 3. Here's Russell in again, bowls a little bit more bounce there to Jennings, who cuts it down to one of the 2 fielders at backward point, Will Young. End of the over, so good finish to the over, the last ball at least for Alex Russell. 247 for 3 at the end of the over. 35 overs gone. Russell's now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 55. Jennings is 114 not out, Jones on 8.
You see the run rate's just dropped, hasn't it, quite sharply. Pretty level now. So I think it'd be a really intriguing finish to the match.
It could be a very good finish, couldn't it?
Too dissimilar. I mean, Lancashire were able to wrestle back a bit of control when they were bowling, and a couple of wickets here, and Northamptonshire might just feel as though they've got a bit more of a handle on the match themselves. To get rid of Jennings could be very interesting. James Sale's going to return to the attack. 90 balls left.
So is this Lancashire's final group match, Scott? So I'm trying to keep up with it.
Down to Canterbury next week.
Oh, right, okay. Well, that would be nice.
2, 4, 7 for 3. Here comes Sales over the wicket and bowls, and Jones looks to try and cut the ball. They're kind of thinking of taking a bye, but I think Jennings has turned that run down because the ball kind of deflected through to the keeper. It seemed to hit McManus.
It did. He wasn't very happy about that, was he? I think he hit him on the shoulder.
He did, yeah. It was sporting of Keaton Jennings to...
Perhaps he couldn't see. Well, his dad, of course, was a great keeper, Ray Jennings. Obviously has respect for the Wicketkeepers Union. He was a fantastic cricketer, his dad.
Sales balls to Jones. He's up onto his toes and turns the ball away into the offside for no run.
I had the pleasure of seeing him, I think, when I first went out to South Africa many years ago, and he was still playing, and goodness, he was a fine keeper.
Sails again to Jones. Looks to try and cut the ball. Has he edged it through? He has. Yeah, a little edge off the bat of Jones. It's gone for 8. Lancashire have lost a 4th wicket. We've got a terrific game of cricket on our hands here. And Northamptonshire right in the game. Jones edging behind to McManus. Sales strikes. Lancashire losing their 4th wicket.
And it makes Keaton Jennings all the more vital, doesn't it? It makes it all the more vital that he just stays there now. He's got to, I think, got to take this very deep. But Northamptonshire, as we said a moment or two ago, they're just doing all they can, just nibbling away, get one out here and there, bowled a couple of decent overs. But as you say, I mean, I wouldn't like to invest anything on this now. This could be a very, very tight finish. Sadly, I think 1 or 2 might be drifting off. Certainly, maybe it just be that far side of the ground, which is now the stand, which is a lot emptier than it was earlier. Maybe they've just moved round into the sun. Maybe it's getting a bit cold over there.
That'd be a sensible move, that. Yeah.
Get closer to the ice cream van. But,
yeah. Get out the shade into the sun.
Yeah, I suspect it's one of those days when we had the 40-degree day at Northampton, the Championship, a few weeks ago. I think it was just almost unthinkable that anybody would not want to be in the shade. But I think today, actually, it's probably quite chilly if you out of the sun for any length of time. George Lavelle comes to the crease
with a bit of work to do. I mean, Jennings is the absolute key man here, isn't he, now for Lancashire? Yeah. 114 not out. Jones was just chasing after that little wide delivery, wasn't he? And edge behind to the keeper McManus. James Sales with his first wicket. Been a wee bit costly, I suppose. James Sales. Let's see, bowled now 6.3 overs, 1 for 39. Has picked up his first wicket, and he runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to Lavelle. It's a 4 ball which is driven through the offside. Just settling for the 1. Ricardo Vasconcelos coming up from the boundary.
In fact, only if you look at the economy figures, only Saif Zaid has been more economical actually than James Sales at the moment. He's going for around about 6 and over. Zaid's 5.6, and the rest have all gone for rather more than that.
Yeah, Buck's going at 7.5, isn't he? There's Sales in and bowls again. Thumped back down the pitch on the bounce. There's no run. That was in a game which had been dominated by the bat. And the return of 6 overs, 1 for 40 as it stands now. 6.5 overs, 1 for 40. It's a pretty good.
It's not bad, is it really?
Pretty good return, yeah. Sales again. That's carved into the ground by Keaton Jennings. Up towards deep extra cover. And Miller picks it up. He didn't quite pick it up cleanly, but no damage done. It'd be a hard, quick outfield. And ball bouncing and bobbling its way towards Miller. It's the end of Sales' 7th over. So he's got 3 left. Would they look to try and keep him to the end, or is it likely to be White and Buck at the end?
You would think White and Buck at the end on the basis of experience, but and also if Sales has got into some sort of rhythm, it's slightly hard to get him off at this stage. It's interesting looking at the Lancashire bowling figures. Their most economical bowler, Danny Lamb, went for 6.5. Tom Bailey was 6.5. Luke Wells was 6.5. Stephen Croft just a touch under 7. So it's
about right.
As you say, absolutely spot on. If you look at the sort of the conditions, then if somebody's going for a run of ball, it's actually not that bad.
No.
Well, here's Alex Russell to continue. Bowling from the far end. Bowling to Keaton Jennings. And Jennings is down the pitch, but in the end plays it just defensively back down the pitch for Russell to field off his own bowling. Russell into his 9th over. 1 for 55 so far. Picked at the wicket of Stephen Croft with that return catch. Here's Russell in again. Bowls to Jennings, who's gone for the reverse sweep. This time straight to Will Young. They've still got the 2 fielders in there at backward point to the left-hander, but really aimed at trying to stop the reverse sweep. Miller the finer of the 2. Young the squarer. Russell in again. Bowls to Jennings. Nudges it off his hip. Down to Nathan Buck on the edge of the circle on the 45. Easy single for Jennings, who goes to 116, and that's the 250 up for Lancashire. 250 for 4 in the 37th over, so 121 more runs required. 13 overs to go after this. 6 wickets in hand. Here's Russell in bowls and cut away by Lavelle for 4. Lovely shot. Lovely use of the wrists. And picking the gap in the field. 2 men in there at backward point and hit it between the 2 of them, and it races away down to the front of the pavilion for 4. Lavelle to 5 and Lancashire to 254 for 4. And I think that probably teaches Alex Russell one lesson: don't give George Lavelle too much width outside off stump. Just put away with great skill. Here's Russell in again, worked into the onside by Lavelle, called through for a single by Keaton Jennings, and shy at the stumps by Gus Miller. Hits the stumps at the bowler's end, but fortunately for George Lavelle, he was safely home.
It's pretty quick, isn't he, Lavelle?
He is quick between the wickets, but Jennings bellowed at him to come through for the single. He didn't leave any doubt about his intentions. Lavelle up to 6. He appears to have gone backwards on the scoreboard. And
a bit harsh, isn't it?
Lancashire dot points for his bat was too wide or something. 255 is Russell bowls short, pulled away by Jennings. He's only going to get a single as it goes down to Sales at deep backward square. And that's the end of another over from Alex Russell, at the end of which Lancashire are 256, I think, off 37 overs. The board has once again gone slightly haywire.
Yeah, I think you're on. I think you're spot on.
Lavelle has made 6, Jennings 117, so 115, yeah, 115 more runs to win off the last 13 overs.
Yeah, the Roger Harrison scorebox.
Oh yes, there is.
That little brick building, isn't it, where the scoreboard is and the scorers are located.
Very nicely laid out, if only we could see it.
Well, it's going to be Sales to continue. I'd say he's into a bit of a rhythm here. Oh, and Jennings takes him on, actually lifts it up and over mid-off. A couple of bounces onto the board of the sponsors. And 4 runs for Keaton Jennings.
Well, this is the judgment, isn't it? We were talking about this before, and about whether you keep James Sales going now, keep him for the end. Now he's having a word with Will Youngs immediately.
Came straight up, didn't he?
Came straight up to him and had to give him a pat on the back and suggested where to bowl, where not to bowl. Nathan Buck has joined in the Brains Trust. Will Young's doing a sort of coaching session at the moment, isn't he?
Seeing there, is a bit.
Don't bowl it there, don't bowl it there, and don't bowl it there. Or there, or there. Other than that, bowl it where you like.
260 for 4. In again to Jennings. Oh, that's flicked down the leg side. It's got a little bit of bat on that, Keaton Jennings. It's gone for 4 runs.
Don't bowl it there.
Yeah, just helped it on its way, didn't it? Straying onto the pads of Jennings and flicked down to fine leg for 4 more.
Now, is this just going to be the over that Lancashire need to get themselves a little bit ahead of the... just give themselves a bit of breathing space? So that required rate has been inching up, but a big over here could change that.
In this spell, this is over number... Sales in and balls 2. Jennings tries to swap the ball away to the onside. There's no run. It's only 2nd over on the bounces, isn't it, for Sales? Yeah, 1 for 10 in this spell from the pavilion end of the ground. I guess should have been quite positive so far from the first 3 deliveries. Couple of boundaries. A dot ball. Jennings 125 not out. Swings again. Jennings clobbers the ball away.
Oh, what a catch!
Onside. Oh, it is fantastic catch.
Emilio Gay
With a brilliant catch at deep mid wicket. And Jennings has gone for 125, and Sales, having gone for 2 boundaries to start the over, strikes back by picking up the key wicket of Keaton Jennings, launching the ball out toward deep mid wicket. That's a spectacular catch by Emilio Gay. Brilliant work in the deep. It's a crucial breakthrough for Northamptonshire, and perhaps swings the game in favour of the Steelbacks. Jennings has gone, the captain, for 125, caught by Emilio Gay off the bowling of James Sales, who has his 2nd wicket.
Well, before we say too much about the state of the game, let's just hear the applause for a fantastic innings from Keaton Jennings. What a knock from the Lancashire captain. 125 off 105 balls with 18 fours. And, well, he's given his side certainly a chance. Maybe he was sensing, as we were saying up here, that Lancashire needed an over, just a big one to get themselves a little bit ahead of the rate. And I mean, he hit it hard, he hit it very hard, and he hit it flat.
Outstanding.
It was a very, very good catch in the deep by Emilio Gay. He was having a decent day, it's probably fair to say, but George Balderson comes to the crease, and more than capable young batter. Still Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt and Jack Morley to come, but we got a game.
We have, yeah, we've got a terrific finish. Great work by Sales as well. I mean, clearly Lancashire were trying to get at him in this over, maybe try and target Sales, and he was hit for 2 fours, 1 back over his head, 1 flick down to fine leg. And the young man's come back really well here, and he's picked up the key wicket that Northampton would have been looking for. Sales bowls, it's down the leg side to Balderson, and signalled as a wide by the umpire. 265 for 5. 106 more needed for Lancashire. 12.2 overs to get them. Run rate pushing up to 8.5, or over 8.5 now required. It's a nice drive by Balderson through the covers for a single. Gets himself his first run. 266 for 5. Brings George Lavelle on strike. Final ball of the over coming up. Sales will have 2 left. Glides in and bowls again. Shovelled away off the hip by George Lavelle out towards deep square leg. Miller fields in front of the nursery. And Lavelle gets 1 and keeps the strike. He moves to 7. And that completes the 38th over. So it's 104 more runs to win. Run rates drop below where Northamptonshire were. It's got the makings of a really good finish to the game.
Well, you think whatever happens now, Scott, those that have paid good money to come and watch this will have their money's worth whatever, because it's been a fantastic game, and they've seen 3 or 4 innings really out of the top draw. Vasconcelos and Gay, the 4 openers really have all had very, very good days. Vasconcelos 104, Gay 131 for Northamptonshire. Wells 84 off 56 balls, and then 125 for Jennings for Lancashire. So seen 4 innings right out of the top draw, and now which team can close the match out? It's going to be Zabe back into the attack from the far end. Bowls 7 overs, 2 for 39 so far. Picked up the wickets of Wells and Bohannon, and he's going to be bowling to round the wicket to George Lavelle. Flighted up, swept by Lavelle, and that's going to run away for 4. So not the start to the over that Safe Zabe would have been looking for. He's got well fielded young man. He's trotted out, just fielding in front of the boundary boards, and lobbed it back. 4 to Lavelle. He goes to 7, 260, goes to 11 rather, 271 for 5.
Good start to the over, isn't it? 4 off the first ball.
Yeah, just what Lancashire would have been hoping for. Is Zabe flights it up again, full toss, chipped away into the onside by Lavelle. Come back for 2 as it's fielded by Jack White out there on the boundary in front of the ice cream van. 273 for 5. Lavelle up to 13. Busy innings from the Lancashire keeper. 13 off 6 balls.
It's just what's required, isn't it, really, from a Lancashire point of view?
Completely, and that superb cut for 4 in the previous over off Alex Russell. Here's Zabe round the wicket again, short of a length, turned away by Lavelle. Certainly 1, and that's all there'll be as Jack White comes round to field from mid-on. 1 more onto the total. Lavelle to 14. Lancashire to 274 for 5. 97 more runs required. Brings Balderson onto strike. 11 overs to go after this one.
Down to double figures now, isn't it? 97 needed.
Those little sort of psychological barriers. Now bringing Emilio Gay for the left-handed Balderson round into extra cover. Russell there at backward point. Zabe still out there sweeping on the boundary. Here's Zabe in again. Turns it down, or runs it down to backward point where Russell fields, and they're through for the single. Vasconcelos should have set out on the boundary. Just a single there for Balderson. He goes to 2. 275 for 5. So 68 balls remaining. Lancashire need 96 to win. Here's Zabe in, flights that one up, and Lavelle has gone big. Is it going to clear mid-on? It is going to clear mid-on. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it is. He had mid-on, Jack White up in the ring, and he managed to clear him, and then it was a question of whether it ran away for 4, and it did. So this is a very important little cameo. Well, cameo at the moment, maybe something growing to something of rather more substance from George Lavelle, but he goes up to 18 off 8 balls. 279 for 5. 1 ball to go in the 39th over. Zabe in bowls to Lavelle, turns it away out to deep mid-wicket. Vasconcelos will field. Lavelle keeps the bowling, and that's a productive over. 13 off it. 280 for 5. Lancashire, so they need 91 to win off 11 overs. Lavelle has gone up to 19 off 9 balls. Balderson on 2. Consultation between Will Young, Nathan Buck, anyone else who'll listen, and it's Jack White coming into the attack to replace James Sales. They're going to keep a couple of overs of him in the bank.
Just looking at the game at Somerset, Riders, Sussex playing at Somerset today, the game at Taunton. Sussex from 50 overs, 397 for 5. Including Ali Orr making 206 off 161 balls with 18 fours and 11 sixes.
So that will be the second double 100, because Ollie Robinson got one for Kent against Worcestershire, didn't he, in the first round of matches. So also 206, I think. Crikey.
Yeah. Worcestershire, by the way, are on course to beat Essex. There's White bowling to Lavelle. Just cuts the ball backward of point, there's no run. So Worcestershire are 209 for 2. They need 70 from 13 overs with 8 wickets in hand.
Should do that, I think.
Kent need 117 runs from 17 overs with 8 wickets in hand to beat Yorkshire. Here's White over the wicket and bowls and flicked away off the hip by Lavelle. Chucks through for a single. James Sales fielding, walking backwards towards the nursery. Brings Balderson on strike. 281 for 5.
They pulled the boundaries in, do you reckon, at Taunton for that one?
Oh no, don't know.
Has been known.
White. In and balls. Paulson turns it down towards fine leg. Just for 1. Max Russell fielding. Throws it on the bounce to the keeper. George Balderson moves on to 3. Lancashire to 282 for 5. Sussex going quite well in the group, aren't they? In the
yes, they are.
South group, Group B, rather. The current leaders of Group A, actually, are Leicestershire. White into Lavelle. That's down the leg side and signalled as a wide by the umpire. Leicestershire 5 wins from 6 atop with 10 points. Sussex are second, 8 points. Middlesex third, 8 points. Warwickshire fourth, 7 points. Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire 5th and 6th with 6 points. A reminder for you that Glamorgan have beaten the leaders Hampshire in the Day Cup today.
So if Essex lose and Lancashire win, then that's happy days for the Red Rose, isn't it?
It is, yeah. White bowls to Lavelle, who shuffles back and across and pushes the ball away into the offside. Darts through for 1. Emilio Gay, who's had a rather wonderful day in Blackpool. He's taken a stunning catch. He's scored a century. He's enjoyed his day by the seaside, I'm sure. 284 for 5.
Mentioned the seaside and the goal came in right on cue there. It was,
wasn't it? Yeah.
That was a sound effect.
In comes White and balls shovelled out through mid-wicket. 1 bounce and into the crowd for 4 runs. Feels like the first boundary for a while, that actually.
Yeah.
I don't know, just maybe mind playing tricks on me, but that 4. Maybe not.
There was the last ball of the over that
Lavelle got one, didn't he?
Yeah, for Zabe's over when he just went down the pitch and it just cleared mid-on.
Takes Balderson to 7, so it's 288 for 5. 1 ball left of the 40th over, then 10 to go. That's pushed up towards wide mid-on, where Buck will get across the ground to his left of field. And that is the end of the over. So 10 overs left. That's 60 balls to get 82 runs, and they've got 5 wickets in hand. We are in for a really good end to the game.
The Northamptonshire were 10 runs ahead, 299 for 2, but because they did lose a bit of momentum, exactly keep it up. As McManus and Miller, well though they batted, put on 66 in the last 8 overs, but Lancashire were able to just keep a little bit of control in the closing overs, but Northamptonshire were 10 runs ahead and had lost, of course, 3 wickets fewer. Now, long consultation between Saif Zabe and Will Young before Zabe starts over number 41. 289 for 5. Lavelle on 21, Balderson on 8. Left-handed Balderson on strike. Zabe starting his 9th over, bowls outside the off stump, and it's shovelled away out to long on by Balderson for 1. Balderson to 10, 290 for 5. The breeze may be getting up a little bit now. It's certainly a tad cooler than it was. Lewis McManus is waving his arms as though he's trying to park a jumbo jet at Stansted.
Well, there's Blackpool Airport, not too far away.
Of course, that's right. Yeah. Not sure they get too many jumbos in there, but anyway, McManus gesturing frantically to somebody down in the deep. Another consultation between Young and Zabe.
Yeah, Lancashire chasing a target of 371 to win the match. It would be a record run chase for them as George Lavelle goes for a big sweep out towards the leg side. Oh, it's a great effort to try and catch it. He's actually saved some runs there, Emilio Gay. He's had a very good day because he made a century for Northamptonshire earlier on, and he's taken a sensational catch to get rid of Keaton Jennings as well. So this is where we're at. Lancashire 371 is their target to win the match here in Blackpool, and they're 290 for 5 in the 41st over.
Wonderful effort from Emilio Gay out there on the boundary. Looks as though he was going to go for 6, and he just managed to get a hand to it. And although he couldn't take the catch, he managed to keep it back in, flick it back into the playing area and keep it to 1. Balderson on strike, angled the bat, trying to run that down wide of Russell at backward point, but can't do so. It's a dot ball. Small margins in these games, and that sort of brilliance that probably saved, what, 5 runs.
Yeah, outstanding, wasn't it?
Does make a bit of difference sometimes. Here's Zabe round the wicket again, bowls to Balderson, down the pitch, drives back past the bowler. He's only going to get a single as it goes out to Gus Miller out there on the boundary. One more to George Balderson, who goes into double figures. 10 to him, 292 for 5. 79 runs needed. 56 balls remaining. Zabe round the wicket, bowls to Lavelle, cuts out to deep backward point. There is a man out there now, James Sales. They're not going to take 2 to him. Sends in a fizzing return to McManus. One more to Lavelle. Goes to 23. And Lancashire to 293 for 5. Need another 78 to win. 1 ball to go in the 41st over. Lewis McManus helping Zabe with his field, just moving Sales round at deep square. Balderson nudging that into the onside. Zabe himself will field because there's nobody saving one in front of square on the onside apart from the bowler. They come through for a single to finish the over. 295 for 5, Lancashire. Lavelle is 23, Balderson is 12. And Lancashire require another 77 runs to win off 54 balls. 5 wickets standing. And it's still anybody's match, as we used to say in the old days, 5:30 and not a pot washed. Because you wouldn't like to put your money on either side at the moment. There's another long conflab involving Will Young, Nathan Buck and Jack White. He's going to be White to continue from this end, the pavilion end. Bowled 6 overs so far, no wicket for 42. So he's been going at 7s. It is going to be White to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Balderson. These two have already put on 30 runs. Been together for about 4 overs. White round the wicket, bowls to Balderson. Lovely flowing drive out towards extra cover. Might go all the way, no it won't. Well fielded out there by James Sales, who's once again, as he often tends to do for Northamptonshire, spent most of the afternoon patrolling the boundary and saving a lot of runs and covering a lot of ground. 2 to Balderson. He goes to 13, 296 for 5. Lovely flowing extra cover drive by the left-handed Balderson. White. Shadows lengthening now. Running away from us. Into to Balderson, very full. Driving up to long on. It's Gus Miller on the boundary. Doesn't pick it up completely cleanly, but they just settle for the single. Balderson goes to 16, 299 for 5, 72 to win. Shouting to Jack White to pick the ball up, which is always a good idea if you're bowling. Scoreboard is now going backwards again.
He's got his tremendous headband again, hasn't he, Jack
Yes,
White?
he's
a big fan of that.
He had a problem with his with the cap, and I don't see he's not wearing it today because he had his Steelbacks cap on during the previous match against Worcestershire, and any time he did anything,
yes,
moved in any direction, it fell off.
Oh, not
so
ideal.
I think he decided it probably wasn't really worth the effort.
He looks a character.
Oh, he is. He's good fun, Jack White. Runs in, bowls to Lavelle, who's gone aerial, and that's going to be all the way for 6. Has it gone all the way?
I think he did.
It just was out of our sight. It's gone down over long off. 4 or 6.
Let's have a look back on the
question.
Replay. What do we see on the evidence of this?
We can probably see a bit. That's 6.
6, yeah.
It's over the rope.
Yeah.
And signalled as such by Gus Miller, sportingly, over to our right. So that is 6. We could see from the camera that it was a good yard over the rope, wasn't it? 6 to George Lavelle. What an innings he's playing for his side. 29 to him now. Brings the 300 up for Lancashire. 303 for 5. Here's White in again. Bowls to Lavelle. Cuts out to Vasconcelos on the cover boundary. Just a single. Lavelle to 30 off 16 balls. 304 for 5. 67 more runs to win. Lavelle really is playing terrific hand for his side here.
It's a blinder, isn't it? Yeah, 30 from 16.
Now Gus Miller back on the long on boundary, immediately in front of us for left-handed Balderson. White bowling round the wicket to him. Balderson drives out towards the cover boundary. More work for James Sales to do. Comes in, sends in a lovely flat return over the top of the stumps to Lewis McManus. One more to Balderson. He goes to 15. 305 for 5. 66 to win. 49 balls remaining. 5 wickets in hand. Lavelle on strike. Now if he stays, got to back Lancashire I think for this one. Here's White in, bowling to him, and he swings that out towards the biggest boundary, and it's 1 bounce for 4. And George Lavelle taking a heavy toll of that over from Jack White. Races away over the boundary for 4, and a strong finish to what's been a strong over for Lancashire. It takes Lavelle up to 34, and at the end of 42 overs, Lancashire 309 for 5. They need 62 to win, 8 overs remaining. These two have put on 45 off just 26 balls. Terrific partnership between these two young cricketers. And you feel that that over has maybe just swayed things a little bit Lancashire's way.
Yes, an interesting conundrum here for the Northants skipper as to what he does now. This feels like he needs a breakthrough. You perhaps may need to go to a Nathan Buck. Bring back Sales for an over. Could do with finding a wicket taker here. 2 wickets for Sales, 2 for Safe Save, 1 for Russell.
Jack White does look a little bit out of sorts, hasn't he, today? Hasn't been at his best.
Bobbling up to a belting finish. 62 off 48. 45 run partnership. Will be Safe Save to send down his 10th and final over.
The boot.
Stopped by the boot of
Nice to see a boot brought into the fielding.
It hit straight by Balderson. Just stuck his right boot out.
Save's last over.
Tosses that up towards Balderson, who skips down the pitch and works it to the leg side. It's a good stop by Will Young at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. That fielding from Emilio Gay a couple of overs ago was absolutely outstanding, but it could get down to being the odd run in it. Sliced away through the offside by Balderson. And Vasconcelos sweeping around on that boundary to scoop the ball up. And Balderson comes back for 2. So it takes him to 17 not out. 311 for 5. Zabe in, ball, skips down the pitch, hits it firmly. Partially stopped by Safe Zabe off his own bowling. The captain, Will Young, chasing after it. They think about coming back for 2 and decide against it.
It's a lovely moment in these games when you sense the crowd starting to really get into it. And I think that's the stage we're at now with that last one. Ooh, is he going to go for a second or not?
312 for 5, so 59 to win from 44 deliveries. 5 wickets in hand. George Lavelle, 34 not out. Safe Save in and bowls, goes back, muscles the ball away, high over the rope and out the ground. It's into the trees. It's gone for 6. George Lavelle moves to 40 not out from just 18 deliveries. It's a 50 partnership as well, and what a way to get to it. Heave the ball out through that leg side boundary and out the ground for 6.
It's a fantastic shot, wasn't it? It was a little bit of a drag down, to be fair, but Lavelle was so quickly onto it, judged the length, and launched it away into the trees for half a dozen. And Northamptonshire, I thought it was going to be a new ball job. The box has come out, the box of doom, as far as the bowlers are concerned. It usually means the ball's gone out the ground. And it's thrown one to Will Young, who's examining it as though it was a sort of an egg that's slightly gone off before he hands it on to Safe Zabe. Northamptonshire need to do something here, because at the moment this match is slipping away from them.
Yeah, need a wicket desperately to break this partnership. Worth 50. Adding to it here as Lavelle drives down the ground. Get through for one. And Safe Zabe collects his cap from the umpire. It's the end of the 43rd over of the Lancashire innings. George Lavelle 41 not out. George Balderson on 18. 52 from 42.
If you're watching on the stream, you can see all the our colleagues behind us, and it shows how hard they work, because they're terribly busy behind us. And
are they even paying attention?
As they always are. Well, the two batters having a little bit of a breather out there in the middle, while there's another brains trust going on. The public address again getting into the game, just letting us know what's going on. It is 52 off 42. Will Young, Nathan Buck and Jack White having a chat, and you called it right, Scott. It's Jack White, unfortunately, it hasn't really been his day today. He's been going for 8s, just over 8s in fact. So Nathan Buck, who's only been going for 7.8, is going to be coming back into the attack. Buck has bowled 7 overs for 54 so far, so the two new ball bowlers have struggled a wee bit today. But as we say, if you look at all the figures of the bowlers across the day, those that have gone for sort of 6 and a bit and over have actually done pretty well. Here's Buck about to start his 8th over. 319 for 5, 52 to win, 42 balls remaining. Lavelle on strike. 41 off 19 balls, and here's Buck in, bowls to him, pulls it round the corner. More runs from here. Just a single, I think, as it goes down to Freddie Heldrick. Quickly to the ball, sends in a good return, and does indeed keep it to 1. So Lavelle goes to 42, Lancashire to 320 for 5. Lavelle 42 off 20 balls, 2 6s, 4 4s. Field changing over for the left-handed Balderson, who's played the supporting role to perfection. 18 off 16.
It's been a terrific partnership, this, hasn't it? The fall of the Keaton Jennings wicket, and you felt as though the momentum had swung pretty firmly back towards Northamptonshire, but these two have put a real little counter-attack on here. 56 off 33 partnership.
Here's Buck running away from us, bowls to Balderson, wide and very full outside the off stump, steered it down to third man, and they come through for a single. Zabe very quick over the ground, of course, down on the boundary. Keep it to 1. Balderson to 19. 321 for 5. I don't know if George Balderson's Auntie Helen is listening in Elton, just on the Northamptonshire-Huntingdonshire border, but if she is, I'm sure she'll be enjoying it. The boy's doing good. Here's Buck running into bowl to Lavelle. Gives himself room that's short, and Lavelle trying to give it the old uppercut, and it's called a no ball by the umpire, to the delight of most of the people in the ground, probably not to the delight of Nathan Buck.
Bit of bounce on that, wasn't it?
It was. Tried the short ball, and Lavelle trying the uppercut, couldn't get anything on it, and it is called as a no ball. Here's Buck running in again, and that's pulled away by Lavelle, and Will Young just letting it bounce before it reached him, because it was the free hit, so he wasn't going to risk getting underneath it and it going for 4.
Was it definitely a free hit?
I think so. I think it is. It is for this, isn't it? Well,
I get them confused.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
because I think the free hits are different for different competitions.
Yeah. Well, in any case, it was only a single.
True. He judged it well, didn't he?
He judged it well. It's one of those where if you slid in for the catch, it could easily go over your hands and go for 4. As it was, they just kept it to a single. Buck in bowling to Balderson, who on drives. Has he found the gap? Yes, he has found the gap between Miller running round from long on and Vasconcelos running round in the opposite direction from deep mid-wicket, and it goes away for 4. Balderson finds the boundary. Another good bit of fielding by one of our young cricketers down there. Well done, young man. You'll be out there yourself in a few years' time. 328 for 5. Lancashire with all the momentum at the moment, 43 to win. They have 38 balls remaining, so it's getting down to almost to the realms of run a ball, thanks to these two. Balderson up to 23. Breezy now, increasingly breezy as Buck comes in. Bowls to Balderson, wide outside the off stump, and that is a wide. A little bit of double bluff there from Balderson, because I think he looked as though he might be going to give himself room, but in the end he just stayed where he was. And Buck tried to fling it wide. Second guessed wrong on this occasion. One more onto the total, 329 for 5.
Sebastian says the one thing about the squeaky structure is that we can tell the strength of the wind by the increase in frequency of the squeak and the increase in volume.
Well spotted, Sebastian. Very good. Here's Buck in again. Bowls to Balderson. Drives away through extra cover. It's fielded out there by James Sales, who for once doesn't pick it up cleanly. And they're able to come through for 2, and that's what a little bit of pressure does on you. Even as good a fielder as James Sales is. He stopped the ball but just didn't pick it up first time. 2 more to Balderson. Cries of lanky Lancashire ringing around the ground. 3-3-1 for 5, 40 to win.
A terrific game of 50-over cricket this is.
Certainly is. Well, at the moment it looks like one-way traffic, if not that, but you could pick up a wicket, you never know. Here's Buck, bowls to Balderson down the leg side, and he's going to have to bowl that one again. And that's, well, that's one of those that bowlers get infuriated about, because Balderson had moved across, and he's having a little word with the umpire, and the umpire's saying, sorry mate, or words to that effect. And Will Young is now coming across and getting involved in the conversation.
He ain't going to change his mind, is he?
No.
Maybe just wants an explanation, perhaps.
I'm afraid he's not going to change his mind. And one more onto the total anyway, 3-3-2. Neil Pratt has made his decision, and that is that, says Pratt. 39 more runs to win. Who'd be an umpire? Incredibly difficult job, isn't it? In these sort of situations. Here's Buck in, bowls, and Balderson trying to spear that one away over extra cover. This goes out to James Sales, and it's another single to end the over. And Nathan Buck, now is probably not the time to ask him what he thought of that.
Yes.
He's not terribly happy.
No.
End of the over, 333 for 5. So Lancashire need another 38 runs to win. 6 overs to go. Balderson is 27, Lavelle is 43, Nathan Buck has bowled 8 overs for 68.
You can see there on the worm on the graphics that Lancashire just pushed up above Northants, having just there's a little rattle of wickets there, just seeing red line drop below where Northamptonshire were. They've accelerated a bit here, and this partnership has been terrific between Balderson and Lavelle. A reminder for you, if Lancashire were to win this match, I said we'd be grateful for the top 2 there, Wells 84 and Jennings 125. But a victory would take Lancashire top of the group. Third highest partnership of the innings, this behind the 130 between Wells and Jennings and the 72 between Jennings and Bohannon.
You do think it is an exercise in futility, isn't it? The way Nathan Buck and Will Young were having a go at Neil Pratt. They've made his decision, and whatever anybody thinks of it, he's made it, and that's that. And trying to have a word isn't really going to make a lot of difference, I don't think.
James Sales returns. 3-3-3 for 5. Flicked uppishly out towards backward square leg, and Balderson gets a run, so he moves to 27. 334 for 5. Glamorgan have beaten Hampshire by 7 wickets today. Just looking at the other results, Kent need 96 to win from 12 overs to beat Yorkshire, and Worcestershire need 25 runs from 6 overs to beat Essex, and both those sides have got plenty of wickets in hand. Reminder, if the only way Lancashire can be certain of qualification today is if they win this match, and they need Yorkshire and Essex to lose.
And that's possible.
Well, it is, yeah, it is.
Although Kent 8 and over, but he got wickets in hand.
That will take them into the semi-finals.
You'd back Worcestershire to win that one, wouldn't you?
Would, yeah. Sales in and balls to Lavelle. It's gone through to the keeper. There's no run. The slight issue Lancashire have got with a home semi-final is that there's a test match at Emirates Old Trafford on the day of a home semi-final, which is quite tricky.
Okay.
Yeah. Quite know what's going to happen with that. Well, I suppose you could do, couldn't you? Yeah. Sales to Lavelle. That's run down to third man. Book Fields. Lavelle to 44. The score moves on to 335 for 5. Brings Balderson back on strike. 36 to win from 33. These two young Lancashire batters pushing the Red Rose towards victory. Northamptonshire need their young bowler here to try and get them back into the game. Suppose a slow ball, which is driven to mid-off. I think that's at the back of the hand, that one from Sales. And driven up towards Miller. Gets a run. Moves to 28 not out. Balderson, 336 for 5 now.
Well, at time of writing, looking down the figures, James Sales is now Northamptonshire's most economical bowler today. So
he's bowled well.
Hasn't done badly at all, has he?
Absolutely not. Bounces his way back in. And Lavelle looks to try and cut the ball, and he's a bit frustrated with himself there, George Lavelle. He goes hopping out towards square leg, and I'm sure he's muttering away to himself. He's had a very good day with the bat.
Who's muttering most at the moment, George Lavelle or Nathan Buck?
There's a bit of muttering going on, isn't there? Yeah.
Chunter. Bit of chuntering.
Sales to Lavelle, and again he looks to try and cut the ball, and another play and a miss. And through to the keeper. That's a good over, that. Really good stuff from Sales. There's only 3 off it. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 55. I mean, that's a terrific over.
It is. Yeah, he's maturing. You know, he's one of those. It's great, and you say about this competition. You made the point earlier, Scott, and it's a point very well made that whatever arguments about scheduling and all the rest of it, and the status of this competition, you get to see some top quality players involved. And you think about Northamptonshire's match against Worcestershire, when you had Will Young getting a super 100 for the home side and Azhar Ali getting a equally good one for the away side, and then at the same time you also see cricketers maturing. It was this competition last year that gave James Sales his entry into first team cricket. He then, of course, after that played his first 3 championship matches, and now he's improving with every match he plays with bat and ball, and sort of development is always great to see. I think you know, almost every county you could point to players that you've got in that category.
Without doubt.
A couple here, of course, out in the middle for Lancashire, and what a terrific job they're doing. But that's, again, that over from Sales has just kept Northamptonshire in it. 35 to win, 7 overs, so 5 overs to go rather, so 7 and over required. Here's Buck bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Balderson, who drives up to White at long off. Coming back for 2, and it could be tight, and there's an appeal for a run out, not out. That's very, very good running from George Lavelle. Only looked to be a single.
Yeah.
I know White isn't necessarily the quickest and doesn't necessarily have the strongest arm, but that was a very audacious piece of running, and it was Lavelle running to the danger end. Wasn't a bad throw,
no, but
he was home.
There's a bit of hesitation, wasn't there?
I'm not surprised. It was it seemed unlikely to. Nevertheless, they've got it. 336, 338, 33 to win. Buck in bowls wide outside the off stump. called wide by the umpire. So that will improve Nathan Buck's mood, not one iota. It improves Lancashire's total, the tune of 1 run, 339 for 5, 32 to win. 29 balls remaining, so it's a run a ball. These two don't need to do anything outrageous. Just play cricket, and Lancashire will be home, and the other results going the way they look like going. Could be straight into the semis. Here's Buck round the wicket, bowls to Balderson, swings it away on the leg side. Emilio Gay quickly to the ball, sends in his return. They're not probably going to take 2 to Emilio Gay.
No, he's having a stellar day.
He's having that sort of day, isn't he?
Yeah.
One more to George Balderson. He goes to 31, and Lancashire to 340 for 5, 31 to win.
Worcestershire 15 runs away from victory, 4.5 overs to get 15 runs with 7 wickets remaining.
It should be relatively straightforward, you would think.
Kent need 85 to win from 10 overs with 6 wickets remaining.
It's a little bit, tight, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Buck in, bowls to Lavelle, shovels it round the corner, down to long leg, where Freddie Heldrick is fielding. They'll take 2 fairly comfortably on this occasion. 2 more to George Lavelle. He goes to 46, 342 for 5, 29 runs to win. This will, as we've been saying, be a record-breaking run chase in List A cricket for Lancashire.
He has made 1 List A 50 in his career. Top score was 52.
4 away from another as Buck comes in, bowls to him, and he pulls, doesn't get hold of it, and it's only going to be a single, I think, out there to Will Young. Again, probably not going to take 2 to Young. 1 more to Lavelle. He goes to 47, 343 for 5, 28 to win. Lavelle 47 off 28 balls. Balderson back on strike. So there are 26 balls remaining, 28 runs needed. Buck in bowling to Balderson, who on drives. Gus Miller sprinting in from the long on boundary. They're going to take him on, going for 2, and he shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end. And again, it's super running from George Lavelle, who was going to the danger end. And they're through for 2 more. Balderson to 33. 345 for 5, 26 to win. I think there was always just about 2 on there. It's a long chase, long way in for Miller to come to actually pick up. But it was still a good bit of running, and to say it was Lavelle who was running to the danger end who called it. Here's Buck round the wicket again, bowls wide outside the off stump, and it's another wide.
I think he's a bit grumpy here, Nathan Buck.
I don't think whatever happens, I'll probably be asking to have a chat with Nathan Buck after the close. Nice chap though he is.
Yes.
I think it may not be the occasion. 346 for 5, 25 to win. It's Nathan Buck's 4th wide, I think. In fact, 4th wide in the last 2 overs. Here's Buck in again, bowls driven, and is he caught behind? He's walking, he's given out, and Balderson goes, and Buck gets a measure of revenge. Is it too little too late? Well, we'll see, but Balderson goes, big drive, inside edge, caught behind by Lewis McManus. He goes for 33, and Lancashire are 346 for 6. Still need another 25 to win. 4 wickets in hand. Has this game got another little twist in it?
Quite possibly.
Was that inside edge? Or
George Balderson was looking at the toe end of his bat as he went off. So
just look from the way he played it. Though it may have been, inside edge or bottom edge of the bat. Either way, he's on his way back.
He is.
Danny Lamb comes out to replace him. Lancashire need 25 to win. 4 wickets in hand. 4 overs to go.
25 of 24. Yeah.
Well, Nathan Buck has at least got something to show for his for his efforts today. He's not a happy bunny, is he? Really isn't at the moment, I'm afraid.
He was
Decidedly grumpy. That said, let's talk about that partnership. 82 between those two. And they were together for, just looking, about 8 overs. Let's have a look at this one. Showing it on the replay. Can't really see an awful lot from that, but Balderson went straight away.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
So he knew he'd nicked it. So 4 overs to go, 346 for 6, 25 more runs required. It's going to be Sales, I think, to continue from the far end. This will be his last over. Bucks bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 78. So he's been going at pushing 9 and over today. Not really his day. Once again, we have a it's like the old Zoom call at the moment. Will Young's involved, Safe Zabe's involved. James Sales is involved. Somebody's on mute and they can't hear them. Switch it off. Switch it off. Anyway, it's going to be James Sales to bowl.
He probably just wants to crack on with it, doesn't he? You know, he's lots of people whispering into his ears. Like, let me just bowl.
Well, he's done badly so far. He's in bowling to Lavelle, who's just dabbing that down towards third man. Nathan Buck in off the boundary of the field. If they'd taken 2 to him there, he would have been extremely annoyed. As it was, they only took 1. George Lavelle goes up to 48. And Lancashire to 347 for 6. 24 more runs required. One of those games that you could see finished in a flourish. It'll be all over with a couple of overs to spare, or it may go right down to the wire. Danny Lamb, the new batter, in, facing his first ball from James Sales, who drives Lamb and misses. Goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Dot ball like gold dust for Northamptonshire at the moment. So 22 balls left, 24 runs needed. Here's Sales. From the far end, in bowls to Lamb, who drives but doesn't time it at all, and Sales very quick to field in his follow through. Another dot ball. Sales really has been excellent today with the ball and in the field. Didn't get a chance with the bat today, but certainly done his bit. So growing in stature with every game he plays at the moment. Just 19 years old. Runs in, bowls to Lamb, who chops it away down to third man. Should be just a single to Buck, and is. Sends in his return on the bounce to Lewis McManus. 1 more to Danny Lamb. About 1 to Danny Lamb, he's off the mark. And Lancashire to 348 for 6. 23 runs required. Now 20 balls remaining. Lavelle on strike on 48 off 29 balls. As Lamb is in, bowls to him, full toss, and he's larruped that for 6. It brings him his 50. And James Sales getting that one wrong, unfortunately. I think trying for the slower ball. Came out as a full toss, and it was smashed out of the ground by George Lavelle, who is getting a standing ovation from some parts of the crowd, and I don't blame them. It's been a wonderful innings from the young keeper. He goes to 54 off just 30 balls, and Lancashire now 354 for 6. They need just 17 to win. 19 balls remaining.
He went for the slower ball, didn't he? There, Sales.
Just got it slightly wrong. Came out as a big full toss, and Lavelle did the rest. Here's Sales. In, bowls to Lavelle, drives away down to the cover point boundary, fielded by Heldrick, coming back for 2, tight one, but he's home. It's another terrific bit of running by George Lavelle. Tell you what, I'd back him over 100 metres. He is quick. 2 to finish the over, 356 for 6, so Lancashire needing 15 to win off the last 3 overs. Lavelle is 56, Danny Lamb is 1, and Lavelle 56 not out currently. 31 balls, 3 sixes, 4 fours. And I tell you what, if it was the old days of a man of the match adjudicator, you'd have a few candidates today, wouldn't you?
You would, yeah.
Know which way to go.
No.
And that's James Sales' allocation for the day. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 65. Good stuff.
It is, and he looked like he went for a little bit in that last over, didn't he, with the full toss that he got wrong. But he can be proud of his work today. It's been a day where we've seen loads of runs scored and very few chances created. When he's seen the 10 wickets fall across the day so far, and he sent down 10 good overs there, 2 for 65. Enjoyed watching him bowl. Not seen him bowl before, I don't think. It's just a lot of new faces this last few weeks, which has been great.
It is one of the joys of it, isn't it? See, I think we've both seen Jack Campbell bowl well for Hampshire. I think he's a star in the making, if not a star already.
Right, 15 to win, 18 balls, and it's Jack White to Danny Lamb. White just a little snoop around, make sure his field's okay. And here he comes to start the 48th over. Balls, and that's steered down towards Blackpool point. They'll scamper through for a sharp single. It's a 3-5-7 for 6. 14 to win off 17. Worcestershire are within 6 runs of victory against Essex with 2 overs remaining. Kent needs 75 to win from 8 overs against Yorkshire. Lavelle 56 not out. There's White in and bowling, and that's swatted out through the onside. And again, they go scampering through the first. Well, they want to come back for 2. No, not on this occasion. Sales coming up quickly from the boundary. So just a 1 to Lavelle. He moves to 57. 358 for 6. 13 to win from 16 balls. Brings Danny Lamb on strike. An experienced player now. Danny Lamb, he's multi-format, playing all 3 competitions for Lancashire. And White, with his hair fluttering in front of him, turns and comes bouncing back in, running in towards the breeze. Comes over the wicket and bowls, and worked off the back foot by Lamb. Up towards mid-on. They're going to come back for 2. Oh, they are. Pick up and throw towards the keeper's end. Blimey, that's good running again. Excellent by Lamb and Lavelle to add 2 more to the total. Takes it to within 11 of victory with 15 balls left.
Crowd really getting into this one now. I'm going to say, I think we were right. I think some of those that have moved from one side of the ground to the other to get into the sunshine, and certainly making their voices heard.
Halfway through the 48th over, 11 from 15. Lamb on strike, White in, balls Lamb. Oh, it's a big top edge over the keeper. It's down towards the boundary for 4. Swinging and swinging hard, Daniel Lamb. Balloons off the top edge. It goes over the keeper. It goes down to the boundary. It's gone for 4.
And 4 youngsters head after it to retrieve it. And one lad in a red shirt got there first, won the race, underarmed it back, and you'd have thought he'd have won the cup final. Look at him, he's down there punching the air. He got there first. Good boy.
364 for 6. 7 to win. From 14 balls. White in and balls to Lamb. That's clipped out towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Will Young, and there's no run. Reminder for you, this would be a record run chase too for Lancashire. They've never chased down a total as big as this before in their one-day history. If they can get 7 more runs. White to Lamb. Oh, he's looking to ramp it, and he has done. That's cheeky, isn't it? That's gone down to the boundary for 4. And Lamb ramping it down towards the fine leg boundary. Little flick, in position nice and early. And 2 fours in the over. And the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings, just with a little smile on his face there.
There's a glimmer.
There is.
There's a glimmer.
His team are almost there. They need 3 more runs to win.
Yeah, it has been a good day for Jack White. 8 overs, 0 for 69. So he's been going for 8.6 and over. Nathan Buck also 8.6 and over.
Worcestershire have beaten Essex by 7 wickets.
Right. Okay. So, it's from Lancashire's point of view, on the assumption that they are going to win this, needing 3 off 2 overs, It's then a question of what happens with Kent and Yorkshire, isn't it?
Kent needs 70 from 7.2 overs.
It's quite a stiff task. Who's in? I suppose that's the question, isn't it? I'll have a look at that. You talk them through to victory, Scott.
Yeah, they need 3 to win from 12. Plenty of kids around today, which has been great. And you mentioned the point, there were a couple of lads chasing after the ball during the course of that over, and seeing plenty of kids watching on from the edge of the boundary. It's great to see. Buck returns, bowls, it's full and wide, and playing a miss from Lavelle. Third man inside the circle, so I suspect he gets a little bit of something on that. Every chance it might go past the fielder. These lads here at the edge of the boundary, and the young girl there as well, they're all waiting to...
I think it was the lad in the red shirt that did the bit of fielding in the previous over. He looked as though he won the cup. He was full of it. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
3 to win from 11. To big top edge, down towards the boundary. Will it go all the way? It does. Lavelle hits the winning runs for Lancashire. And a big hug from his teammate Danny Lamb. He's unbeaten on 61. And the home supporters have witnessed a really good game of cricket. They've witnessed also a record run chase for Lancashire. Set 371 to win the match. They've done that in the 49th over to win the game by 4 wickets. It's a victory that takes them top of the group. And depending on what happens in the games elsewhere, it might well be enough to secure them a place in the knockout stages. But plenty of smiles on the faces of the Lancashire players in the dressing room. An afternoon that George Lavelle won't forget. 61 not out and hitting the winning runs.
34 balls, 3 sixes, 5 fours. Wonderful stuff from George Lavelle. Well, they keep telling us, Scott, that 50-over cricket is a dying format, and nobody's interested in it anymore. You can tell that to the spectators here today, and indeed to spectators at quite a number of the games that I've been lucky enough to see this year, and I'm sure you have as well. It's been a wonderful game of cricket today. Terrific day out for a good-sized crowd here at Stanley Park. Fielders and the batters and the umpires leaving the park. Congratulations to Lancashire, say record-breaking run chase. I think there was always a little bit of a suspicion, those of us looking at Northamptonshire attack today, that anything Northamptonshire could do, Lancashire could probably do as well, and so it proved. But it was still very, very much in the balance when Keaton Jennings was out to that terrific catch by Emilio Gay, and it took an innings of audacity, bravery, and not a little skill from George Lavelle. 61 not out off 34 balls. A terrific partnership with George Boulderson, who made 33, seeing Lancashire over the wire with 10 balls to spare. I think, say, James Sales, as we mentioned, deserves a lot of credit. Bowled really well today. 10 overs, 2 for 65. Alex Russell was also tidy enough. 9 overs, 1 for 62. Safe Zabe, 10 overs, 2 for 67. But Freddie Heldrick getting just a couple of overs in today, went for 27, and with the new ball, Jack White and Nathan Buck. Both rather costly. Of course, no Ben Sanderson today, and Lancashire home by 4 wickets with 10 balls to spare.
Yes, and I guess it's all kind of eyes on the other fixtures now. A reminder for you that Hampshire lost at Glamorgan. Hampshire were the group leaders. Essex losing to Worcestershire by 7 wickets, so it means that Lancashire, at the minute, are top of the group. That will obviously be the case regardless now of what happens in the Kent-Yorkshire match. But if Kent are able to chase what is 60 required from 6.4 overs and beat Yorkshire, then Lancashire would have secured themselves a place in the knockout stages. As it stands, Lancashire top of the group B, with 11 points from 7 games. Hampshire second, 10 points from 6 games. They have a game in hand. And Essex currently have 7 points from 7 games. Glamorgan 6 points from 7 games. Yorkshire and Kent are still playing, with Yorkshire on 6 points. So just a little reminder that Kent against Yorkshire, if Yorkshire were to lose that match, because Essex have lost today and Lancashire have won, and Lancashire will have secured their place in the knockout stage. I think that'll be it from us at the Seasiders, with plenty of blue sky and sunshine and the tower looking magnificent in the distance. And Lancashire have clinched a 4-wicket win against Northamptonshire, and we've seen some terrific cricket played.
We certainly have. Been a wonderful game of cricket. Thank you very much indeed to everybody here at Blackpool for making us very welcome, for sorting out squeaks and power problems and all sorts first thing. It's been a wonderful day. My first visit here, thoroughly enjoyed it. Can't wait to come back.
Excellent, thank you. Congratulations to Lancashire, the 4-wicket win, but certainly at Ricardo Vasconcelos a century, Emilio Gay with a brilliant 131 to set that target to win. Keaton Jennings making 125, the Lancashire captain. Luke Wells making 84. And George Lavelle, who will remember this day, an unbeaten 61 and hitting the winning runs in the shadow of the tower here at Stanley Park. Lancashire win by 4 wickets on the brink of qualifying for the knockout stages of the Royal London One Day Cup. From Scott Reed and Andrew Radd and all the team behind the scenes, enjoy the rest of your Friday evening.